first thing I did after being reborn before the apocalypse was to spend all my savings on an unfinished building. The sales manager was still mocking me for being a fool, but I couldn't care less. I was the only one who knew that in 1 month, the apocalypse would arrive, and most people would turn into flesh-eating zombies. That's why I spent a fortune to buy this derelict building and turn it into an impregnable fortress to withstand the coming zombie tide. In my last life, I had provided my ex-girlfriend with food and drink for 80 years, only to be met with her heartless betrayal. She didn't even treat me like a stranger, feeding me to the zombies right in front of my face, stealing all my supplies, and even leading to the brutal deaths of my companions. As I was dying, I was filled with resentment. Cui Jing, Li Shuxiong, if I get a chance to be reborn, I'll make you 2 shameless dogs pay. Then, with a flash, what was happening? I saw a pair of long legs standing right in front of me. Jiang Xiaoyong, what is the meaning of this? Why isn't my name on the property deed yet? Do you even love me anymore? It was then that I realized, had I been reborn to the time before the cataclysm, in my previous life, I was completely swindled by Cui Jing. Not only did she trick me out of the entire inheritance my parents left me, but she also left me homeless on the streets. Then the global disaster struck, turning most of the population into zombies and plunging the world into chaos. Relying on friends I made while I was homeless, I managed to establish a safe zone to survive. Little did I know, that bitch Cui Jing came to me, playing the victim to gain my sympathy. In reality, she was a honey trap sent by our enemies to dismantle us. This venomous whore was now brazenly demanding a $40,000 dowry from me. I'm only giving you 1 week, if by then you haven't. Before she could finish, I shoved her right out the door. Cui Jing stood outside, utterly confused. Isn't he supposed to be my simp? Why is he so aggressive now? After sending her away, I glanced at the time. There was 1 month left. I had to prepare immediately for the coming apocalypse. Suddenly, a ding echoed in my mind. Apocalypse system has been activated. Mission requirement: own a piece of land to receive a reward. Prepare a full year's worth of supplies to receive a reward. I actually got a system this life. I quickly opened the system shop. I wasn't sure what these points were for, but various potions and treasure chests were priced from 2 to 20 points. Just then, my stomach rumbled. I had almost forgotten that in my last life, I was constantly saving money for Cui Jing's dowry, leading to severe malnutrition. This time, I had to treat myself better. I picked up my phone and ordered a feast from Are You Full? Let's see what this $300 8-piece braised pork tastes like. The moment it entered my mouth, I felt like I was going to explode. It was so damn delicious. I started wolfing it down without any care for my image. As I was eating, my phone rang. It was Cui Jing's best friend, Wen Shuya. The moment I answered, I was met with a barrage of curses. Jiang Xiaoyong, I'm giving you one last chance. If you bring the deed and 1 million in cash to Kowtow and apologize to Cui Jing right now, she might take you back. Otherwise, just wait for the breakup. Hearing this, I erupted in anger. You 2 bitches can go to hell. With that, I hung up. I then started planning my next steps. First, I needed a piece of land to build a fortress against future zombie hordes. It had to be easy to defend and hard to attack, preferably near a forest and a water source. Soon, I arrived at the real estate center. Hello sir, are you looking to rent or buy? Just as I was about to state my requirements, a manager Zhu interrupted the salesperson. Xiao Ning, go help move boxes in the back. The female salesperson, Xiao Ning, tried to explain she had a customer, but manager Zhu completely ignored me. Have you no sense? Look at this broke loser in his cheap knockoff clothes. He probably can't even afford a toilet. His words infuriated me. What did you say? Are you judging a book by its cover? Manager Zhu sneered. So what if I am? If a guy like you can afford a toilet here, I'll live stream myself eating shit. I thought for a moment. You said it yourself. I'll make sure to get you something fresh and warm later. I'm not here to rent or buy a house today. I'm here to buy land. With that, I pulled out a black card. The onlookers were stunned. My god, does he even know how much land costs? I've never seen someone buy land in my life. This guy is a true tycoon. Seeing the card, Xiao Ning immediately said, this way, sir. I'll give you a detailed introduction. Manager Zhu still didn't believe me. Anyone can talk big. I refuse to believe you have the money. Xiao Ning began her presentation. No need for all that trouble. I'll just state my requirements. I want it by a mountain and near a river, preferably flowing water. It needs good road access, and it would be best if it already has some kind of factory building or a large house on it. Manager Zhu overheard my requests and a wicked idea formed in his mind. Doesn't that plot in the East District fit his requirements perfectly? Xiao Ning looked shocked, but that land is full of unfinished factory buildings. Manager Zhu was dismissive. Sell it to him. This broke loser is just making up ridiculous demands to cause trouble. I didn't care. As long as it meets my requirements, it's fine. Xiao Ning explained that the land had a derelict factory and ongoing disputes with the construction team. I studied the blueprints. The location met all my criteria. With some wire fences, it would be an easily defensible position, and the unfinished factory would save a lot of cost and construction time. I'll take this land. Can we sign the contract and pay now? Hearing the word pay, Xiao Ning was dumbfounded. She asked again, are you sure you want to buy the land with the unfinished factory? Yes, let's sign the contract and pay up. Someone's waiting for a warm meal of shit, you know, I replied. When Manager Zhu saw the receipt for my down payment, she completely lost it. Who would spend millions on a piece of land with a derelict factory? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. it. I just patted his shoulder lightly. Now it's time for your performance, Manager Zhu. If you put on a good show, I might even send you a virtual carnival gift. My stomach's a bit off today, but I guarantee you'll get something fresh and warm. Just as I was trying to figure out how to get more money to hoard food, a figure brushed past me. It was Cui Jing's sugar daddy, Li Shuxiong. Isn't that Jiang Xiaoyong? What's he doing here? Upon learning that I was buying land, he was shocked and immediately called Cui Jing to tell her what I had done. How dare he use my dowry money to buy land? That bastard. He's gone too far. I'm going to expose him online today. As I was pondering where to get more money, there was a knock on the door. I opened it to find an enraged Cui Jing. Jiang Xiaoyong, what's the meaning of this? How dare you use my money to secretly buy land? I was baffled. What are you talking about? Don't you fucking pretend you don't know. You just bought a piece of land with my dowry money. Since you used my money, that land is mine. I sneered, pulled out a stack of cash, and threw it at her. Let me tell you, I have plenty of money, but I won't spend a single cent on you. Don't think I don't know about you and Li Shuxiong. Hearing Li Shuxiong's name, Cui Jing froze. How could he know about me and Li Shuxiong? When Xia stepped forward to mediate. You two, calm down. It's normal for couples to fight, but I had no patience for their act. With a slam, I shut the door. Once outside, when Xia asked, are you really involved with that middle-aged man, Li Shuxiong? Cui Jing admitted, we've only gotten a room a few times, but she didn't notice the strange smile that crossed when Xia's face. Since you've screwed things up with Jiang Xiaoyong as your best friend, I won't be polite. After all, we're good sisters. The next day, construction on the factory began in earnest. We were reinforcing the walls, building watchtowers, installing a Texas-style electric wire fence, reinforcing the steel blast-proof gate, and installing thickened bulletproof glass. Foreman Lee from the Palu company asked me, young man, have you offended some powerful people? I didn't answer. Just do your job and ask fewer questions. How much will it cost to get this done in a month? Foreman Lee smiled awkwardly. A month is a bit tight, but not impossible. It'll cost extra. He held up 2 fingers. 20 million, and I need a 5 million deposit before we can start. I agreed without hesitation, but you have to start immediately. I'll transfer the money within a week. Don't worry, Foreman Lee. If I don't pay, this land is yours. Just as I finished speaking, when Xia appeared and hooked her arm around mine. Brother Jiang, what are you doing here? Seeing her brought back memories of my past life. She was the one who colluded with Cui Jing to cheat me out of my family's fortune. This time, I would make her pay it back tenfold. I flung her arm off. Do I need to report my activities to you? When Xia was furious. This loser used to blush and his heart would race if I so much as touched him. Today I'm being so forward, and he has no reaction. I can't miss this opportunity. As soon as I push Cui Jing out of the picture, this land will be mine. I only got 3 million for mortgaging my house, which wasn't even enough for the first phase of construction. I had to find another way. I almost forgot. The apocalypse was coming anyway, so what if I sold my house to multiple buyers? Let's do it. Just then, there was another knock on the door. It was the old geezer from downstairs, Old Manly. He owned the first and second floors and had a couple of stinking rich, so he was always trying to buy the third floor from me. He constantly harassed me, splashing paint, piling up garbage, leaving funeral wreaths, and jamming the keyhole. He had tried every dirty trick in the book. You old man, will you ever stop? What's your excuse today? You just want my house, don't you? Fine, fine, I've had enough. You want it, I'll sell it to you. The old man stared at me in disbelief. Really? But I have one condition. I need to live here for another 6 months until my new place is ready. You have to pay me the full 5 million in one go before that. If you don't agree, then forget it. The old geezer agreed without a second thought. But we have to sign a contract, in case you back out. You old bastard. Go ahead and guard your house until you die. The old man's 5 million plus the 3 million from the loan gave me 8 million. First, I needed to complete the system's mission and get the reward. I went to the supermarket to stock up on supplies. I loaded cart after cart, stunning the onlookers. Is this guy crazy? Another fool who believes in doomsday rumors. But I didn't care what they thought. Just then, the disaster preparation mission was completed. In the apocalypse, enhancing attributes is important, but this protagonist's supply crate costs exactly 10 points. Without hesitation, I chose the protagonist's supply crate to maximize my advantage. Congratulations on your successful exchange. With a ding from the system, a golden, shining treasure chest appeared out of thin air. Inside was a spatial ring. The ring contained a 500 cubic meter alternate space where time stood still. I knew it. The first draw is always a top-tier item. This meant my fresh supplies wouldn't spoil. This was great. Next was the new mission, 10 years of sustenance. But just then, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Who's causing trouble? A man approached, speaking fiercely. It's you, Jiang Xiaoyong. It was a middle school classmate, Yang Tao, a lackey who used to follow the school bully around, known for picking on the weak and fearing the strong. Jiang Xiaoyong, what are you doing? Put all this stuff back right now, or I'll get rough. I sneered. Looks like you haven't changed a bit after all these years. Still a bully to the weak. I'm here to shop. Is this how your Warunfa supermarket treats its customers? If you say you're shopping, then pay the bill right now, or don't blame me for getting heavy-handed. An hour later, all the supplies were tallied up. The total is 56,884.3. Yang Tao handed me the POS machine. Pay up, quickly. Without a word, I swiped my card. With a ding, the transaction was successful. Yang Tao was stunned. I turned to leave, but then I called called him back. Yang Tao asked impatiently, "What? Your attitude was so terrible before, and now you think you can just walk away? If you don't apologize to my face, I'm returning everything." This enraged Yang Tao. "Don't you fucking push it. Are you still looking for trouble?" But the onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. "You snob. The way you treated him earlier, and now all he wants is an apology. That's not too much to ask. If you don't apologize, we'll return our stuff too." I smiled at Yang Tao. "If your apology is sincere enough, I'll buy 10 times more. If you don't believe me, bring the POS machine and check my balance." With a ding, the machine showed a balance of over 7 million. Yang Tao was shocked. "Apologize, and I'll keep buying. If I'm lying, I'm your grandson." Yang Tao immediately bowed. "I'm sorry." I patted his head. "Remember, don't look down on people in the future. Leave some room for others, understand?" As I turned to leave, Yang Tao respectfully called out to me, "Brother Yong, what are you buying all this for? If you're starting a big business, the stuff in the supermarket warehouse won't be enough. You need to find a wholesaler." The word wholesaler piqued my interest. From the sound of it, "You know a wholesaler?" Yang Tao replied, "Of course. Do you remember Zhang Xingjia? He's in the wholesale business now." He immediately called Zhang Xingjia. "Brother Xia, I've got a big client for you." I followed him to a massive warehouse. Suddenly, a car sped up from behind us. Yang Tao was almost knocked over, but I didn't even flinch. Driving so recklessly, you must have never encountered an insurance scammer. Just then, Zhang Xingjia got out of the car with a cigarette in his mouth. Yang Tao immediately made the introduction. "Brother Xia, this is the big client I was telling you about. Our middle school classmate, Jiang Xiaoyong. You should remember him." Zhang Xingjia thought for a moment. "Now that you mention it, I remember. The one with a bit of a backbone." Zhang Xingjia looked me over. "Cheap clothes, fake brands. I look down on guys like you who have no money but still act all high and mighty." He then slapped Yang Tao on the head. "This is the big client you were talking about? Fucking wasting my time." He followed up with a hard kick to Yang Tao. "I've been in the real world for so many years. I can tell who has money and who doesn't with just one look." I just smiled. It seems my aura really isn't up to snuff. I can't even intimidate an illiterate snob. Zhang Xingjia grabbed my collar. "Say that again if you dare." I said, "You're an illiterate snob. Am I wrong?" Yang Tao quickly stepped in with a placating smile. "Brother Yong, don't hit Brother Xia where it hurts. He hates being called illiterate more than anything." That only made Zhang Xingjia angrier. He kicked Yang Tao in the crotch. "If you don't know how to talk, then shut your fucking mouth. A big client, huh? If you two don't buy a truckload of goods from me today, neither of you is walking out of here in one piece." I just sneered. "Please take your filthy hands off me, and while you're at it, show me your payment account." The next second, Zhang Xingjia received a notification for a $1 million transfer. "Jiang Xiaoyong, are you for real? Nonsense. Otherwise, do you think I came all this way to play with an illiterate fool like you? I want to buy 5 million worth of goods. I'll pay the remaining 4 million when the goods are ready. Rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, snacks, drinks, anything edible or drinkable. I'm not picky. I want it all." A wicked smile crossed Zhang Xingjia's face. "I just got a batch of near-expired food. A big sucker has come to take it off my hands." He led me into the warehouse. "If you take this whole batch, how about I give you another 10% off the wholesale price? I need to see the quality of the goods first." I picked up a bag of snacks. Except for the top layer, the rest were all near-expired items. "Zhang Xingjia, your little scheme is quite clever." Zhang Xingjia didn't expect me to be an expert. "Alright, how about this? If you take it all, I'll give you a 50% discount." "No need," I said. "This 5 million is for the best quality goods. As for your near-expired food, I have other plans for it. I'll take it all at the 50% discount you offered, but I'll pay you in a month. If you're worried I won't pay, I'll mortgage my house to you." Zhang Xingjia agreed on the spot but was very curious about my sales channels for the near-expired food. I looked at him with a mischievous smile. "Forget near-expired food. In a few days, even expired food will be priceless." Zhang Xingjia was completely baffled. "What do you mean by that?" "Don't bother asking. I'll send you the delivery address now." Just then, my phone rang. "Is this Mr. Jiang? Are you the one who listed a second-hand house for sale on 85.com? I immediately told Zhang Xingjia, "I have something to attend to. Get the food sorted out for me." After I left, Zhang Xingjia was puzzled. This kid's family background is clearly average. How did he get so successful? "Mr. Jiang, here's the $40,000 deposit. I can accept your condition of moving out in 3 months. Can we sign the contract now?" The buyer was a simple-looking old man. He was eager to pay the deposit without even looking at the house carefully. I asked him, "Sir, why are you in such a hurry to buy?" It turned out his granddaughter needed to transfer schools and required a house for registration. "I've been looking all over the neighborhood, and your house is the only one for sale. So, Mr. Jiang, you absolutely cannot back out." "But sir, you're too honest. You've told me everything right from the start. Aren't you afraid I'll raise the price?" The old man's face fell. "This money is the entire life savings of 2 generations of my family. Mr. Jiang, you mustn't." I quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, sir. I will absolutely not back out." I then signed my name on the contract. Holding the contract, the old man smiled with satisfaction. "Alright, Mr. Jiang, you must be busy. I won't disturb you any longer." The old man was from a lower class, kind and simple. He and his granddaughter probably wouldn't survive a month in the coming apocalypse. Thinking of this, I called out to him, "Wait a moment, sir. Please give me your current address." Afterward, I went back to the construction site. Foreman Lee immediately asked about the payment for the second phase. Don't worry, I'll transfer it to you in a bit. How's the construction progress? It's about 70 to 80% complete. Look at this door and wall, absolutely solid. The warehouse was already here as part of the unfinished factory, and we've cleaned it out for you. It's ready for use anytime. I was very satisfied with the progress. I immediately had Zhang Xingzhe deliver the supplies. Soon, the warehouse was piled high with goods, looking just like a doomsday shelter. I specifically instructed the workers to store the fresh fruits and vegetables separately to prevent them from spoiling. After a busy day, night fell. Looking at the warehouse full of apocalyptic supplies, I smiled with satisfaction. With a ding from the system, the 10 years of sustenance mission was also completed, adding 20 points to my system score. I didn't expect the system shop to have new items. I quickly opened the system missions. Physical enhancement potion, 2 vials, 20 points. Apocalypse cultivators supply crate, 2 points. Ability awakening supply crate, 10 points. I could actually awaken an ability before the apocalypse even began. Without hesitation, I exchanged for the ability awakening supply crate. Mind's Eye, level 1, can detect whether someone has hostile intentions. I was thrilled. This has to be one of the most useful abilities in the early apocalypse. Just then, a new mission popped up in the system, armed to the teeth. Mission reward, 10 points plus random reward. I smiled. The system and I were on the same page. I then headed to the late night black market. The street was full of vendors selling their wares. Suddenly, I noticed a figure in the crowd. It was that bastard Li Shuxiong, buying cheap fake jade at the ghost market. That fool Cui Jing was deceived by such a lowlife. I, however, noticed a vendor selling swords and knives. This was exactly what I was looking for. I pretended to inquire, "Boss, do you have any hard stuff here?" The boss looked impatient. "This is a whetstone. If you want something hard, go sharpen it yourself. If you're not buying, get lost." I spoke seriously. "I want something even harder." The vendor's eyes narrowed. "Are you looking for trouble?" With the sound of a $200,000 transfer, the vendor was stunned. I motioned for him not to be nervous, that I was a sincere buyer of hard stuff. "Xiao Xiang, watch the stall for a bit. It's not convenient to talk outside. Please, this way." He led me to a secluded bungalow. "Boss, we have homemade handguns. They're fine for shooting a pheasant, and they only cost 2,000. What do you think?" Before he could finish, I immediately said no. The vendor looked at me seriously again, then took out a revolver. "The performance is not much different from an in-service handgun. This isn't enough. I paid a $200,000 deposit, and you're selling me this kind of stuff? That's not right, is it?" The vendor looked confused. "What deposit?" I pretended to be angry. "The 10% deposit. I want 2 million worth of weapons." "Brother, what do you need so many weapons for? And for an order of this size? You're coming to a small street vendor like me. Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me if you can handle this order or not." The vendor motioned for me to wait a moment. He went to the window, opened the curtains, and peeked out to see if anyone was following. Then he turned back to me with a serious expression. "You've come to the right person. I can handle this, but you need to write me a list. The day after tomorrow, at night, I'll drive to your address and deliver it. Remember, we only accept cash." "Alright, then I'll be waiting, big brother." But as soon as I stepped out, I heard Li Shuxiong's voice. Well, if it isn't little Yon. Fancy meeting you at the black market. No wonder you've been so generous lately in ignoring Jingjing. It seems you have some family heirlooms too." "What? Been watching too many online videos. Going to follow the trend of lying flat, selling everything just to live comfortably, right?" I smiled. A perfect opportunity to test my new ability. I activated the Mind's Eye. The vendor had a green smiling face emoji over his head, while Li Shuxiong had a purple, gloomy one. Sure enough, this ability is very useful. "That's right, I'm lying flat. That in your bag must be the fake jade you just bought, right? So, you used this fake stuff to get Cui Jing into bed? Makes sense. After all, she's just my used goods. That's about what she's worth." Li Shuxiong was instantly enraged. "What the fuck did you just say?" the vendor asked, puzzled. "Big brother, is this an acquaintance of yours?" "Acquaintance? More like an enemy." "Understood. You go on, big brother. I'll help you teach him a lesson." As I left, I told them not to kill him. His fate was mine to decide. The vendor and his underlings walked over. Li Shuxiong backed away in fear. "What do you want?" Before he could finish, the underlings pulled out their batons. "Big brother, let's talk this out." But these guys were ruthless. In the blink of an eye, they had beaten Li Shuxiong to the ground. "Jiang Xiaoyong, you bastard. Just you wait." 2 days passed quickly, and all the weapons I needed were delivered on time. Congratulations. The arm to the teeth mission is complete. System points plus 10. Current points 20. I was also rewarded with 2 vials of physical enhancement potion, and they were plus 2, twice as potent as the one in the shop. Without a second thought, I took a potion and jabbed it into my arm. The pain made me tremble, but I gritted my teeth and endured it. The average adult male's physical fitness is 5. I've added 2 points, which is a 40% increase in strength. With that in mind, I immediately opened the system shop and exchanged for another physical enhancement potion and an apocalypse cultivator's supply crate. I might as well maximize my strength advantage. 8 points of physical fitness, a whole 60% more strength than a normal person. I needed to test it on something. I saw a piece of rebar leaning against the wall. I picked it up and found it quite thick. After a moment's thought, I kicked it, and the rebar bent. Sure enough, with my current strength, I'm no match for ordinary people even with my bare hands. I won't even be afraid of the early stage zombies. Besides, these weapons probably wouldn't take up much space. It was safer to store them in the spatial ring. The day after tomorrow would be the first day of the apocalypse. I needed to think carefully about what else needed to be done. Then, I remembered the old man who came to buy a house for his granddaughter. That was his life savings. Even after experiencing the life and death situations and the wickedness of human nature in the apocalypse, I still found it hard to completely ignore the plight of the pitiful. Oh well, I'll send them some necessary apocalyptic supplies. Whether they can survive or not will be up to them. It would be a repayment for providing funds for my apocalypse plan. I drove to an old residential building. It was a good thing I had navigation, or I would never have found this place. It seems the old man isn't well off. He's renting such a cheap apartment, and on the top floor too. I was about to knock but stopped. I needed to take out the supplies first, or it would be hard to explain later. The old man might think I could do magic. With the golden glow from the ring, boxes of supplies piled up in the hallway. Once everything was ready, I knocked on the door. The old man came out slowly in his slippers. Coming, just a moment. As soon as the old man opened the door, he started to say, "The rent, I'll definitely have it next week." But when he saw it was me, he was clearly surprised. "Aren't you Mr. Jian? Mr. Jian, what brings you here?" I replied, "I'll explain in a moment. Let's get these things inside first. Don't let the neighbors see." Soon, all the supplies were moved inside. You young people are so energetic. You moved so much stuff without even breaking a sweat. I scanned the room. It was decent, and the door was sturdy enough to hold for the first few days of the apocalypse. Then, I said to the old man seriously, "You must remember what I'm about to tell you. If you plan it well, these supplies will be enough to last you for more than half a year, starting from tomorrow." But when I saw the photo frame on the table, I froze. The old man asked from behind, "What's wrong, Mr. Jian? You can just put the supplies in your room. We'll be moving in a month anyway." I didn't answer, my eyes fixed on the photo frame. It was Shanchan. She was one of my closest teammates in my previous life. I picked up the frame and asked, "Sir, is your granddaughter's name Meng Shanchan?" The old man was shocked. "How did you know?" I don't remember ever mentioning Shanchan's name. I didn't answer, but continued to ask, "Where's your granddaughter now?" The old man replied, "She's at school back in our hometown. After the house transfer is complete, I can transfer Shanchan's school. The procedures are almost done." This reminded me of my past life. Shanchan always blamed herself. "It's all my fault. I killed my grandfather." In the last life, the old man had risked his life to rush into the already fallen high school to save her. He managed to get Shanchan out, but he died inside. This life, I will help you make up for the regrets of the last. I immediately told the old man, "I'm afraid you won't be able to move into that house." The old man looked puzzled. "Mr. Jian, you're not going back on your word, are you? You can't do this." Seeing his worry, I quickly comforted him. "It's not what you think. Starting tomorrow, this world will become a living hell. The house, Shanchan's school registration, none of that will matter anymore. Take me to Shanchan's school right now. I will arrange a new place for you to live." But the old man didn't understand. "Mr. Jian, what are you talking about? I don't understand a single word." Damn it, I forgot the old man was old. He wouldn't understand many things. How should I explain it to him? "Sir, you should know about famines, right? You can imagine how tragic and terrifying it was for people during a famine, can't you?" The old man replied, "I lived through that era, but now it's a time of peace. How could there be a famine? Even if there was, it wouldn't be that bad." Before he could finish, I took out my storage ring and, in front of him, stored all the items in the room. Seeing the empty room, the old man was shocked. "Where did everything go? How did everything in the room disappear?" "Mr. Jian, are you performing a magic trick for me?" To make him believe me, I spoke with a very serious tone. "I have superpowers, and I can predict the future. If you and Shanchan want to live, from now on, you will do everything I say. Where is Shanchan's school?" After getting the old man's answer, I went downstairs and started the car. The old man was still completely baffled. 3 seconds later, we arrived at Shanchan's school. After stopping the car, I rushed out. "Which class is Shanchan in? Which dorm? Do you know?" Meanwhile, with Shanchan, "You bitch, I just don't get it. What's so good about you that Zhang Xiaochen would fall for you?" A girl slapped her. Meng Shanchan looked aggrieved. "I told you, I don't want to be with him. It's Zhang Xiaochen who's being one-sided." Before she could finish, she was kicked again. "Did I give you permission to argue? What do you mean? Are you saying my Zhang Xiaochen is chasing after you, and you're looking down on him?" The girl grabbed Meng Shanchan's hair. Just then, a voice came from nearby. "Hey, let go! What are you doing?" The bullying girl noticed the old man. "Shanchan, isn't that your useless grandpa?" Meng Shanchan was also puzzled. "Grandpa, why are you here?" But the old man only had eyes for his granddaughter. "What are you doing? Let go of Shanchan." Suddenly, a few fierce-looking male students appeared. "Back off. This is young people's business. What's an old geezer like you getting involved for?" But the old man was only thinking of his granddaughter. He rushed forward. "You little brats, were you not raised by your parents? How can you bully a classmate like this?" A student with a stick prepared to strike. "You old bastard, let go." He was about to smash it down on the old man. At that critical moment, I grabbed the male student's hands. "So young, and you've already learned the wrong things? Want to be a gangster?" But a yellow-haired boy nearby sneered. "Where did this poor ghost come from? You little bitch, I didn't know you had a brother." His words instantly enraged me. I kicked the yellow-haired boy into the air. He flew several kilometers before finally stopping. Damn, he's a trained fighter. "Brothers, let's get him together." I just glared at them coldly and stood my ground. Two of them prepared to attack me from the front and back. whack. As the baseball bat was about to hit my head, I ducked and easily dodged the attack. After enhancing my physique, my reaction speed had also increased. I grabbed the back of the student's collar and slammed him to the ground. He screamed in pain. The yellow-haired boy tried to sneak attack me from behind, but I wasn't worried. I casually grabbed his arm, lifted my right leg, and kicked him hard in the back of the knee. He stumbled and fell face first to the ground with a thud. These young people are so nice. They fall asleep at the drop of a hat. The girl who had been bullying Meng Shanshan was stunned. What do you want? Without a word, I slapped her. The girl was completely bewildered. I then grabbed her hair. You like pulling people's hair, don't you? The girl screamed. Let go of me. I ignored her and held a dagger to her throat. The girl asked in terror, what are you doing with that knife? With a flash of the blade, I looked coldly at the girl who had bullied Shanshan. Shanshan had already covered her eyes in fear, and the other bullying girl was also scared stiff. The girl suddenly dropped to her knees with a thud and screamed in terror. My hair! My hair! You bastard! You dared to cut my hair? I swear I won't let you get away with this. I sneered. Long hair will only be a burden to you. I threw the cut hair down. The girl asked, puzzled, what did you say? You'll know in a few days. Maybe short hair will save your life then. Shanshan, let's go. Meng Shanshan looked confused. Go where? Are we not going to school anymore? What's the point of school? A great famine is coming. Staying alive is what matters. Meng Shanshan immediately questioned him. Grandpa, don't believe those scam calls anymore. Tell me, how much did they cheat you out of this time? Listening to their conversation, I smiled. Shanshan, I will protect you this time. I quickly explained to Shanshan, your grandpa wasn't scammed this time. I was the one who told him about the famine. Meng Shanshan looked puzzled. And you are? My name is Jiang Xiaoyong. You can call me Brother Xiaoyong from now on. But Meng Shanshan was still very confused. What's this great famine my grandpa is talking about? I smiled and explained. I made that up to make it easier for him to understand. What's really coming is not a great famine, but the apocalypse. Meng Shanshan's jaw dropped in disbelief. The time is about right. Open your phone and look at the short videos and news. You should be able to find some clues. After scrolling through some videos, Meng Shanshan was stunned. Rabies patient bites person on the street. According to our station's report, there seems to be a strange smell in today's smog. Citizens are advised to wear gloves when going out. Only then did Meng Shanshan realize, is the apocalypse really happening? Because the signs of the apocalypse have already appeared. Tomorrow is the first day of the outbreak. A toxic smog will cover several provinces, including Province B, affecting the creatures in the smog zone. A large portion of the population will mutate into zombies, and the rest won't be spared either. Once they die, they will become part of the zombie tide. As a young person, you should know what zombies represent, right? Meng Shanshan quickly said she knew, but the whole thing was too incredible. I said lightly, when it all really happens the day after tomorrow, or even next week, you won't think so. Damn it, I got stuck in traffic, and the emergency lane ahead was also blocked. Although the zombies wouldn't be completely out of control for a few more days, what if a small-scale outbreak happened here early? Just then, a Mercedes-Benz came crashing through from behind, cutting in front of my car and pushing me to the side. The damn bastard didn't even use his turn signal, just forced his way in from the emergency lane. I'm not going to put up with this shit. I turned the wheel towards the other car and blocked his lane-cutting position. The other driver seemed to be a tough guy too. He accelerated and drove in front of me. Damn, this guy was trying to cut in again, stubbornly holding his position in front of me. He rolled down his window and cursed my entire family. The old man tried to persuade me to let it go, but I wasn't worried at all. Don't worry, old man. If he's looking for trouble, I don't mind sending him on his way early. After an hour of being stuck, the road finally cleared. As I was driving steadily, Meng Shanshan suddenly warned me, Brother Yong, be careful. That car that cut us off is coming again. I looked in the rearview mirror. Damn bastard, he just wouldn't quit. But the other driver stepped on the gas and crashed into the left side of my car. The old man said, this guy is a classic case of road rage. Mr. Jiang, don't stoop to his level. If it were before, I would have let it go today. But now, there was no need to tolerate such a scumbag. I floored the gas pedal. The other car instantly swerved in front of me, spun a few times, and crashed hard into the guardrail. The driver got out of the car, rubbing his head. Get the surveillance footage immediately. I need to find this license plate number. I'm going to show you today that there are some people you can never afford to mess with. Afterward, I took the grandfather and granddaughter back to the fortress. The old man was stunned by the sight as soon as he got out of the car. Mr. Jiang, this place of yours is too much. But I motioned to them, let's all get some rest early today, because from tomorrow on, every day will be very, very difficult. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Meng Shanshan woke up and stretched. I haven't slept this well in a long time. It feels so good not to have to go to morning self-study. I smiled. Let me show you around our fortress. The walls are made of reinforced concrete, and the remote-controlled gate is made of 3-centimeter thick solid steel. Neither humans nor zombies can break through without heavy weapons. Remember, from now on, no one is allowed to enter the fortress without my permission. Meng Shanshan immediately asked, so if survivors come here, we're just going to let them die? I didn't answer right away. Come with me. In the apocalypse, there are plenty of people with ulterior motives. The evil in human nature will be infinitely magnified. Get rid of your overflowing sympathy as soon as possible, or it will only harm us. If survivors come for help when I'm not here, this buffer zone will be their temporary shelter. Before I I get back. You must not let anyone into the fortress, understand? I'll take you to the food warehouse now. I'll tell you which areas of food can be distributed at your discretion. I turned to look at the grandfather and granddaughter and activated my mind's eye on them. It wasn't that I didn't trust them, but in an apocalyptic environment, one must be vigilant. I then opened my storage ring. Weapons are the most important thing in the apocalypse. We must ensure they are in our own hands and never fall into the hands of others. The old man quickly said, "We understand that." But just then, the system dinged. Met up with Meng Shanshan. The former companion's series of missions has been activated. Requirement: find and rescue former companion Zhang Qi. Reward: 20 points upon completion. My eyes narrowed. I was just worrying about how to find my former teammates. I continued to instruct the grandfather and granddaughter. Remember what I just told you. You must not disobey in the slightest. I have something to do, so I'm leaving now. Meng Shanshan quickly asked, "Brother Xiaoyong, where are you going?" "Of course, to recruit more people and expand our team." Meanwhile, in a KTV, Zhang Qi was singing with his classmates. He was drunk and went to the bathroom. As soon as he stepped out, he bumped into a man and a woman. The woman looked at Zhang Qi with disgust. "So disgusting." Zhang Qi quickly waved his hands in apology. "I'm sorry." But the man next to her immediately flared up and kicked Zhang Qi to the ground. "You little bastard, don't you watch where you're going?" A classmate rushed over to check on him. "Are you okay, Zhang Qi?" After confirming Zhang Qi was not seriously injured, he angrily questioned the man. "Why did you hit him?" "Oh, you dare to talk back to me? I've never met anyone like you in my life." He then lifted the male classmate up. Zhang Qi quickly apologized. Big brother, it's all our fault. Please don't do anything." The manager noticed the situation. Another fight? They just couldn't keep quiet for a moment. He hurried over. "Gentlemen, please calm down." "Damn it, who the hell do you think you are? Do you know who I am? Even your boss wouldn't dare to grab my clothes. Get your boss out here right now. How dare he disrespect me? I don't think he wants to run this KTV anymore." While they were struggling, the manager quickly told Zhang Qi and his friends to go back. "Big brother, please calm down first." Soon, Zhang Qi and his friend returned to their private room, looking disheveled. A person named Chinchong asked, "What's with you two? You look like you're being chased by a dog." "You have no idea. We bumped into a gangster on the way back from the bathroom. He was drunk and wanted to beat us up. Thanks to the manager's quick thinking, we escaped a beating." "Damn it, when has our mechanical engineering class 3 ever been so cowardly? Let me call all the guys from our department. I don't believe we can't handle him." Zhang Qi quickly waved his hand to stop him. All right, we're graduating in less than a year. Let's not cause any trouble for ourselves. Let the music play on." But just then, the door to the private room was kicked open with a bang. The same group of people walked in angrily, and the manager was beaten black and blue. Zhang Qi and his friends were at a loss. The gangster pointed at Zhang Qi. "That's right, it's them. Brothers, get them." The manager could only squat by the side helplessly. Chinchong, who was next to Zhang Qi, wanted to stand up for them. "Do you dare to let me make a phone call first?" But the gangster wouldn't have it. He grabbed a wine bottle next to him. "Did I give you permission to speak?" With that, he smashed the bottle over Chinchong's head. Zhang Qi shouted in alarm, "Chinchong!" Meanwhile, I had just arrived at the KTV entrance. Just like college students, the apocalypse is about to begin, and they still have the heart to sing here. Meanwhile, Chinchong was knocked to the ground by a wine bottle, and the blood on the floor stained the carpet. Zhang Qi anxiously shouted, "Chinchong, are you okay?" The man next to him had a nonchalant expression. "How was that, baby? Feel better?" But the woman beside him was a little displeased. "What's there to feel better about? It wasn't him who bumped into me." The man pointed at Zhang Qi. "It was this kid who bumped into you, right?" Suddenly, Chinchong grabbed an ashtray from the coffee table, but he was immediately stopped by the man's henchman. "You little bastard, you dare to fight back?" The man was even more enraged. "It seems you've got some guts, you son of a bitch." Zhang Qi was stunned. Chinchong was knocked out by another wine bottle. At this point, Zhang Qi couldn't take it anymore and rushed towards the man, but another classmate was already trembling with fear. The man ordered his henchmen to kill them, but no one noticed that the manager suddenly sneezed, and snot shot out of his nose. As Zhang Qi was fighting with several henchmen, the manager's eyes suddenly became vacant, and 2 lines of black blood flowed from his eyes. Then, with a roar, he rushed towards the henchman and bit down hard on the long-haired man's shoulder. The long-haired man was furious. "Are you a fucking dog? Let go of me! Help me pull this dog off!" The third man was even more stunned and had a look of terror on his face, but the manager's strength was so great that he bit down on the long-haired man's shoulder and refused to let go. The two of them couldn't pull him off even with all their strength, but the next second, the manager suddenly turned his head and bit the henchman behind him on the arm, pinning him to the ground. "This guy is crazy. He's too strong." But just then, I grabbed the manager by the neck and lifted him high into the air. Then, with a reverse grip, I slammed him down. "I suggest you all stop right now." That crazy manager, who was as strong as an ox, was pinned down by this kid with one hand. The man asked coldly, "Who are you?" I ignored him and looked at Zhang Qi behind me. "None of you got bitten, right?" Zhang Qi replied, "No, why?" I immediately said to Zhang Qi, "Follow me." But the man grabbed Zhang Qi's shoulder. "I'm afraid he can't leave yet. We're not finished." Just then, the long-haired man coughed a few times and said, "Big brother, my head is spinning." The man thought his cold had gotten worse. I just glanced at the long-haired man coldly. The long-haired man then said, "I just had a runny nose this afternoon, but now I feel terrible." I immediately immediately asked, was your shoulder bitten by him? The long-haired man replied, yes. Why? I immediately realized it was bad. This guy was probably already infected, and now he was bitten so close to his head, he would probably turn in a short time. Without a word, I dragged the manager to the bathroom. Everyone asked, what are you doing? But I ignored them and threw the manager inside. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. Fortunately, this was only the beginning. I then clapped my hands and glanced at the stunned Zhang-Chi. A murderous aura erupted from my body. With that, I clenched my fists and rushed over. I grabbed his face and slammed him to the ground, cracking the floor. The long-haired man rushed over angrily. You bastard, you're looking for death. But I didn't give him a chance to get close. I elbowed him in the mouth, knocking out his teeth and knocking him to the ground. The long-haired man lay on the ground convulsing for a moment, then foamed at the mouth and passed out. A henchman asked, that's not right, bro. How did one punch make him have a seizure? I suddenly shouted, who else wants to try my fist? If you're not convinced, come on. I then stretched a bit and motioned for Zhang-Chi and his classmate to wait for me outside. But just as Zhang-Chi and his friends reached the door of the private room, the man and his underlings were also about to leave, but I blocked them in the room. The man asked me, what are you doing? I glanced at him with disdain. You've had a little to drink and you don't even know your own name, do you? You almost got my brother killed here. The man said fiercely, what nonsense are you talking about? Get out of my way. I gave the man a hard push, knocking him to the ground. You fucking little bastard, you're dead today. But I didn't care. I slammed the door shut. The man cursed from inside, you little bastard, open the door, or I'll skin you alive. But he didn't know that his henchman, the long-haired one, had already turned. His eyes were red, and with a sudden roar, he grabbed the man. The henchmen were confused. What the fuck are you doing? But I held the door shut. The sound of cursing at me from inside was endless. You fucking open the door. Why is the bathroom door open? Followed by a series of screams for help. Just then, a KTV staff member asked if I needed help. I told them, you need to lock this door. No one is allowed to open it. Then call the police and the hospital. Tell them there's a patient with frenzy flu in this room. The staff member was baffled. What's frenzy flu? Seeing his hesitation, I snapped, stop with the nonsense and just do it. I then had the staff lock the door from the outside and motioned to Zhang-Chi and the others. Let's go. The staff member was very confused. The commotion in the private room was too much. He wanted to open the door. A colleague asked, what's going on? A customer said there's a frenzy flu patient inside. The colleague was shocked. Is there really a frenzy flu? He immediately prepared to go to the monitoring room and reminded him not to open the door. But when he got to the monitoring room and looked at the screen, he and the others were stunned. The scene in the private room was horrifying. Call the police. Call the police. Hurry up and call the police. I immediately told Zhang-Chi and the others, let's go. This is not a place to stay. I then drove away. Zhang-Chi was still confused. Big brother, why did you help me? We don't seem to know each other. I replied, I was hired to protect you. You don't need to ask who the employer is. Suddenly, Zhang-Chi's classmate asked, Big brother, is that frenzy flu you mentioned real? Didn't the internet debunk it and say it doesn't exist? I replied calmly, was what just happened in that room a hallucination? Then, big brother, is there any cure for this frenzy flu? I immediately said seriously, this disaster won't pass, and it will only get worse. The entire world has entered the apocalyptic stage. Just then, screams came from outside the window. They looked out and saw a frenzy flu patient attacking a passerby. Only then did they believe in the existence of the frenzy flu. And this was just a small-scale, localized outbreak. The vast majority of people were still in the incubation period. It wouldn't be long before it became a large-scale, out-of-control situation. So, from now on, if you want to live, you have to listen to me. They all agreed in unison. Just then, the system prompted, mission former companions completed, and I had another 20 points. I should check what new rewards have been updated in the shop. Sugar, oil, and protein supply crate, 5 points. Armed deterrence supply crate, 5 points. Manual refresh, 2 points. The apocalypse cultivators crate was still there. It seems that to refresh it, I either had to sell it or spend points to refresh it manually. The other crates all seemed useful and weren't expensive. I decided to exchange them all when I got back to the fortress. Suddenly, my expression became very serious because there was a tricky problem to deal with. In my previous life, Zhang-Chi was betrayed by a roommate, which led to the deaths of several people at the hands of zombies. Only Zhang-Chi himself was lucky enough to survive. And who was the one who got the others killed? Meanwhile, with Cui Jing, honey, how are things on your end? When are you sending over the supplies you promised? It's too chaotic outside. I don't dare to go to the supermarket myself. Li Shuxiong replied, right away, baby. I'll send them over as soon as I'm done with what I'm doing. But just then, there was a knock on the door behind Cui Jing, which made her jump in fright. She hung up the phone and went to the door. Looking through the peephole, she saw it was her best friend, Wen Shuya. Why are you knocking so hard? Are you trying to scare me to death? Wen Shuya didn't answer, but said, Old man Lu from the first floor was taken away this morning. Cui Jing asked, how was he taken away? Wen Shuya said, by a police car and an ambulance. No wonder it was so noisy downstairs this morning. It seems that frenzy flu isn't just a rumor. Has Li Shuxiong sent the supplies he promised you? Cui Jing replied, not yet. I told you, no man is a good person. Call him right now. Tell him Jiang Xiaoyong has hoarded a lot of supplies, which could make him a fortune during the pandemic. Cui Jing was confused. How do you know? Wen Shuya said, after being kicked out by Jiang Xiaoyong last time, I arranged for a simp to follow him. Trucks of supplies have been going to his place every few days. Only then did Cui Jing realize. It seems Jiang Xiaoyong knew about the pandemic long ago. When Xia said, "That's not surprising. Didn't Li Shuxiong also know about it from the beginning? Listen to me. Call him now. The sooner we get this done, the more money Li Shuxiong can give us." Meanwhile, I brought Zhang Qi and the others back to the base. Seeing the apocalyptic fortress in front of them, they were all shocked. "This is too much. It's like a fortress." I smiled. Everyone's first reaction was the same. Uncle Sheng and Shanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaoyong, you're finally back. Are you okay?" I replied. "I'm fine." "Uncle Sheng, Shanshan, these are the new members I brought back. They are Zhang Qi and his classmates. From now on, they will be our companions. These two are Uncle Sheng and Shanshan. I hope everyone can get along." "Uncle Sheng, please show them around the base and explain our rules and information." The one with glasses laughed awkwardly. "Why do I feel like I'm in northern Myanmar?" Just then, Yiming, who was behind them, suddenly spoke up. Can you give us some weapons first, so we can have the strength to defend this place together?" I glanced at him coldly. Glasses motioned. "Yiming, don't be in such a hurry. We just got here. We have to earn their trust first." I replied calmly. "Don't worry, I'll give you weapons in a few days. By the way, this classmate's injuries are quite serious. Let's take him to the infirmary for observation first." Afterward, Zhang Qi and the others all cleaned up. "This is so refreshing." Just then, Yiming asked coldly, "Glasses, why did you stop me just now? If you hadn't, he might have given us the weapons." His tone was full of dissatisfaction. "Our situation now, to put it nicely, is that we're being protected. To put it bluntly, we're being held here under house arrest." Glasses said, "You can't say that. After all, he saved us." Zhang Qi quickly stepped in to mediate. "Didn't he say someone hired him to protect us?" Yiming replied with disdain. "What's his background? Why did he save us? Someone hired him? Who hired him? He won't say. Who knows what he's planning?" As he spoke, his eyes turned exceptionally cold. "And look at his attitude towards our bro Chong. He says he's in the infirmary for observation, but that infirmary is built more like a prison. Who knows if there are a few big guys waiting for bro Chong inside? He might have had his kidneys harvested as soon as he went in. So, brothers, we have to strike first." But Glasses immediately rejected his idea. "What if we've wronged him? Wouldn't that be repaying kindness with ingratitude?" But Yiming was disdainful. "I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. If what that Xiaoyong said is true, then why don't we just take over this fortress for ourselves? That's the only way to be in control, right? Besides that Xiaoyong, there's only an old man and a female student here. We can take them down now while that Xiaoyong is not around. And that female student is quite pretty. We could." The atmosphere suddenly became very quiet. Zhang Qi and the other one couldn't imagine he would have such thoughts. Yiming quickly waved his hand. "All right, don't be so nervous. I was just teasing you two fools." "Yiming, don't scare me. It's not even the apocalypse yet, and you're already planning to do such lawless things?" Glasses chimed in. "If he really wanted to harvest our kidneys, he could have just imprisoned us now. After all, he has a gun, right?" By now, the three of them had finished washing up. Yiming, who was behind them, smiled sinisterly. "A bunch of fools not worth scheming with. In a chaotic world, one must be ruthless. When I succeed, you two will be my lackeys for life." Meanwhile, I called Uncle Sheng and Shanshan in. Uncle Sheng said, "Zhang Qi and the others have all been settled. The one with more serious injuries, Chen Chong, is still in the infirmary. As you instructed, the doors and windows are all locked. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Sheng. You and Shanshan should get some rest. Something might come up tomorrow." As he was leaving, I reminded Uncle Sheng seriously, "Except for Zhang Qi and Chen Chong, you must be wary of the other two classmates. I have a feeling one of them is a traitor." After arranging everything, I went to the warehouse alone and opened the system shop. "I'll exchange these crates first and see what I get." With a ding from the system, Apocalypse Cultivators supply crate exchange successful. Sugar, oil, and protein supply crate exchange successful. Weapon deterrence supply crate exchange successful. Current remaining points 8. Obtained 50 corn seeds, 200 kilograms of starch sausages, 100 kilograms of pork with preserved vegetables, 50 boxes of old-style pickled cabbage noodles, 1,500 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Overall, these rewards were quite good, although they couldn't compare to spending money freely now. In the near future when resources were extremely scarce, these rewards were a royal flush. Meanwhile, on the road outside the fortress, 3 cars were speeding towards us. They soon arrived at the fortress gate. According to the address, this is the place. A group of thugs, led by a man in a black suit, were holding clubs and cursing. The man in the suit suddenly gave the order, "This is it, smash it." The thugs started smashing the gate wildly, but after a while, they realized something was wrong. "Boss, this door is probably an inch thick. We can't break it with what we have." The man in the suit cursed. "Damn it, who uses a door this thick? It looks like we have to bring out the heavy stuff today." He took a large box from the trunk, and inside were neatly arranged Molotov cocktails. The thugs immediately started throwing them at the fortress. The ground of the fortress began to burn. Thick smoke and raging flames soon turned it into a sea of fire. As more and more Molotov cocktails were thrown, Shanshan and the others rushed to put out the fire with water. Brother Xiaoyong was right. The disaster hasn't fully arrived yet, and extreme situations are already happening. I and the old man came out with rifles. "I wanted to see who was so foolish as to come here to die." Uncle Sheng said, "This person person looks familiar, and I think I've seen that car somewhere. Oh, right, Xiaoyong. It's the guy who fought with us on the highway. That's right, it's him. The man with the mustache also spotted me on the watchtower. Boss, they're out. He immediately gave the order. That's right, it's this little bastard. Get the hell out here, or I'll burn down your doghouse right now. Seeing his clownish behavior, I sneered. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Take your dogs and get the hell out of here. This enraged the thugs below. You little bastard. What the fuck did you just say? You probably don't know who our boss is. Stop talking nonsense with this kid. Bring out the other 2 boxes of Molotov cocktails. But just then, the system issued a new mission. Normal threat. The base is under attack. Please eliminate the threat as soon as possible. Reward 10 points. Uncle Shing asked me what to do, whether to fire a warning shot. I immediately said it wasn't necessary. These guys are obviously scumbags from society. They dare to commit arson before order has completely collapsed. Letting these scumbags live will not only harm more innocent people but also threaten our safety. So, I pulled the trigger without hesitation. A thug's arm was shot off, and he screamed in pain. My arm. My arm. I sneered. I guess I missed. I've been living a peaceful life for too long. My marksmanship has gotten rusty. Damn it, boss. They have a gun. Retreat, you little bastard. Just you wait. But I had no intention of letting them go. Today's business is today's business. I hate waiting. In the instant I spoke, several bullets shot out, piercing the chests and heads of several thugs. The others managed to escape to their car. Drive. Let's go. I'm going to make that kid wish he was never born. Uncle Shing reminded me. They're trying to escape in the car. I motioned to him. Don't worry. That's why I have an automatic rifle. I fired a burst of bullets, turning the car roof into a beehive. I then skillfully reloaded, stunning Uncle Shing. This hip firing and reloading proficiency, even during my military service, I probably couldn't do it like Xiaoyong. What's his background? After a burst of rat-a-tat-tat, the scumbags went completely silent, all shot dead by me. Uncle Shing, go get Zhang Qi and the others. Have them clean up the battlefield. But then I realized that wasn't a good idea. We were still in the early stages of the disaster. It would be better to let these guys turn into zombies and use them for Zhang Qi and Shanshan to practice on. I told Uncle Shing, never mind, just let them lie on the road. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the apocalyptic fortress, several cars were speeding towards me. It was that guy, Li Shuxiong. Are we there yet? Cui Jing and Wenxuya were with him. Wenxuya smiled. The next intersection. Cui Jing was furious. You put on this act whenever you see Li Shuxiong. Do you really think I don't know what you're up to? Just then, Li Shuxiong in the car suddenly spoke. I'll park my car here. Baby, send me a message when you get inside. Cui Jing got out of the car and pulled Wenxuya along. Shuya, you come with me. Wenxuya was reluctant. Do I have to go? Of course. How am I supposed to know which factory it is? Wenxuya motioned to him. Just go straight. It's 2 intersections ahead. But Cui Jing pulled her out. Stop with the nonsense. Let's go. Hey, don't pull me. My phone is still in my bag. After Cui Jing and Wenxuya left, Li Shuxiong immediately instructed his men. Everyone get ready. As soon as I start the car, you follow. The lead thug picked up his walkie-talkie and replied, Roger. Everyone get ready. Hey, Jing, why did you have to drag me along? Cui Jing glanced at her with disdain. We're both old foxes. Do you really think you can fool me with your little tricks? Hey, Jing, you've wronged me. I dressed so nicely just to make sure we could handle that loser Jiang Xiaoyong. After all, he knows about you and Li Shuxiong. But the next second, the 2 of them were stunned. What's going on up ahead? Seeing the bodies all over the ground, they were horrified. What the hell happened here? Was there a shootout? That's not right, Jing. How did all these people die? Maybe we should go back? But from the bloodstains, these people have been dead for a while. Could it be that 2 groups fought over supplies? Doesn't that mean Jiang Xiaoyong is probably in trouble? It's no great loss if he's dead, but I wonder if the supplies are still there. But Wenxuya kept wanting to go back and have Li Shuxiong and the others come and see. But Cui Jing motioned to her. Don't be afraid. Let's sneak over quietly and see if the factory gate is locked. Damn, this gate is so solid. We can't see anything inside. Does that mean Jiang Xiaoyong is okay? But the next second, a voice from the tower startled them. Who are you 2? What are you doing here? It was Shanshan with a weapon. Wenxuya quickly said, we're friends of Jiang Xiaoyong. This is Jiang Xiaoyong's girlfriend. Shanshan immediately reported to me, Brother Xiaoyong, there are 2 young ladies outside. One of them claims to be your girlfriend. Cui Jing was so angry she gritted her teeth. I knew it. No wonder this bastard's attitude changed. He found a new girlfriend. But when Wenxuya motioned to her, you have to endure it. And that girl up there has a crossbow. Can Li Shuxiong and his men handle it? Cui Jing motioned. Don't worry. Li Shuxiong brought several handguns. As long as we get them to open the door, he can take down Jiang Xiaoyong. Just then, I came over. What are you doing here? As I spoke, I activated the mind's eye. 2 hostile expressions appeared above their heads. Wenxuya quickly explained, oh, Brother Xiaoyong, we're friends after all. Can't we just come and see you? It's so chaotic outside. We were both so worried about you. Aren't you worried about us? I sneered. Worried about me? If I'm not mistaken, that bastard Li Shuxiong is nearby, right? He brought a lot of people and weapons to wait for me, didn't he? The 2 of them were shocked. How did this guy Jiang Xiaoyong know so clearly? But I didn't give them a chance to explain. Several bullets shot out. Jiang Xiaoyong, are you fucking crazy? How dare you shoot at me? When Wenxuya motioned, Cui Jing, calm down. This guy has a weapon. What if you provoke him? But Cui Jing couldn't care less. What's there to be afraid of? Do you think he'd dare to shoot and kill kill me? I sneered. Shoot and kill you? That would be too easy for you. As soon as I finished speaking, a sense of crisis welled up in their hearts. When they turned around, they saw that the previous bodies had all turned, standing up one by one. And that was my goal. I wanted them to die at their hands. The zombie horde roared and charged at Cui Jing and the other one. They quickly turned and fled, not forgetting the call for Li Shuxiong in the car. Li Shuxiong, save us. There are zombies everywhere. Li Shuxiong was also shocked. Damn it, how did Frenzy Flu patients suddenly appear here? He immediately ordered his men, turn around. There's Frenzy Flu, turn around quickly. He completely ignored Cui Jing and the other one being chased by zombies. Li Shuxiong, you bastard, and I usually served you so well. I don't want to die here. She threw her backpack at Wenshuya. You bitch, go to hell. Wenshuya lost her balance, slipped, and fell to the ground with a thud. She was filled with despair, only able to watch as the zombie horde rushed towards her and tore her apart like a meal. Cui Jing, you bitch, you bastard, you won't die a good death. But Cui Jing didn't care about her life or death. You brought this on yourself. You can't blame anyone else. Shan Shan had already covered her mouth in fear. Suddenly, the system prompted, normal threat completed, 10 points obtained. It then issued a new mission, street cleaning, requires cleaning up the infected and monsters wandering outside the stronghold. Only then did Shan Shan realize that those guys had turned into zombies out of thin air. I explained to her, we've officially entered the apocalypse now. The air contains a large amount of otherworldly infectious sources. Exposed corpses will quickly turn into zombies. Even injured and weak living people have a high risk of mutation. Now, go and inform everyone to come for a meeting. Everyone has seen what's happening outside. So, for the next few days, unless necessary, try to stay indoors. Close the doors and windows tightly and let your bodies gradually adapt to the infectious source. This can greatly reduce the risk of mutation. Zhang Qi was worried. Then what about Bro Chong? Meanwhile, in the isolation room, Bro Chong's arms were bulging with blue veins, and he was trembling and twitching, his blood vessels spreading wildly inside his body. Meanwhile, in the human world, Zhang Xingzhe looked out the window at the crowd. It looks like it's chaotic outside now. I have to go to the warehouse tonight to bring back the rest of the supplies. Shaoli, you and Shuai wait for me at home. Don't open the door for anyone but me. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Xingzhe looked at the door nervously. Who could it be at this time? He made a shoot gesture and walked to the door with a golf club. A voice came from outside. Brother Zhe, are you home? Seeing it was Yang Tao, Zhang Xingzhe breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's Yang Tao. He then opened the door, but he was met with a hard kick from Yang Tao, who knocked him to the ground and restrained him. Zhang Xingzhe was furious. Yang Tao, what the fuck do you want? But Yang Tao just looked at him coldly. Yang Tao, what the fuck is the meaning of this? I've been so good to you. Without me, could you have earned the money for a down payment on a house? Good to me? You have the fucking nerve to say that again. In your eyes, I'm just a lackey. I did earn some down payment money because of you, but you earned enough for several houses. Stop with the nonsense. Give me your warehouse key and address right now. Zhang Xingzhe glared at Yang Tao fiercely. Yang Tao looked at him with disdain. You look tough, huh? He then grabbed Shaoli's hair. You fucking come here, you bad guy. Let go of my mom. But he was met with a merciless slap from Yang Tao. You little bastard, have you turned into a frenzy flu patient? He slapped him again. Zhang Xingzhe roared. You bastard, come at me if you have the guts. Let go of my wife and child. Letting them go is not impossible. As long as you cooperate, they'll be safe. Take us to the warehouse right now. Helpless, Zhang Xingzhe could only comply. But when he opened the warehouse, Yang Tao was disappointed. Yang Tao immediately asked, why is there so little left? Zhang Xingzhe explained slowly, isn't it because of the big client you found? There isn't even much near expired and expired food left. Yang Tao rubbed his chin. Jiang Xiaoyong, if we can take over the supplies hoarded in Jiang Xiaoyong's area, then wouldn't we be set? Zhang Xingzhe warned him, I'd advise you to stay away from him. I happened to see him when I was delivering the goods. He had a weapon tucked in his belt. That kid must have known about the apocalypse in advance. But Yang Tao was nonchalant. That's your problem to worry about. Zhang Xingzhe immediately asked, what do you mean? Yang Tao said coldly, trade Jiang Xiaoyong's supplies for the safety of your wife and child. What do you think, Brother Zhe? Is that a fair deal? Zhang Xingzhe was furious, but in the current situation, he had no choice. Meanwhile, at the apocalyptic fortress, I led everyone to observe Qinchang's every move. Qinchang was on the verge of turning, constantly struggling and roaring. Zhang Qi and the others had different expressions. Yiming decisively suggested killing him. My eyes turned cold at his words. Zhang Qi questioned, Yiming, what did you say? You want to kill Bro Chong? Yiming said, Bro Chong is already dead. If we don't deal with him soon, he'll harm us all if he breaks free. But Zhang Qi said, no, Bro Chong is our brother. You're giving up on him without even trying? Just then, Glasses looked at me for help. Yiming is right. Once it starts, there's almost no chance of recovery. I took out the dagger from my waist and handed it to Yiming. Take it. Yiming was confused. What's this? I glared at him coldly. I want you to finish him now. Yiming trembled all over. I kept saying to him, you've always wanted a weapon, haven't you? Now, take the weapon and let him go. Yiming gritted his teeth and grabbed the dagger. Just then, Zhang Qi stood up, walked over, and snatched the dagger from Yiming's hand. Brother Xiaoyong, let me do it. When I handed the dagger to Zhang Qi, he took it and his whole body began to tremble. I reminded him from the side, think carefully. What if everything I said before was a lie? Once you stab him, you'll be a murderer. her, but Zhang Qi was very determined. I trust you, Brother Xiaoyong. I smiled. Then, do it. Zhang Qi looked at the struggling Chinchong one last time, raised the dagger, and was about to stab him in the head. The next second, the still struggling Chinchong suddenly stopped. It turned out that just as Zhang Qi was about to kill him, I grabbed his arm and stopped him. Zhang Qi was very confused and looked back at me. What's wrong, Brother Xiaoyong? I explained to him. His situation is special. I have other uses for him. You all go out first. It turned out that I had suddenly received a system notification. Congratulations on discovering a rare variant. I then slammed the door shut and looked at the constantly roaring Chinchong. Chinchong, right? Chinchong made a goo-goo sound in his throat. I looked at him seriously. I have a very important mission for you, so you must be obedient. Meanwhile, with Zhang Xingzhe, he was driving his car towards me when he accidentally crashed into a telephone pole. Zhang Xingzhe snorted. Damn, what bad luck. Fortunately, it's not far, but he didn't know that a zombie had suddenly appeared behind him. It rushed towards Zhang Xingzhe and bit him on the arm, making him scream in pain. After finally pushing the zombie away, he turned and ran back to the car, taking out a steel bar from inside. Damn you, you bastard. He smashed it on the zombie's head. After knocking the zombie down, he didn't forget to smash it a few more times. But soon, several more zombies appeared behind him. Zhang Xingzhe realized he couldn't stay here any longer and walked towards my fortress. Meanwhile, at the fortress gate, a few zombies were wailing outside. Hearing the commotion, I came out, picked up my weapon, and led everyone to take care of these zombies. Shanshan suddenly said, Brother Xiaoyong, it's so inconvenient and uncomfortable with these things tied to my hands. I explained seriously, zombies have no reason, so their explosive power is much greater than that of a normal person. It's very dangerous, and with your current combat experience, you're prone to injury, so you must wear protective gear. You can take it off later when you have more experience. We soon found the zombies in front of us. Everyone get ready. This is within the zombies' sensory range. At the same time, the zombies also discovered our presence, roared, and charged at me. I didn't forget to remind them, remember what I told you. Look out for each other and keep your distance. I easily dodged the zombies' attack. Taking advantage of the zombies' miss, I immediately reminded them, aim for the temples and the back of the neck. Glasses rushed over with a burst of speed and slashed at the zombie's head. But with a clang, Glasses grabbed his wrist and cried out in pain. I told him, the zombie's skull is the hardest part. You won't be able to do it like that. But the next second, the zombie grabbed Glasses by the neck and bit down on his long knife. Glasses shouted, save me. I smiled. Your defensive posture is quite standard. Zhang Qi, your teammate needs you now. Zhang Qi, holding a club, came up behind the zombie and smashed it on the neck. With their combined efforts, they finally subdued the zombie. Not bad, not bad. You're starting to look like something now. But he didn't know that a zombie had suddenly appeared behind me. Brother Xiaoyong, how did we do? But the next second, he was stunned. The zombie had already rushed up behind me. Zhang Qi shouted, Brother Xiaoyong, be careful. Just as the zombie was about to bite my shoulder, the next second, I easily subdued it. Did you forget what I told you? You must never neglect to observe your surroundings at all times. The others were baffled. They didn't expect me to be able to subdue a zombie so easily. And as for Zhang Xingzhe, he had already sneaked outside the fortress. I didn't expect there to be so many zombies in this place. Has that guy Jiang Xiaoyong already been taken care of? But then he heard several people talking. Your comrade's back needs your support. That's right. You must always be vigilant. And Zhang Xingzhe immediately recognized my voice. What the hell? Are Jiang Xiaoyong and his group hunting zombies? And just as he was peeking at me, a dark shadow suddenly fell at his feet. It was Wenxia, who had been bitten to death by a zombie. She grabbed Zhang Xingzhe's pant leg, and he collapsed to the ground in fear, his face filled with terror. The zombified Wenxia roared and rushed at Zhang Xingzhe with her cherry-like mouth open. Zhang Xingzhe knew it was bad. It's over. But the next second, with a bang, Wenxia's head exploded. Zhang Xingzhe was scared stiff. When he looked carefully, he saw that I had blown Wenxia's head off with one shot. Zhang Xingzhe quickly got up and looked at me with a grimace, but my eyes were cold. Zhang Xingzhe, what are you doing here? Brother Yong, I'm so glad to see you alive. But I immediately noticed the wound on his arm. It was obviously a bite from the zombified Wenxia. I immediately pointed my gun at his forehead. You've been bitten. Zhang Xingzhe pleaded for his life. Brother Yong, please don't shoot. I have something to say. I know I'm a goner. I'll probably turn into a zombie in less than half a day. But that bastard Yang Tao, he kidnapped my wife and child and used them to force me to try and trick you and take over your resources. I know I'm not a noble person, but I don't think I've ever done anything truly evil. My wife and child are innocent. Those bastards won't let my wife and child go. Their fate will probably be even more tragic than mine. So, Brother Yong, I'm begging you, for the sake of me helping you hoard supplies, please save them. I thought for a moment. Although his initial intention was to make money for himself, he did help me a lot. The fortress still had a lot of capacity, and the ratio of men to women was a bit unbalanced. But just then, with a ding from the system, I didn't expect there to be a mission reward. This gave me even more motivation to save his wife and child. New mission, rescue Zhang Xingzhe's wife and child. Reward, 25 points. Street cleaning mission is 70% complete. So I said to Zhang Xingzhe, don't worry, I'll take care of your wife and child. Seeing me agree, Zhang Xingzhe immediately kowtowed. Thank you, Brother Yong. I may not be able to repay you in this life, life, but I hope I can still serve you in the next. With that, he sat on the ground. Do it, Brother Yong. It turned out that Zhang Xingzhe wanted me to finish him. He didn't want to become a zombie and threaten the lives of his wife and child. Seeing him like this, I felt a little reluctant. I had Shanshan ride a bicycle out of the warehouse for him and motioned for him to go far away from the crowd, to a sparsely populated area. You don't need to know why. You don't have much time. Listen to me and do as I say. Zhang Xingzhe also felt a weight lift from his shoulders. I understand, Brother Yong, but thank you anyway. He then rode his bicycle into the wilderness. At this moment, Zhang Xingzhe had only one thought in his mind, his wife and son, but this was the end of their fate in this life. As for me, I had also cleaned up the zombies outside the gate. I poured gasoline on the zombies, and with a click of the lighter, the zombies were engulfed in flames. It's finally over. Everyone must be exhausted today. With their current strength and experience, 2 or 3 people with ordinary cold weapons should be able to hunt down a lone zombie without injury, but if they faced a small group of zombies or a zombie tide, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it. So, I said loudly, all of you, follow me. I then led everyone to the warehouse door and gave him the key. This is where the weapons are stored. I'm going to the city tonight. The security of the fortress is your responsibility. Uncle Sheng looked at me with concern. The city is in chaos right now. Are you going alone? Just then, Zhang Qi suddenly spoke up. Brother Xiaoyong, how about the 3 of us go with you? I motioned. No need. You guys can't handle the dangers outside right now. You'd just be a burden. Uncle Sheng, I'm counting on you. Afterward, I took a machine gun and set off for the city alone. I opened the system shop and saw that it was empty. This system shop refreshes too slowly. It costs 2 points to refresh it manually, but this mission was a bit tricky. To be on the safe side, I should refresh it manually. With a ding from the system refreshed with a 20-point black tech supply crate, a 5-point healing supply crate, and a 5-point armed deterrence supply crate, but the manual refresh had gone from 2 points to 4 points. It seemed I had to be more frugal with these points in the future. However, the crate I got from refreshing with points was quite cool, and I had enough points for it. So, I spent 20 points to exchange for the black tech supply crate. The moment I opened the crate, a blinding white light appeared, and I was rewarded with a physical enhancement potion. What the hell? This is like a flashbang, but the +5 physical enhancement potion surprised me. Without a word, I jabbed it into my arm, and the pain made my whole body contort. Just then, the system prompted, Attribute 13, 260% of a normal person. Meanwhile, at Zhang Xingzhe's house, Shuai, don't be afraid. Believe that your dad will take care of everything. Just then, Yang Tao and his men walked over menacingly. What do you want? What do we want? Of course, to take out our frustration on you. With that, he ripped off Zhang Xingzhe's wife's clothes. These scumbags pinned the woman to the ground, and no matter how much she cried out, it was useless. Just play with us, brothers. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared and stopped them. What are you doing? What's with all the noise? The buzz-cut man said awkwardly. Brotherly, come and play with us. But this earned him a scolding from Brotherly. The job isn't even done yet, and you're already thinking about messing around? Let her go, now. But the flat-headed man was displeased. What's the matter? Brotherly, this isn't the first time we've done this. Brotherly was furious. If you mess with his wife and child now, what if this woman decides to kill herself? Then Zhang Xingzhe will have nothing to lose and will fight us to the death. No one will benefit, understand, you idiot? He then smiled strangely. After we deal with Zhang Xingzhe, we brothers can have our fun together. This woman won't get a day off. Hearing this, the men had to stop. Before leaving, they stuck their tongues out at the woman. Wait for me, little baby. Only the sobbing mother and son were left. Soon, night fell. A few zombies would appear on the street from time to time, but I was calm. With a physique of 13, twice that of a normal person, my reaction and control had also greatly improved. I easily navigated the congested streets. This feeling was fantastic. The main city was just ahead, and there were more zombies on the street, so I couldn't continue driving. It would be too conspicuous. I had to go on foot now, but just then, the sound of a zombie came from behind. I quickly turned around and saw 2 zombies rushing towards me. I quickly dodged the attack, and then my fist shot past the zombie's ear, followed by an over-the-shoulder slam, picking it up and throwing it at the other zombie. I then casually opened my spatial ring, and a long knife appeared in my hand. The zombies roared at me, but I knew I had to finish them quickly. I rushed forward, and with 2 flashes of cold light, I killed the 2 zombies, leaving only their heads rolling on the ground. I was very satisfied. With my strength and reaction time, I could easily crush the current zombies. A physique twice that of a normal person was truly different, and my perception had also greatly improved. Suddenly, I heard the sound of someone calling for help, about 800 meters ahead. Just then, with a ding, congratulations on triggering a random encounter mission. It turned out that a few people ahead were being besieged by zombies. A strong-looking security guard said, "Quick, bring some more heavy objects over." A child next to him was worried. "Dad, are we going to die here today?" "Don't worry, son. These bastards will never get in. Even if they do, it's no big deal. We'll just go and reunite with your mom early." The boy broke down in tears. "I don't want to die." The security guard immediately scolded him. "Old Song, can't you say something nice? Don't make things worse here." Old Song was not to be outdone. If I knew how to talk, I would have been the property manager long ago. The security guard also realized the situation was very grim. Was this the day he was going to die? And there were more more and more zombies outside. Soon, the zombie horde started attacking the glass door. The crowd panicked. What's going on? The next second, a zombie suddenly crashed into the glass door, knocking Old Song's son to the side. Old Song immediately looked forward. There was only the black blood of the zombie on the glass, and it didn't attack again. The security guard quickly ordered, Old Song, you and Zishuan move the two heavy objects away a bit. Remember, be quiet and don't make any noise. But when they opened the glass door, they found that all the zombies outside were lying on the ground. They were all confused. What happened? Who could have done this? Just then, Zishuan screamed in terror. It's a variant. It must be a variant. Old Song was baffled. What's a variant? Zishuan explained. A variant is a stronger and more agile version of a normal zombie. That's how it's described in comics, novels, and games. Old Song was scared out of his wits. Comics, novels, games? Is that all you have in your head? No wonder your grades are at the bottom. Hearing the father and son arguing, the security guard turned back. Old Song, you're so tactless. Now is not the time to be arguing about this. Help me carefully observe our surroundings. Don't let this so-called variant sneak up on us. Everyone, watch your own direction and slowly gather at the meeting point. As they walked, they stopped at a corner. At the same time, my rescue mission was completed, and I was rewarded with 5 points. Just then, they also noticed my presence and looked at my back with confusion. Song Zishuan screamed in terror. A variant. He must be that variant. But the security guard had a different opinion. I think he's a survivor. I smiled. A variant? Heh, you have a rich imagination, young man. It's not yet the time for variants to be everywhere. Seeing that I was human, the security guard's tense mood relaxed. So you are a survivor. Young man, you can't be like this. It's too dangerous to walk around alone. We have to stick together to survive. Come with us. I suddenly asked, who are you? Are you the only ones here? The security guard first looked around warily. We're out looking for supplies. There are still many civilians gathered at Fragrant Banyan Garden. Hearing this, I was puzzled. Fragrant Banyan Garden? I remember Golden Radiance Mansion isn't far from there, right? Old Song said. Not far. Just a street away. Just then, Old Song patted my shoulder. Young man, come with us. There's strength in numbers, and your Uncle Lee here has a gun for protection. Hearing them say this, I couldn't help but feel amused, but I still smiled and said, alright, thank you then. I then followed Uncle Lee and the others to the street. Just then, Uncle Song suddenly asked, young man, you're asking about Golden Radiance Mansion. Are you going to meet someone important? A relative or a girlfriend? Let me give you a heads up, young man. You need to be mentally prepared. It's the apocalypse now. No matter who you're looking for, they're probably dead by now. Just then, Uncle Lee chimed in. Even if they weren't killed by the frenzy flu patients, they might have encountered those bastards. I was confused. What bastards? They're a group of villains who have taken over the Jade Mountain Villa area in the east of the city. They harm other survivors to survive. I encountered them once, and many of my companions died at their hands. Anyway, let's not talk about it. In short, be careful when you meet other survivors. But just as he was speaking, a zombie suddenly appeared. Song Zishuan immediately warned, Uncle Lee, be careful. The next second, the zombie rushed in front of Uncle Lee. With a few bangs from the gun, 2 holes appeared in the zombie's head. Damn it, a zombie dares to sneak up on me? I'll let you have a taste of my bullets. But the gunshots also attracted the attention of more zombies, who all started to gather here. Uncle Lee was anxious. What should we do? I have to stay calm. He then looked at the bus on the side. I've got it. He shouted to the others. Everyone, get on that bus. Uncle Lee's command had its pros and cons. Rushing around could attract more zombies, but the bus, as a sealed shelter, was perfect for defense. The only drawback was that once it was overrun, there was nowhere to retreat. Uncle Lee shouted anxiously, kid, stop dawdling. Keep up. At the last moment, I finally got on the bus. Uncle Lee then slammed the door shut. Everyone, check every seat carefully. See if there are any hidden frenzy flu patients. Song Zishuan looked out the window and shouted, they haven't given up. They're still gathering here. In the blink of an eye, the zombie horde rushed to the window. Uncle Lee knew it was bad. Damn, were we too slow? But the zombies outside kept smashing the car windows. As more and more zombies gathered, Uncle Lee was clearly struggling. Seeing that the zombie horde was about to break through the door, I had no choice but to step in and easily shut the door. Uncle Lee was baffled. A moment later, he reacted. Damn it, how are you so strong? I replied calmly, I'll watch the door. They can't open it. You go and get everyone to smash the windows and fight back. Uncle Lee went to arrange for everyone to take action. Soon, the car windows were smashed by everyone working together. The zombies were even more frantic, roaring at the windows. The next second, the lead zombie's head was hit. It was the violent Uncle Song who had attacked. Damn it, die, you zombie. The others held Uncle Song's body tightly, but there were too many zombies, and Uncle Lee's gun was clearly running out of bullets. Just then, I reminded Uncle Lee from behind, use this. Uncle Lee was confused. Where did you get a crossbow? I lied. I just picked it up. With the powerful output of the crossbow, one by one, the zombies' foreheads were shot through. With Uncle Lee and Uncle Song's skilled cooperation, the zombie horde outside was soon largely dead. In a short time, all the zombies outside were dealt with. Just then, Song Zishuan spoke slowly. Twice we've escaped danger. This is definitely not a coincidence. Are we the chosen ones of the apocalypse? I was too lazy to respond. You must always be careful and not make such careless mistakes again. Meanwhile, at the apocalyptic fortress, I hope everything is going well on Xiaoyong's end. Yiming, who was behind him, suddenly spoke up. How about I take the night watch tonight? Glasses smiled slyly. Why are you so eager today, kid? This completely enraged Yiming. What the fuck are you talking about? When have I ever not been eager? You should mind your own business. Glasses was baffled. What's wrong? Why such a big reaction? Uncle Shing just glanced at the two of them. Alright, since Yiming has volunteered for the night watch, the rest of you can go get some rest. Yiming, be careful. If anything happens, wake everyone up. Soon. It was late at night. It's getting late. Everyone should be asleep by now. I have to get this done before Jiang Xiaoyong gets back. Uncle Sheng was already fast asleep, with the key to the armory on his pillow. Suddenly, the door behind him creaked open, and Yiming appeared. Yiming tiptoed to Uncle Sheng's bed. Just as he was about to reach for the armory key, Uncle Sheng's eyes suddenly flew open. He sat up and questioned, Yiming, what are you doing? Seeing that his plan was exposed, Yiming gritted his teeth in anger. He then punched Uncle Sheng in the head. Uncle Sheng let out a pained ouch, and Yiming fled without looking back. Lu Yiming, you bastard. What are you trying to do? Give me back the key. Uncle Sheng's shouts instantly alerted the others in the room. Shanshan was the first to come out. What happened? Uncle Sheng, holding his face, explained, it's Lu Yiming. That bastard stole the armory key. You guys, go and get him back. Zhang Qi and the others followed Yiming closely. Yiming, stop. What are you doing with the armory key? But Yiming ignored them and pushed over a ladder in the hallway. Don't come any closer. Zhang Qi shouted angrily. Lu Yiming, what the fuck are you trying to do? As Yiming passed the infirmary door, a wicked idea came to his mind. He might as well go all in. He opened the door and came to Bro Chong. I'm sorry, Bro Chong. He was about to undo the straps that bound Bro Chong, but the next second, Yiming was stunned. Bro Chong's other hand suddenly reached out and roared at Yiming. Yiming exclaimed, damn it, why is the strap on his other hand loose? Was it not tied properly? This works out perfectly for me. I don't have to risk untying him myself. Soon, Zhang Qi and the others caught up and saw a figure in the distance. Zhang Qi knew it was bad. That bastard Lu Yiming. He let Bro Chong out of the infirmary. We're done for. Is he trying to kill us? Uncle Shing also cursed from the side. I didn't expect this kid to be such a beast. It's my fault for being blind. Shanshan asked anxiously. What should we do? Grandpa, our weapons are all locked in the warehouse. Uncle Shing immediately commanded, let's lock Chen Chong back in the infirmary first. Everyone, spread out and follow the method Xiaoyong taught us. Be careful not to get bitten by him. Hearing this, they were about to take action, but strangely, Bro Chong didn't even move. Seeing this, they rushed forward. Zhang Qi put Bro Chong in a headlock, and Bro Chong could only let out a series of piercing roars. In the blink of an eye, they had Bro Chong under control. Uncle Shing continued to command, now, quickly lock him in the infirmary. Be careful. The three of them shouted 3, 2, 1 and pushed Bro Chong inside, then slammed the infirmary door shut. Uncle Shing watched Bro Chong in the room through the glass, nervous. It was strange. Was it his imagination? It didn't feel very difficult to subdue him. Zhang Qi, Shanshan, and the others had the same thought. Just then, Uncle Shing remembered Yiming. But we've wasted so much time here. That little bastard probably has the weapons by now. But just then, Yiming's body peeked out from around the corner. Who are you calling a little bastard? You old thing. Damn it. I don't know where that bastard Jiang Xiaoyong hid the weapons. I searched for a long time and only found one, but it's more than enough to deal with you guys. After I'm done with you, I'll take my time looking. Now, all of you, listen to me. Get into that house behind you. Zhang Qi immediately questioned, Lu Yiming, what the fuck are you doing? Brother Xiaoyong is our savior. But Yiming was disdainful. What fucking savior? Look at his arrogant attitude. Just because he saved us once, do we have to be his slaves for the rest of our lives? Uncle Shing was furious. Stop it, you ungrateful wolf. Xiaoyong was blind to have saved you. Glasses chimed in, Yiming, don't be like this. But Yiming couldn't care less. Stop with the nonsense. Do as I say. But he didn't know that Bro Chong in the infirmary was staring at him, his eyes full of murderous intent. He was making a hissing sound, and in his hand was the key to the infirmary door. Meanwhile, at Fragrant Banyan Garden, the next intersection is Golden Radiance Mansion. The terrain in the community is very complex, and it's easy for zombies to hide. Young man, you must be careful. After you find the person you're looking for, remember to come and meet us at Fragrant Banyan Garden. We're in Building 8. Remember to take the side door, not the main entrance. I gave him a thumbs up. Thank you for the reminder. Watching me walk away, Uncle Song looked at Uncle Lee and asked, aren't we going to help him? He's kind of our savior. But Uncle Lee said, we don't know the situation in Golden Radiance Mansion. If we accidentally run into a horde of zombies, we won't be able to get out alive. We've reminded him of what we should have. It's a pity he has such good skills. I hope he can return safely. Meanwhile, at Golden Radiance Mansion, there was a large group of zombies downstairs. Xiao Tao kept sighing. The power is out. The phone has no signal. I wonder how Zhang Xingzhe is doing. But the flat-headed man next to him didn't answer, but cursed. I don't care anymore. I've been holding it in for so long. I have to let it out tonight, or I won't be able to sleep. A accomplice next to him chimed in. You're right. Zhang Xingzhe is probably already dead. Let's tie up his wife when we have our fun. That way, this woman won't have a chance to kill herself. Anyway, let's have fun first. We might get killed by zombies any day. Helpless. Brother Lee could only agree. Alright then, but you guys have to be careful. Don't kill that woman. As he spoke, Brother Lee happened to look downstairs. What's going on outside? Why are all the zombies downstairs dead now? So, Brother Lee stood up and walked out into the hallway, but he didn't find anything unusual. Could it be that that help has arrived? But the next second, his heart skipped a beat. A purple light flashed, and then Brother Lee's throat made a gurgling sound. His head fell to the ground with a thud, leaving only his body standing there. Meanwhile, in the room, the woman was desperate. What are you doing? Get out of here. But the flat-headed man didn't care. He was about to unbuckle his belt. Alright, stop fucking pretending. Come on and let me enjoy you. He grabbed the child in the woman's arms, slapped her, and then threw the child aside like a piece of trash. Be a good girl. You're our target. I've been waiting for a long time. The boy tried to fight back. I'll fight you. But with a scream, the boy was thrown out of the door by the flat-headed man. The door slammed shut with a bang. You bad guys, let go of my mom, or my dad will not let you off when he gets back. But as soon as the boy finished speaking, Brother Lee's headless body fell in with a thud. The boy was first stunned, then terrified when he saw the body. Then, a voice came from outside the door. Kid. The boy's jaw dropped. Who are you? I just asked calmly. Zhang Xingji's your dad, right? Yes, Zhang Xingji's my dad. What do you want? Meanwhile, the woman in the room had her coat stripped off, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. But the next second, with a slap, Yang Tao slapped her. Damn it, scream for me. Are you afraid your son will hear? Scream for me, or we won't have fun. But the flat-headed man stroked the woman's hair. If you don't want to scream, then don't. I'll go first. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang. They thought it was the boy. You little brat, you're pretty strong. But before he could finish, with a crack of his neck, the door was kicked open. Yang Tao was confused. What are you waiting for? Kick that little brat out. But as soon as he finished speaking, the underling fell to the ground, his head rolling to the side. The flat-headed men were stunned. Yang Tao was sweating profusely. What's going on? But the next second, I grabbed Yang Tao by the forehead and slammed him to the ground. Yang Tao immediately started wailing, and a mouthful of old blood from 1982 shot out of his mouth. The flat-headed man immediately questioned, who are you? What do you want? I was too lazy to waste my breath on him and stomped on his face with my foot. Meanwhile, at the apocalyptic fortress, Yiming held up his gun and warned, I'll say it one last time, get moving or I'll shoot. Uncle Shing immediately replied, this guy has a gun. Listen to him and go into that room he mentioned. You guys do as he says, and I'll figure out the rest. But Yiming sneered at Uncle Shing's idea. A dying man, and you're going to figure it out? It seems I have to make an example of someone today, or I won't be able to establish my authority. So, I'll have to start with you, old geezer. He was about to pull the trigger. Shan Shan and Zhang Qi immediately tried to stop him. No, stop, Yiming. But just then, the infirmary door suddenly made a sound. Yiming immediately looked inside. What's going on? The infirmary is clearly locked. Why is the lock opening from the inside? But the next second, everyone was stunned. Bro Chong had somehow opened the door and walked out, with the key still in the door. Did Chin Chong open the door himself? That's impossible. He's a frenzy flu patient. He can't use a key. But at this moment, Chin Chong's eyes were bloodshot, and he was staring at Yiming, drool dripping from his mouth. Yiming was furious. Chin Chong, you bastard. You can even use a key as a zombie. It seems you can't be left alive. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a few clicks, the gun jammed at this critical moment. Yiming's heart sank. Why did the gun suddenly jam? What should I do now? But at this moment, the zombified Bro Chong suddenly rushed over and was about to grab Yiming by the neck. Yiming was also furious. Damn it, I'll fight you. But how could he be a match for the zombified Bro Chong? He was immediately pinned to the ground and could only let out a desperate wail. After the zombie Bro Chong finished off Yiming, he didn't attack Uncle Sheng and the others behind him. Instead, he dragged Yiming's body and walked straight back to the infirmary. Zhang Qi and the others were baffled. What the hell is going on? He was so gentle when we caught him before. Hearing their discussion, the zombie Bro Chong suddenly stopped, scaring Uncle Sheng and Shan Shan so much that they covered their mouths, afraid that the zombie Bro Chong would attack them. But the zombie Bro Chong just pulled the key from the door and threw it at them. It landed in front of Uncle Sheng with a thud. He then slammed the infirmary door shut. Uncle Sheng and the others watched the zombie Bro Chong's series of actions, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, I had already brought Yang Tao and the others under control. They were kneeling on the ground, constantly begging me for mercy. I was too lazy to bother with people like them. Instead, I said coldly to Zhang Xingji's son, Xiao Shuai, kid, come here. Zhang Xingji's wife immediately hugged Xiao Shuai. What do you want him for? I didn't answer, but continued to motion for him to come over. Xiao Shuai broke free from his mother's embrace. Mom, I'm fine. Let me go. I then took out a dagger. Kid, take it. I then pointed at Yang Tao and the others. Kid, go and kill them. Xiao Shuai immediately started trembling with fear. Yang Tao looked at me in disbelief. Brother Yong, don't. Brother Yong, spare us. We won't do it again. Zhang Xingji's wife was also nervous. Big brother, he's just a child. I replied calmly, but from today on, he's no longer a child. Take it, kid. From now on, you're the only man who can protect your mother. Now, gather your courage. Hearing this, Xiao Shuai immediately picked up the dagger. Kill these bastards who hurt your mom. Remembering what Yang Tao and the others had done, his eyes instantly became cold, and tears streamed down his face. The next second, he roared and rushed forward with the dagger in both hands. With a few flashes of blood, Yang Tao and his men fell before him. Seeing such a bloody scene, Zhang's mother was terrified and managed to say 2 words, Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai didn't answer, but looked at me and asked, Uncle, my dad, was he killed by these people? I replied softly, that's right. As soon as I finished speaking, speaking, the dagger in Xiaoshuai's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Then, the mother and son hugged each other tightly. Mom, I don't have a dad anymore. But the next second, Zhang Xingjia's wife suddenly pleaded, Benefactor, I'm begging you, take my son with you. I'll do anything for you. Mom, I'm not going. I'm staying here to protect you. I just glanced at them calmly. You're both coming with me. I promised Zhang Xingjia I would protect you and your son. Afterward, I led the mother and son downstairs. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Xiaoshuai couldn't help but ask, what is so powerful that it killed so many zombies? I just replied coldly, it was me. But the next second, I seemed to notice something was wrong. I quickly motioned for them to stop. Sister-in-law, do you know the approximate location of Building 8 in Fragrant Banyan Garden? She thought for a moment. Building 8 in Fragrant Banyan Garden. It should be that building in front of you. What's wrong? Meanwhile, with Uncle Lee, a group of knife-wielding thugs had sealed off the building. Don't worry, everyone's supplies will be distributed fairly. Also, all women under 40 come with us. A man who looked like a delivery boy asked, what should we do? Should we surrender? But Uncle Lee immediately said no. Those bastards will never keep their promise. By then, I'm afraid none of us will survive except for Yuan and Hao Fong. Just then, the voice of the thugs came from outside again. We'll give you 10 minutes. If you still don't know what's good for you, we won't leave any of you alive. How about this? The two of us go out first and try to beg them to let you go. No, I don't want to. I don't want to be their plaything. Just then, Uncle Lee made a sh sound. Don't worry, you guys. We will definitely not compromise. Guard the hallway. They can't do anything to us. The thugs outside were also discussing. Although our weapons are better, their leader also has a weapon. If these cowards keep hiding, it will be hard for us to attack. Just then, the lead thug smiled wickedly. We don't need to attack them head on. You guys go and turn off the water supply to a few apartments on the first floor. I want to see how long they can last. And I had already noticed this scene. Xiaoshuai next to me asked, Uncle Xiaoyong, are these people all bad guys? Yes, they're the same kind of scum as the ones who bullied you and your mom. I then raised my weapon and aimed at the thugs downstairs. And Uncle Lee in the building was also giving orders. You guys guard the stairwell. Don't reveal your position. I'll go and see what those bastards are doing downstairs. Uncle Lee crawled to the hallway and looked. Damn it, 7 of them are fully armed, and 3 of them have guns. This is going to be tough. But the next second, with a bang, Uncle Lee's head suddenly started ringing. Damn it, the thugs who heard the sound were also confused. What's going on? But the next second, they were stunned. A bullet had pierced the thug's forehead, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The leader immediately shouted, who is it? Everyone, spread out and hide. And Uncle Lee also saw the familiar figure from a distance. It's really that kid. He actually came back alive from over there. Before the thugs could react, my rifle fired several more shots. The thugs who couldn't dodge in time had a hole the size of a 100-meter diameter shot through them. Seeing this, the lead thug knew it was bad. To save his own life, he immediately ordered his men to return fire. But I wasn't worried at all. With the protagonist's halo, the bullets automatically swerved around me. These bastards are really amateurs. They need more practice, but that will have to be in their next life. The lead thug was also shocked. Where did this madman come from? He just started shooting without a word. If this continues, I'm going to die here. So, he continued to shout at his men, are you fucking stupid? While he's suppressing me, you shoot him. I'm raising a bunch of useless bombs. Helpless, the thug's underling had to step out, raise his handgun, and shoot at me. But I just glanced at him with disdain. Overestimating yourself. I dodged his bullet with a sidestep, then raised my rifle and pulled the trigger. With a few puffs, one shot hit his head, and another hit his heart. Seeing that there were no more gunshots, the lead thug became smug. Kid, you're out of bullets, right? Then it's your turn to die. With that, he rushed at me with his gun, but I was the protagonist, so I wasn't worried at all. I had already predicted the trajectory of his bullet and easily dodged the attack with a turn of my head. I then grabbed his arm and his weapon with my right hand. In a fluid motion, I pressed the gun to his throat. With a bang, the bullet went through his neck and out his head, killing the lead thug on the spot. I was out of bullets, so I squatted down and searched his body. I then went to the first floor lobby of the community, where several thugs were already ambushing me on both sides. But as the protagonist, I already knew their intentions, so I was very calm. The moment they rushed over, I didn't move an inch. With a few bangs, several thug underlings were killed by me on the spot. So, I shouted inside, everyone, come out. Hearing my voice, Uncle Lee and the others came out, but seeing the bodies on the ground, they were all shocked. Xiaoshuai looked at me with admiration. Uncle Xiaoyong, you were so cool just now. I just smiled. It was nothing. Just then, the system dinged. New mission, reinforcements. Mission requirement, recruit the survivors of Fragrant Banyan Garden. Reward, 25 points. I then asked Uncle Lee, who are these people? Uncle Lee replied, these are the bastards from the Jade Mountain Villa area. Their den is in the south of the city. Lu Chao, Chinjia, you two came from the south, right? Tell your brother Xiaoyong about Jade Mountain. Brother Xiaoyong, it's like this. Those guys were originally a criminal gang. They had resources and weapons and had been occupying the Jade Mountain Villa area. Almost all the survivors from the south of the city were absorbed by them. I closed my eyes and thought, no wonder the name Jade Mountain was so familiar. In my previous life, it was the gathering place of Li Shuxiong and Cui Jing. Were these people sent by them? So, I continued to ask, so, the people in Jade Mountain are the only gathering place in the south of the city, right? Lu Chao quickly replied, not originally. unfortunately, but they all have weapons. Other small gathering places had no ability to resist their attacks, and every time those bastards conquer a gathering place, they kill half of the people first, then take the young and beautiful women and those who are willing to go along with them back. Hearing this confirmed my suspicions. It must have been Li Shuxiong and Cui Jing behind this. Uncle Li was very confused. What's wrong, Xiaoyong? I didn't answer, but had Uncle Li search the 3 guys, confiscate their handguns, and then see if there were any other supplies. These guys should have a lot of bullets, and you can keep this rifle. I'll leave you 5 more magazines. Uncle Li couldn't believe his eyes. What about you, Xiaoyong? But I motioned for him not to worry. The bastards from Jade Mountain definitely won't give up. With these weapons, even if more than 10 of them come, they won't be able to do anything to you. You guys hold on here for a couple more days. I'll go back and sort things out, then I'll go and destroy their den. Chen Chao was stunned. You can't do that, brother Xiaoyong. The people in Jade Mountain are ruthless and never leave anyone alive. You're definitely no match for them, and they have dozens of people, maybe even more now. Uncle Li also chimed in. Yeah, Xiaoyong, it's not worth risking your life for us. We can just find another base. After all, they're several kilometers away, so they can't be watching us all the time. I just replied calmly. Don't overthink it. It's a personal grudge between me and them. Also, in a few days, I'll find someone to drive a bigger car to pick you guys up and take you to the east of the city, to the old T-City area. I've built an apocalyptic fortress there, and I'm a little short on manpower right now. I'll be leaving now. You guys must be very careful. Take care, Uncle Li, sister-in-law, Shui, come with me. Meanwhile, at the Jade Mountain Villa area, the gate was guarded 24 hours a day, and the bodies of those who had resisted were hung outside the gate. At this moment, Li Shuxiong was talking with several people. A well-dressed man with red hair said, "Haven't you gotten the supplies from the Genie Entertainment City yet?" Li Shuxiong replied awkwardly, "Brother One, it's like this. I've already sent people over. They should be back by now." Just then, a young master-like person spoke up. "Brother One, there are a lot of high-end escorts living in Golden Radiance Mansion. We can't just focus on the supplies in Lekang, right, little ear?" Li Shuxiong could only force a smile. "Brother Kai, are we thinking the same thing? I've already told my men to bring back any living people they can." But the red-haired brother one was disdainful. "Little Li, it's not that I'm nagging you, but you've never once accomplished anything I've assigned you." Li Shuxiong quickly replied, "Brother One, don't worry. This time, I'll definitely get it done for you." Afterward, Li Shuxiong quickly walked out of the villa and let out a long sigh of relief. "Have the 7 people sent to Fragrant Banyan Garden returned yet?" A subordinate quickly replied, "Brother Li, I sent someone to investigate an hour ago, but the news was bad." "How is that possible? All 7 of them were killed? Isn't Fragrant Banyan Garden just a group of ordinary people? Can't they take them down with 3 guns? Right now, immediately, have Tauzi call everyone who knows how to use a weapon. This time, I have to make sure there are no mistakes." After I finished dealing with the matter at Fragrant Banyan Garden, I drove back to the apocalyptic fortress. Hearing the car horn, Shan was excited. "It's a car. It must be Brother Xiaoyong coming back." She ran over to meet me. "Brother Xiaoyong, you're finally back." At the same time, I completed the Entrust Wife and Son mission, and my current points reached 36. Uncle Sheng looked at me calmly. "Xiaoyong, you're finally back safely." I smiled. "I made you worry, Uncle Sheng." But just as I suspected, that guy Lu Yiming was indeed a problem. Shan was surprised. "Brother Xiaoyong, you knew all along?" I didn't answer right away, but arranged for Zhang Qi. "You take them back to their rooms first. Come to the infirmary and find us later." Afterward, I explained the whole story to everyone. Uncle Sheng finally understood. "So, you knew all along that Lu Yiming would betray us?" I explained slowly. "Actually, I couldn't be sure it was him. What I was sure of was that among Zhang Qi's friends, there was definitely a bastard." I threw the weapon into Zhang Qi's arms with a thud. Just then, Zhang Qi took out the bullets and found that the magazine was loaded with rubber bullets. Uncle Sheng was confused. Then the child in the infirmary. I walked slowly towards the infirmary. "His name is Chinchong, right? He's not an ordinary zombie. He's a very rare variant." Afterward, I looked down at Chinchong. "If you can understand what I'm saying, blink your eyes 3 times in a row." Chinchong immediately blinked 3 times. Then I'll ask him again, "What's 3 times 3? Tell me with the number of blinks." "Very good. Not bad." It turned out that after the apocalypse, people infected by the otherworldly source had a very small chance of becoming rare variants. They usually had much higher intelligence or potential than zombies, and even inherited some of their memories from their past lives to varying degrees. Fortunately, Chinchong was one of those rare ones among the rare, and that loser Lu Yiming was just an ordinary zombie. Chinchong looked at me, asking how to deal with him, and kept gesturing to me. I thought for a moment. "Alright, Chinchong, you don't have to step on him like that. You can deal with him as you see fit." After receiving my order, Chinchong publicly dragged the already mutated Lu Yiming out of the door. Just then, Zhang Qi suddenly asked, "So, Bro Chong, do you really remember things from before?" Chinchong suddenly stopped, made a gurgling sound, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Zhang Qi was stunned, but the next second, Chinchong's actions left Zhang Qi completely baffled. Chinchong flashed and immediately launched a crotch-grabbing attack on Zhang Qi. "Damn it, you, Chinchong, it seems you really remember the old days. You've become a zombie and you're still so handsy." After dealing with that, I lay on my bed alone. Hidden achievement completed. Possess a variant companion. My points reached 46, which which was a real surprise. Let's see if the shop has refreshed with any new items. There was actually a level 2 black tech supply crate. I quickly sat up. Damn, a level 2 crate? This is the first time I've seen one. It's a pity that 50 points is too expensive. I'll open the other 2 crates first, so they don't take up space. So, I quickly tapped with my finger. Healing supply crate exchange successful. Reward obtained. Otherworldly infection blocker. Has a chance to block infection from otherworldly sources, but cannot reverse completed mutations. Armed deterrence supply crate exchange successful. Reward obtained. Barrett M82 special purpose sniper rifle. 10 rounds of .50 BMG 12.7mm high caliber ammunition. Damn it, the weapons from a level 1 crate are so powerful. Does that mean level 2 and 3 will give me airplanes and tanks? And this blocker, does it mean that people who are bitten can be cured before they turn? I can't wait to open the level 2 crate. I need to hurry up and complete this reinforcement mission tomorrow. And I can also recruit the 5 survivors from Fragrant Banyan Garden. And Chin Chong had also disposed of Lu Yiming's body. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. I arranged for everyone in the base. From today on, everyone must practice shooting for at least 1 hour a day. This was followed by a burst of dense gunfire. Uncle Shen, go and get Zhang Qi and the others to clean up a few more empty rooms. There's a group of survivors in Fragrant Banyan Garden, and I'm going to pick them up today. Also, Chin Chong, you don't have to stay here. I have other things for you to do. Come with me. I then took Chin Chong outside and taught him how to deal with the zombies outside. Chin Chong, do you see the zombie in the car? It's your turn now. Not bad, not bad. Chin Chong quickly learned how to deal with other zombies. Just then, I took out the key from his mask and said, you can take it off. But Chin Chong blocked me. I motioned to him, it's okay. You don't have to wear it when I'm around. When we get to Fragrant Banyan Garden, you can wear it if you want. Don't scare anyone. Meanwhile, with Li Shuxiong, are the weapons ready? Are the personnel all here? Damn it, I don't believe I can't take down a mere Fragrant Banyan Garden with this. Everyone, move out. Today, I'm going to make those guys in Fragrant Banyan Garden wish they were never born. To complete the system's mission, I also rushed over as fast as I could. I ran over any zombies I encountered on the road with the bus. I was in a hurry and couldn't be bothered. Soon, Li Shuxiong and his group of scumbags arrived at Building 8 in Fragrant Banyan Garden. At this time, Uncle Li and the others were still eating upstairs, but they soon heard the sound of a car downstairs. Brother Xiaoyong. It must be Brother Xiaoyong coming back to pick us up. Uncle Li quickly made a shoe gesture. Don't be in a hurry. I'll go and see. When Uncle Li crawled to the window and looked, Li Shuxiong and his men had just gotten out of the car. Check your weapons. Target Building 8 ahead. Everyone, be alert and get moving. Damn it, I don't believe it today. Uncle Li cursed. It's not Xiaoyong. It's those bastards from Jade Mountain. Those bastards dare to come back. They really don't learn. We have guns now. Let's go out and fight them. But Uncle Li still waved his hand. Don't be reckless. They have more people this time, and everyone is armed. According to the previous division of labor, everyone, ambush. I'll go to the roof and find a position first. And Li Shuxiong was also arranging his men. This position is about right. If we go any further, these losers will be able to shoot accurately. With that, he aimed his gun at the building. Uncle Song was stunned. Get your head back in. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of dense gunfire rang out, shattering the window where Uncle Song was. Just then, Li Shuxiong had his men bring over a loudspeaker and instructed them to set it up by the window. If anyone dared to show their head, they were to shoot immediately. With that, he started shouting at the building, but the next second, he was stunned. The moment he shouted, a bullet pierced his subordinate's forehead, and he fell to the ground with a thud, dead as a doornail. Li Shuxiong immediately knew something was wrong. From the force of the bullet, this is definitely an automatic rifle. So, he shouted at his men, everyone, find cover and hide. Those guys upstairs have an automatic rifle. Damn it, didn't the previous intelligence say they only had one handgun? Even with the one we captured last time, that's only 4 handguns. Where the hell did this automatic rifle come from? Brotherly, what should we do now? Li Shuxiong cursed. What else can we do? Retreat. Hearing this, his subordinate immediately ran into the distance. Li Shuxiong, who was behind him, cursed. Damn it, wait for my order to run together, you bastard. But it was too late. With a burst of rat-a-tat-tat, this subordinate was also killed. Everyone, on my command, charge out. 3, 2, 1, run. Hearing this, the group of scumbags immediately fled. But that guy Li Shuxiong just smiled. They were just a bunch of losers. It turned out that Li Shuxiong was using these scumbags to shield him from bullets. Taking advantage of the moment the automatic rifle was reloading, Li Shuxiong rushed out. A bunch of idiots. It's fine if they die. My life is more important. Soon, the remaining few people ran back to their cars. No matter how much his subordinates shouted, Li Shuxiong still fled without looking back. With a swoosh, the subordinate behind him was also shot in the head. Fortunately, the car had already driven far away, and the rifle could only hit the back of the car from a distance. Meanwhile, I was driving the bus incoming, but the next second, I heard a horn from the side and happened to meet Li Shuxiong's car at the intersection. But on second thought, I decided to let it go. I had to complete the mission first. After all, points were important. So, I continued to drive towards Fragrant Banyan Garden. From the battle scene left outside, it should be the rifle I left for Uncle Li that did the trick. The car at the intersection just now was probably the retreating plunderers, most likely those bastards from Jade Mountain. But just then, then, Chin-chong's throat suddenly made a goo-goo sound, and his mouth began to drool greedily. I asked with a smile, "What, you want to eat?" Chin-chong immediately responded with a ho ho ho. "If you want to eat, then eat. It's better than becoming food for other zombies." Chin-chong immediately became excited, his eyes turning red, and he rushed towards the zombie without a word. "After you're done eating, wait for me under building 8 in the community." As soon as I turned around, Chin-chong began to feast on the zombie corpse, constantly making a hissing sound, as if he was enjoying it very much. As soon as I entered the community, I found the bodies on the ground. These must be the scumbags from Jade Mountain. Just then, Song Zishuan noticed it was me and shouted, "Brother Xiaoyong, it's really Brother Xiaoyong. Brother Xiaoyong, you're finally here to pick us up." After Uncle Lee came down, I asked, "Did you fight these people off?" Uncle Lee waved his hand. "Of course, but it's all thanks to you, Xiaoyong, for giving me this thing. I remember when I was in the army, I was one of the best in the regiment." But just then, a roar came from behind. Uncle Lee and the others immediately became alert. "What's that noise?" When they turned around, they found it was Chin-chong who had come over after eating the corpse, constantly roaring. So, Uncle Lee immediately aimed his rifle at Chin-chong. "Everyone be careful, there's a zombie." But I pressed down on Uncle Lee's gun barrel. "Uncle Lee, don't get excited, he's one of us." Hearing that the zombie was one of us, Uncle Lee was baffled. "What's going on? He's clearly a zombie." But I just pointed at the corpse on the side and motioned, "There's more over there, you go and eat." Chin-chong seemed to understand and nodded in agreement. Uncle Lee was stunned. "What's going on? Brother Xiaoyong, you can talk to zombies?" I just turned around and smiled. "He's not an ordinary zombie. It's hard to explain to you right now. Everyone, get on the bus first. I'll explain it to you on the way." I then motioned for Chin-chong to hurry up and eat, and to come back to the bus after he was done. After Chin-chong finished eating the corpse, he even put on his mask himself. This scene stunned everyone. How is that possible? A zombie can put on its own mask? This is crazy. He's kind of cool, Uncle Xiaoyong. I just smiled. "Come on, be careful he doesn't come over and beat you up." Soon, Chin-chong got on the bus, but the moment he got on, Uncle Lee instantly felt the bus shake slightly. "Damn, this guy is heavy." Just then, Chin-chong slowly took out a key and managed to say 2 words. "Key." Even I was shocked. Chin-chong could actually speak. Chin-chong kept repeating, "Key, key." I immediately realized that Chin-chong had eaten 6 corpses and was probably starting to evolve further. I had to go back and turn my points into strength. The strongest fighting force in the settlement could not possibly be a zombie. Let's go. And as for Li Shuxiong, damn it, what did I tell you? Li Shuxiong, you're a loser who can't do anything right and always messes things up. A bunch of people can't even handle a few civilians. Li Shuxiong quickly explained, Brother Lin, you can't blame me for this. Who knew those guys had an automatic rifle? I even lost several of my men." But Brother Lin's face was gloomy. "You're full of shit. Where would a small policeman get an automatic rifle? Do you think I'm a fool?" Li Shuxiong was very nervous. "Brother Lin, it's really true. You can send someone to check for yourself if you don't believe me." But as soon as he finished speaking, Brother Kai kicked Li Shuxiong away. "You're all a bunch of fucking losers. You failed the mission and you're still making excuses." Helpless, Li Shuxiong could only lean against the window, a million alpacas running through his mind. Watching Li Shuxiong leave, Brother Kai couldn't help but curse. "I've been looking down on this loser Li Shuxiong for a long time. Why don't we, now that he's lost so many of his men, why don't we just finish him off?" Just then, the little mustache next to him smiled wickedly. "You're probably just after that woman next to him, right?" Brother Kai also grinned. "You know me best, Brother Su, but it's not just me playing. Of course, we'll all share, right?" And Brother Kai also smiled wickedly. "Akai, don't be in a hurry. I'll find a suitable opportunity." But their conversation was overheard by Li Shuxiong outside the door. He was so angry he clenched his fists tightly. "You want to kill me? Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you all die." When he got back, Li Shuxiong was so angry he started throwing things around. Chui Jing quickly asked, "What's wrong, honey? Calm down, honey." Li Shuxiong said angrily, "Pack your things right now. We're leaving. We probably can't stay here any longer. We have to plan ahead." Qingzai quickly came over. "Brotherly, what are your orders?" "Get the rest of the brothers right now. Tonight at midnight, follow me." Chui Jing vaguely sensed that something was about to happen, but seeing Li Shuxiong's angry face, she didn't dare to ask. Meanwhile, at the apocalyptic fortress, "I brought everyone back," Song Zishuan exclaimed as soon as he got off the bus. "This is really an apocalyptic fortress." Just then, the system dinged. "Successfully recruited the survivors of Fragrant Banyan Garden. Reinforcement mission completed. Additional reward of 25 points. Current points, 66. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to get extra points." Afterward, I ordered Chin-chong, "Tomorrow night, follow me to the south of the city." Uncle Lee was confused. "Brother Xiaoyong, what are you going to do in the south of the city?" I just smiled at him. "I have some cross-dimensional grudges with those people from the Jade Mountain Villa area that I need to settle." After returning to my room, I quickly brought up the points panel to see what good things I could get from the treasure chest this time. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Black tech supply crate exchange successful. Current points, 16. Suddenly, the room was filled with blue energy. I was stunned. What could cause such a big commotion? Just now, when I opened the black tech supply crate, it was actually a plus 20 physical enhancement potion. This was extremely useful to me. It was worthy of a level 2 crate, so I chose to use it without hesitation. So, So, in the future, I would have 33 points of physical fitness, a 6-fold overall improvement over a normal person. This feeling was just too good. Just then, there was a swoosh outside the room. It was the reconnaissance bee I had sent out returning. I gently caught it in my hand. After it reported the situation to me, I gave it a new mission. Then, it was time to get down to business. Soon, it was the next day. All the personnel were practicing their shooting, and I was preparing to go to the south of the city with Chinchong. Just then, Uncle Lee reminded me, there are a lot of scumbags in the south of the city. Are you just going with him? I motioned to Uncle Lee. You don't have to worry. By the way, Uncle Lee, your marksmanship should be the best here. Can you help me train everyone? Hearing this, Uncle Lee immediately pointed to himself. I can't say for sure about other things, but as for marksmanship, you can rest assured and leave it to your Uncle Lee. After settling the matters at the fortress, I took Chinchong to the bus. Chinchong, let's go. Soon, we were driving the bus towards the south of the city. Meanwhile, with Li Shuxiong, how is Qingzai doing over there? A subordinate said, don't worry, Brother Li, he should be in position by now. In that case, let's set off as soon as possible. But just then, a strong car light suddenly shone over, blinding Li Shuxiong and the others. Li Shuxiong immediately questioned, who the hell is that? Afterward, 8 people appeared. The leader was Brother Su from the Jade Mountain Villa area, and in the car were Brother Kai and Brother Lin. But in the passenger seat was a familiar figure. It was actually Cui Jing. Only then did Li Shuxiong manage to open his eyes. What's going on? The little mustache, Brother Su, replied. Where are you going, Brother Li? Just then, Li Shuxiong reacted. Dong Su, Brother Su. So, Li Shuxiong could only lie awkwardly. Oh, it's Brother Su. We were just planning to take advantage of the dark and try our luck at Fragrant Banyan Garden again. But Brother Su's eyes were still very cold. Going to Fragrant Banyan Garden? Then take a look at who this is. With that, he threw Qingzai's body over. This scared Li Shuxiong on the spot. A subordinate next to him exclaimed, Qingzai, Brother Li, it's Qingzai. But Li Shuxiong's reaction completely stunned everyone. He elbowed his subordinate. What Qingzai? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. How is this Qingzai? He then touched his forehead and smiled awkwardly. Brother Su, who is this person? Why does he look so much like Qingzai? But Brother Su didn't care about any of that and just fired a burst of bullets, scaring Li Shuxiong so much that he could only helplessly cover his head. But when he opened his eyes, he found that he was fine, but his other subordinates had all fallen to the ground. Out of instinct for survival, Li Shuxiong quickly argued, Brother Su, I really don't know him. Brother Su, what are you doing? Brother Su just smiled and pointed behind him. You're really stubborn. Then take a good look and see who's in the car. With that, the car lights suddenly dimmed. But when Li Shuxiong saw the person in the car, he was shocked. The angry killing intent on his face could not be hidden. It's Cui Jing, you fucking bitch. But Cui Jing was snuggled up in Brother Kai's arms like a little bird. Seeing this, Brother Kai also laughed out loud. Li Shuxiong, stop being so stubborn. Jing Jing has already told us about your betrayal. Hearing this, Li Shuxiong was completely enraged. Cui Jing, you bitch. You dared to betray me, and I was so good to you. But Brother Kai didn't care and asked Brother Lin behind him how to deal with it. Brother Lin just smiled and made a throat-slitting gesture. Then, a rope was tied tightly around Li Shuxiong's neck, and he was hung on the sign of Baikuishan. With a few cracks, Li Shuxiong, who had been a villain all his life, was killed, leaving only a lonely corpse hanging there. Meanwhile, I had also arrived with Chinchong and was quietly moving forward along the path. But as soon as I reached the gate, I noticed something was wrong. There was a person hanging in front, so I motioned for Chinchong to stop. When I looked up, I found it was Li Shuxiong, and he had already turned into a zombie and was constantly wriggling. Serves you right, but it's a bit of a pity that this guy wasn't killed by me. As I spoke, I flicked a stone, and with a snap, the rope broke. With a thud, Li Shuxiong fell to the ground. Without hesitation, I grabbed his hair. You dog bastard. Seeing as your end is so tragic, I'll avenge you. Meanwhile, in the Jade Mountain Villa area, Cui Jing was tied tightly to the bed, her body and face flushed with shame. Brother Lin, I just did you a great service, and you're treating me like this? Aren't you going to untie me? But Brother Lin just smiled wickedly. Brother Lin just likes to play like this. Isn't this reward good enough for you? With that, he pounced on Cui Jing, but Brother Kai next to him seemed to notice something unusual. What's that noise? But when Brother Kai saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned, because all the men downstairs were dead, without any signs of life. Meanwhile, the door banged. Just as Brother Lin was wondering, he didn't know that I had already approached Brother Kai from behind with a dagger, and Brother Lin and Brother Kai didn't notice. I just said coldly, don't move. Brother Kai also realized that if he moved, he would surely die, so he could only make a sound. But I didn't give him a chance to breathe. I slashed his throat with the dagger. With a thud, Brother Kai fell to the ground, and the blood from his neck flowed all over the floor. Brother Lin immediately cursed, you bastard, who are you? But Cui Jing recognized me at first sight. Jiang Xiaoyong. I was too lazy to respond to such a scumbag and just threw the dagger. With a thwack, the dagger took Brother Lin's life. Cui Jing looked at everything in disbelief. Brother Lin is dead. Brother Kai is dead. She then looked at me. Jiang Xiaoyong, how could you? What are you trying to do? I just sneered at such a bitch. Cui Jing, you guys are having a lot of fun. I just don't know what that bastard Li Shuxiong would think if he saw you like this. With that, I was about to open the door. Hearing Li Shuxiong, Cui Jing asked in confusion, Li Shuxiong? What about Li Shuxiong? Shushion, but as soon as she finished speaking, the zombified Li Shushion rushed over. At this moment, Cui Jing was so scared that tears were streaming down her face. Xiaoyong, save me. But why would I care about this bitch's life? I watched her get bitten to death by Li Shushion because she brought all this on herself. Afterward, I gently closed the door, leaving only Cui Jing's helpless screams in the room. After dealing with all this, I let Chinchong eat all these corpses, but Chinchong slowly said a few words. Eat one, at most. I gave him a positive answer. As for how many to eat, he could decide for himself. Afterward, I heard some movement around. It turned out that there were several survivors locked up in the surrounding houses. Meanwhile, a man who looked like a chef walked in. From his build, he must have eaten a lot of meat on a daily basis, and he was the chef for Brother Kai, Brother Lin, and their group of scumbags. This one is so tender, it must be delicious when stewed, but the fat chef just glanced at him with disdain. This one is no good, too thin, no fat. He then pointed to a little fat boy in a blue shirt. This one is fat. The soup will be delicious when stewed. With that, he directly grabbed the little fat boy's arm, but the little fat boy's mother held onto her son's hand tightly. Please let him go. The fat chef kicked her away. Get the fuck out of here. Damn it. Do you believe I'll stew you too? The woman in red knew she couldn't change the outcome, but she still begged the people around her on the ground. Please, please, have mercy. Save my son. But the people around her remained indifferent. Just as the little fat boy was about to be killed by the fat chef, the door suddenly banged, and the fat chef also looked outside and immediately found 3 holes of different shapes on the door. It was obvious that this was the sound of a shotgun. Damn it, who has a shotgun? A subordinate said. No one, only the boss has one. Taking this opportunity, the woman in red hugged her son tightly, and the fat chef and his subordinate stared at the movement outside the door. Suddenly, the door creaked open slowly, and the atmosphere on the scene became very tense. Just then, the fat chef ordered his subordinate, "What are you waiting for? Go and see what's going on." Helpless, the subordinate could only walk slowly towards the door, but as soon as he reached the door, Chinchong grabbed him by the neck, scaring the subordinate so much that he screamed. But before the fat chef inside could react, the subordinate's body was pulled out by Chinchong. The other subordinates were also scared stiff. Not good, it's a zombie. Shoot, quick, shoot. With that, a burst of dense bullets was fired, but no matter how dense their bullets were, they didn't cause any damage to Chinchong. And Chinchong also seized the opportunity when they were reloading, rushed in with a roar, and immediately attacked the fat chef. The fat chef was so scared by this scene that his jaw dropped, and Chinchong also decided to be a good person to the end and not let the fat chef suffer any pain. Without a word, he directly smashed his head, and then with a twist, he directly twisted the fat chef's face to his back, and the others were also stunned by this scene. But Chinchong's actions did not stop at this moment. He instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Suddenly, the room was filled with the tragic screams of the scumbags. Soon, this group of scumbags was all dealt with by Chinchong, and the survivors on the side were very confused. Why didn't this zombie kill us? This zombie is completely different from what we've seen on TV. What the hell is going on? But just then, I slowly walked in. Not bad, bro Chong. Your movements are so fast even without taking off the chains and mask. Chinchong awkwardly struck a pose and managed to say a few words. This way, it's cooler. Seeing Chinchong speak, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. How is that possible? A zombie can actually speak? They looked at Chinchong as if he were a monster. A zombie can actually speak? The mother and daughter next to him were also trembling with fear. Seeing this, I quickly waved my hand at everyone. Don't be afraid, it's okay. He will definitely not attack you. But the little girl seemed a little disbelieving. It's a super monster, a monster that kills without blinking. Seeing this situation, I had to think for a moment, then squatted in front of the little girl and asked, "Little friend, have you seen guys of his kind before?" "Yes, we have." I quickly asked, "Where did you see them?" The woman said, "In the Waranfa supermarket in the Decoration City." Hearing this, I immediately knew something was wrong. How could it be so early? I thought it would be at least a month or two later. And the Decoration City is not far from the old T-City. Chinchong behind me asked with difficulty, "What is it?" I explained to him, "A rare variant like you. Depending on the individual, they will retain their sanity and memory to varying degrees, so their hunting efficiency is much higher than that of ordinary zombies. But because the mutations are very unstable, most of you variants are cruel and very dangerous." Just then, Chinchong continued to ask, "What about me?" I patted him on the shoulder. "You're different from them. You're one of the lucky ones. And with me around, I will definitely not let you lose your mind." I then looked at the crowd and asked, "There should be other survivors in this villa area, right?" Everyone said, "There are still many people locked up in the sales office over there. Maybe there are still living people in the basement." So, I led everyone to the basement. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the black blood on the ground that had not yet coagulated. But after seeing the scene in front of me, not just me, but everyone's eyes widened. They have to capture survivors from nearby every day and then slaughter them. This should be the reason why there are no other gathering places in the south of the city. But they've slaughtered so many people. Can those guys eat that much? Just then, a man explained, "They move the meat out regularly. We don't know how many of them there are, but I could tell at a glance roughly how many people there were, so they definitely couldn't eat that much. The only possibility was that they were feeding zombies." "Tell me about the situation at the sales office you mentioned earlier." Afterward, I learned from from the man that the sales office was near the south gate, about a kilometer from here. The people who were captured were first locked up there, and those who were eliminated or tired of being played with were sent here to be slaughtered. But just then, the system sent a new mission. Mission content: expand the community. Requirement: increase the community rating as much as possible. Current rating 2, reward 20 points. Current points 36. Meanwhile, at the sales office, I thought I heard gunshots from the north gate just now. They're using living people for target practice. But just then, Chinchong suddenly appeared, scaring the two of them so much that they screamed, "Zombie! Zombie! Help!" And as for the sales department, several girls were sitting together, all looking pitiful, without any clothes on. What's going on outside? They can do whatever they want. I just hope they don't come in. Please don't come in. But as the doorknob slowly turned, the girls in the room were terrified to the extreme. Don't come in. But it wasn't those scumbags who came in. It was me. Seeing this, the girls' expressions finally calmed down. I then led these survivors away. A girl behind me asked, "Are you really willing to provide us with a place to go? You're not lying to us, are you?" I replied coldly, "I'm not lying to you, but each of you needs to work." Hearing that they only needed to work, everyone said it was no problem. Our hands and feet are still intact. We can still do some work. In that case, let's not delay. Let's go now. I then had everyone get on the bus. In a short time, I brought them all back to the apocalyptic fortress. Seeing it was me, Shan Shan on the tower quickly shouted, "It's Brother Xiaoyong back. I'll go open the gate." But Zhang Qi quickly reminded her, "Wait, Brother Xiaoyong didn't drive the car directly in. Let's see what they're doing first." Just then, I explained to everyone, "That's our fortress ahead, but I can't let you in yet." Hearing this, everyone also expressed their understanding. After all, in this apocalyptic world where people eat people, the world is treacherous, and they all understood. So, I had them live on the side of the fortress for now, in specially reserved temporary board houses and wire fences. Although it was not as safe as inside the fortress, the conditions were still good compared to ordinary gathering places. This old T-City area still has many unfinished buildings and empty land. You can slowly transform it in the future, and the conditions will get better and better. Seeing this, everyone quickly bowed to me. "We are so grateful. We can't repay you, benefactor. Thank you." Meanwhile, at the Jade Mountain Villa area, a heavy truck drove over, constantly honking its horn to urge them on. But no one came to open the gate for a long time. Damn it, why is no one responding? What the hell is Zhang Qingwen doing? But then she felt that something was wrong. So, she quickly opened Brother Wen's door, and what she saw was the black blood on the ground. The woman's heart immediately skipped a beat, and in front of her were Brother Wen, Brother Kai, and Li Shuxiong. At this moment, the three of them had all turned into zombies. Seeing the woman's arrival, the zombie Li Shuxiong immediately roared and rushed towards the woman, and Brother Kai and Brother Wen also followed closely behind. But the woman was not flustered at all. She casually struck and directly knocked Li Shuxiong down. After a dazzling flash of blades, the woman slowly wiped the blood from her dagger. Just then, a subordinate next to her asked, "Big sister, Zhang Qingwen is dead. What about the meat in the future?" The woman just replied calmly, "There's no way. We can only do it ourselves. But before that, I want to kill all the people who broke our rules." Sister Rue came to the door, all dead, not a single one left alive. So, Sister Rue quickly asked, "What about the meat?" A subordinate said, "The meat is still there." "Then don't dawdle. Get the car over here and load the meat." Soon, a heavy truck drove over, and Sister Rue was watching the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Sister Rue made a new discovery. So, she quickly bent down and looked at the wheel tracks on the ground. A subordinate next to her quickly asked, "Sister Rue, did you find something?" Sister Rue didn't answer, but a faint smile appeared on her lips. "I want to see what kind of person has this ability." Meanwhile, I was sitting on the tower. How does this community rating add up? The population is probably an important indicator. The land is enough for now, thanks to that snob from before. Just then, a thought came to my mind. Right, that rare species. Afterward, I went to the temporary residential area next to the tower. When the people saw me, they quickly showed their respect. "Benefactor, you're here." They were about to kowtow to me. Seeing this, I quickly stopped them with my hand and motioned, "You don't have to do this. This is what I should do." Afterward, I looked at the long-haired woman on the side. "The super monster you mentioned before, where exactly did you see it?" The woman said, "In the Waranfa supermarket in the Decoration City. We were going to look for supplies there, and then we encountered that monster. Several people were killed by that monster. In a panic, everyone scattered. Then my daughter and I ran into the people from the Jade Mountain Villa area. At first, we thought we were saved, but who would have thought that those guys were a bunch of bastards?" Hearing this, I couldn't help but mutter, "Waranfa supermarket." Just then, Shan Shan and Zhang Qi suddenly walked over. "Brother Xiaoyong, we still have a lot of supplies. There's no need to provoke that monster." But Zhang Qi said, "If this continues, we'll eventually run out of everything. Of course, the more supplies, the better." But I wasn't concerned about the supplies, because the most important point was that the Decoration City was less than 2 kilometers from here. We couldn't let a monster pose a threat to us from such a close distance. Hearing this, the woman's basin fell to the ground. "Benefactor, you must not go. That monster kills without blinking." I just smiled. "Don't worry, we know what we're doing." I then turned to Zhang Qi and motioned, "Call Bro Chong. Let's go and meet that guy." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Waranfa supermarket, a group of people were here to collect supplies. "I told you, I remember remember there was a big supermarket around here, but the man with the square nose next to him motioned. Don't be too optimistic yet. Maybe all the supplies inside have been taken. But the woman in the lead didn't think so. But don't be too pessimistic either. We've been to many supermarkets, big and small, and there's still a lot of stuff left, right? Wanwan is right. With our courage and ability, there are probably not many people who can walk around so freely in the apocalypse. As they spoke, they arrived at the supermarket. Although it had been plundered, it was far from being completely plundered. There should still be a lot of good stuff left. Just then, the woman picked up a pan and hit the wall a few times, then shouted at the empty hall, "Is anyone there?" She then held her breath and listened carefully to the surroundings. After waiting for a few seconds, a few zombies soon came out and rushed at them, and everyone was ready to fight. After a round of frying pans and screwdrivers, the few zombies were quickly dealt with by everyone. Haha, it was so easy. It seems there aren't many zombies here. The zombie horde was probably lured away by the last group of plunderers. It seems we've hit the jackpot today, but we must remain vigilant and then continue to go deeper. But he didn't know that a tall, dark shadow had appeared on the side of the group. It was the variant that had taken over the Warunfa supermarket. Prey, fresh prey, and everyone was still excitedly moving supplies. I didn't expect there to be so much. It's enough for us to eat for several years, right? Just then, the woman in the lead excitedly pointed to the side. Look over there, it's a bed. My favorite big bed. I don't care, I'm staying here and not leaving. The others also chimed in. Why don't we just settle down here? That's a good idea. The square-faced man and the square-nosed man said. We're going to have a smoke. As the lighter flame lit up. What do you think, big brother? Are we really going to stay here? The square-faced man replied seriously. There are too many entrances to this mall. It's not easy to defend, and the supplies are rich, so it's easy for others to target us. But when we came over, I saw a two-story building over there that was quite. But before he could finish, with a crack, a sharp spike pierced the square-faced man's chest, scaring the square-nosed man so much that he cried out. And just then, the variant also spoke slowly. So tender, the texture must be good. Seeing this, the square-nosed man quickly turned and fled. Help, help, there's a ghost. A ghost. Hearing the sound, everyone immediately looked behind them. What's wrong? But when they saw the square-nosed man covered in spikes, they were stunned. As the variant lifted the square-nosed man into the air, then pulled him apart. With a tear, the square-nosed man was torn in half by the variant and let out a dull roar. Seeing this, the woman in the lead was so shocked her jaw dropped. She had only one thought in her mind. Retreat. Quick, retreat. Get out of here. But the variant rushed at them with a burst of speed. Trying to run? None of you will get away. With that, his arm with spikes pierced the woman who had fallen behind, scaring the few in front to speed up their escape. Ah, no, I don't want to die. But the man was still a step too slow and was killed by the variant with one blow. Just as they were about to reach the supermarket exit, the hope of escape was right in front of them. We'll be saved once we get out. But with a bang, the supermarket gate was slammed shut, completely cutting off the woman's escape route. At this moment, the woman was like a lamb to the slaughter, only able to watch as the variant stabbed at her. Just as the woman thought she was going to die, what awaited her was not death, but the sudden appearance of Bro Chong. The woman was still begging for mercy. Woo, I don't want to die. But Bro Chong ignored her and walked past her. Just then, my voice came from behind. Miss, don't be afraid. The woman looked at me with confusion. You're the one who bought the land, Mr. Zhang? Seeing this, I quickly helped her up. Oh, you're the young lady from the sales office? If I remember correctly, your name should be Ning Wanwan, right? But just then, a roar came from the supermarket, scaring Ning Wanwan so much that she covered her head and shouted, Ghost, there's a monster. There's a monster in the mall. Run. Seeing this, I quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid. The monster has been blocked. Hearing this, Ning Wanwan finally calmed down and subconsciously put her hand on me. But when she saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned. Bro Chong was holding back the variant's attack, and the variant was giggling. You want to take it all for yourself? Just then, I shouted at Bro Chong in front. Bro Chong, can you handle it alone? Bro Chong motioned. I'll try. With that, he suddenly exerted his strength and threw the variant into the supermarket. After the variant stabilized itself, it continued to giggle, the feeling of meeting a fellow for the first time. It's so good. As soon as it finished speaking, it rushed at Bro Chong. But Bro Chong was not flustered at all. After the variant got close, he dodged the attack with a sidestep, but the variant was still shouting. I wonder if eating my own kind will make me evolve faster. But as soon as the variant finished speaking, Bro Chong's sandbag-like fist came over, not giving the variant a chance to react, and directly slammed it into the ground. But the variant was still stubborn. You bastard, you actually have some strength. Seeing this, Bro Chong was also tired of its nonsense and kicked the variant in the head with a split. Suddenly, with a crack, the place where the variant was completely shattered. But Bro Chong immediately found that the variant had disappeared. But when Bro Chong looked up, this guy had actually flipped over and stuck to the ceiling, roaring at Bro Chong. The strength I've accumulated from hunting prey all this time, I finally have a chance to use it. Bro Chong only felt a whoosh by his ear. The variant instantly snuck up in front of Bro Chong and kept giggling at him. No matter how Bro Chong dodged, the variant still followed closely behind. Seeing this, Zhang Qi was nervous. Brother Xiaoyong, why is Bro Chong at a disadvantage? How did this monster suddenly become so powerful? But I just replied calmly, it seems we came at the right time. If we had let him him hunt for a while longer, I'm afraid we really wouldn't have been able to handle him. With that, I took out an automatic rifle from my space, stunning Ning Wanwan on the side. What's going on? He just pulled a gun out of thin air? Just then, I gave an order to Bro Chong through my consciousness. Bro Chong, if you can control him for a second, I won't mock you later. Seeing this, Bro Chong also did not hesitate, directly holding the variant tightly. No matter how much it struggled, it was useless. Afterward, with a bang from the gun, a bullet pierced the variant's forehead. The variant immediately retreated quickly, but who would have thought that this guy's vitality was so tenacious? He actually managed to stand firm on his body. It hurts. You bastard. You dare to hurt me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Zhang-Chi was also very shocked by this scene. How is that possible? He didn't even die from a headshot? But at this moment, I couldn't care less. I directly raised my rifle and fired another burst. But this guy, the variant, didn't even bother to dodge. He really underestimated the damage of the rifle until several large holes were shot in his body. But the rifle's attack still did not stop. After a burst of dense fire, the variant finally fell into a pool of blood due to its arrogance. Everyone thought he should be dead now, right? Just then, I reminded Bro Chong, try eating this guy. Maybe it can greatly increase your strength. Just then, the system sent a new mission. Utopia revamped. Mission content, expand the community. Requirement, increase the community rating as much as possible. Mission progress, dangerous elements eliminated. Community rating +1. Current rating 3. Reward 10 points. And my current points also reached 46. Just then, I suddenly thought, since I'm here, I can't come in vain. Let's see if I can empty this supermarket. Under Ning Wanwan's disbelieving expression, all the supplies in the supermarket disappeared into thin air. It's so magical. Is this magic? After collecting the supplies, as for these corpses, it's better to feed them all to Bro Chong than to let them turn into zombies. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the apocalyptic fortress. Wait, stop here. Let's see what's going on with that building over there. As the subordinate continued to observe, the situation inside the apocalyptic fortress was all seen. Sister Rui, there are quite a few people in there, but their weapons are very backward. The only advantage is that the factory is quite sturdy, but the driver was very confused. Then how did they get rid of Zhang Wenqing and Lin Guangkai in their group? Sister Rui next to him explained, isn't it obvious? They ambushed them and let the zombie horde in. I told those two losers long ago that the villa area was not a safe base, but now, this is God's way of looking after us, sending us prey in a base. It makes me a little embarrassed. Hearing this, a subordinate was confused. So we're going up now? But Sister Rui just smiled. Let's not rush. Let's go back and rest first. Bring more weapons and manpower, and then come back. But just then, my car also drove over and was about to meet Sister Rui and the others. And Ning Wanwan was still excited, because after going back, she could not only sleep in a big bed, but also take a hot bath. But I immediately noticed Sister Rui's vehicle and reminded everyone to be alert. There are people ahead. Get your weapons ready. Hearing this, Zhang-Chi immediately got into a fighting stance. As the two cars passed each other, I glanced at the hostile Sister Rui, and Sister Rui also noticed the lamb in her eyes. At the same time, the system dinged. Sure enough, there was a new mission. I opened the mission panel and saw Villain's Bane. Requirement, resist aggression. Reward, 50 points. Just then, I also realized, could it be the woman I just drove past? So, I immediately returned to the base, then went up to the tower and quickly asked Shanshan, did you see any strangers around here just now? Shanshan pointed into the distance. There seemed to be a car passing by over there, but it didn't come towards us. I thought you guys were back at first. What's wrong, Brother Xiaoyong? Is there a problem? To be safe, I immediately deployed. Have Uncle Sheng and Old Li call everyone out. I have something important to arrange. Meanwhile, at the south suburb coal plant, the walkie-talkie crackled with static. Survivors, please come to the south suburb coal plant. We have established a settlement here and are in desperate need of manpower. The coal plant should be around here, right? Let's wait here for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, a car drove over. A car is coming. We're saved. Soon, the car stopped, and what got out was Sister Rui and her men. You're all here because you received the broadcast, right? Everyone quickly replied, yes. Who would have thought that these people wanted women, not their lives? Their eyes were fixed on Sister Rui's chest. Watching the two white rabbits jumping under Sister Rui's black clothes, the lead survivor's jaw dropped. Just then, Sister Rui slowly spoke. You've arrived at just the right time. Come on, follow us. It's not far. The car is full, so you'll have to walk. The lead survivor kept saying it was no problem. These two traitors actually thought of Sister Rui as their prey. Little did they know that in Sister Rui's eyes, they were just two walking corpses. Soon, the group arrived at Sister Rui's base. Seeing such a large factory, the lead man exclaimed, wow, it's so spacious. Great, we finally have a place to stay. I suddenly feel like I need to use the bathroom. Can I go outside first and then come in? Sister Rui glanced at him. No need, there's a restroom inside. I'll take you there now. As the pale yellow stream of water gurgled, the man was still fantasizing about the good things to come. And this ruthless female devil, Sister Rui, was staring at the man's little chicken, making the man feel a little embarrassed. Miss, I know what you're thinking. Come on, serve me well, brother. Don't be shy. Brother is very strong in that department. But before he could finish, with a pft, his eyes widened, and he screamed. And Sister Rui looked at the man man coldly, her dagger mercilessly cutting down. The next second, with a thud, this fearless man died on the spot. Sister Rui sneered with disdain. I thought it was some kind of top-tier item, but it turned out to be just this. As soon as Sister Rui walked out of the bathroom, a subordinate reported, "Everything's taken care of outside, big sister." Sister Rui said, "You guys did a good job. Drag that guy out of the bathroom too, and call the second and third in command." And I had gathered all the personnel and explained the general situation to everyone. "Someone is watching us from outside, but I don't have any information about the enemy right now. From now on, we may face external enemy invasions every day. Shang-Chi, Bro Chong, you two come with me later. We'll clean out the unfinished building in the southeast and let those refugees move in there temporarily. Otherwise, they'll all become cannon fodder when the enemy attacks." Shanshan clenched her fists. "Brother Xiaoyong, Four Eyes, and I are going too. And us, we two brothers are going to help you too. And me, Brother Xiaoyong, what are you, a little kid, getting involved for?" Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Ning Wanwan was also a little moved. "This atmosphere, can I go with you too?" I looked at everyone seriously. "You've all thought it through. There shouldn't be any danger over there. Uncle Sheng and Old Li can stay and guard the house. The rest of you can all come along." So, under my leadership, we quickly formed a team of more than 10 people, and our target was the zombies occupying the unfinished building. Under Bro Chang's leadership, I didn't expect these people to be so powerful. In less than half an hour, all the zombies were cleaned up by us. "Everyone, check yourselves and see if anyone is injured." I then instructed the people behind me, "Someone might attack us in the next few days. You guys can settle down here for now." But who would have thought that everyone would respond in unison? "We can fight too. We also want to contribute our strength." I thought for a moment. "Alright, in that case, you guys clean up this place first. I'll bring some handguns and magazines over later. When the enemy attacks, we'll communicate with walkie-talkies. Remember, you must follow my commands." The subordinates were busy preparing to seize the supplies from the fortress. Meanwhile, with Sister Rui, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "What's wrong, big sister? Is everything going smoothly?" And the big guy next to her was constantly muttering, "Human flesh, eat human flesh." Sister Rui replied angrily, "Smoothly, my ass. The Jade Mountain Villa area has been taken over. We'll have to rely on ourselves for food in the future." The little yellow-haired guy asked with confusion, "Who did it? Do you know?" The big guy roared angrily, "Meat. No human flesh to eat. Baby is not happy." But Sister Rui suddenly smiled and replied, "It's a group of people from the east suburb, and there are quite a few of them. Tomorrow morning, the second in command and I will lead a team to attack and slaughter all the people in the east suburb. And to deal with the coming crisis, I brought out the system shop overnight. 46 points. What should I get?" Just now, when I opened the box, I found physical overload, increases personal attributes by 25%, but enters a weakened state after the effect ends. This boost would push me past 40 points, equivalent to unleashing 8 times the strength of a normal person. I can't wait to test this new ability. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Apocalypse Fortress, Sister Rui's convoy, intent on invasion, was rapidly approaching. Sister Rui sternly reminded her subordinate, "Reiterate the attack plan to everyone. First, drive in and kill all the refugees outside. Then, when the second in command starts breaking down the gate, everyone uses the modified vehicles as cover to lay down suppressing fire. Make sure they follow the plan." Looking over at the second in command, he was yelling incessantly, "I'm so hungry. Kill. I want to eat people." Soon, Sister Rui's convoy was about to reach its destination, and I was also making meticulous preparations on my end. At this moment, Uncle Lee beside me asked doubtfully, "Although this place is more hidden, the field of view is much worse than the watchtower, and there's a huge blind spot at the base of the wall." But I motioned to Uncle Lee, "Don't worry, we're defending from here not for the view, but to give you a special mission." Hearing this, Uncle Lee was puzzled. "What mission?" I smiled slightly. "I seem to recall you mentioning that you were a sniper during your few years in the army, right?" Uncle Lee scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Ah, you remember wrong, Xiaoyong. It wasn't a few years, just a few months. My skills were just enough to fill in." In response, I just asked calmly, "So, can you shoot accurately at a distance of 1 or 200 meters? Hearing this, Uncle Lee immediately puffed out his chest. "You're underestimating your Uncle Lee. As long as there's no strong wind, I can hit whatever you point at within 500 meters. In that case, that's all I need." I had also prepared a super weapon for Uncle Lee. Subsequently, Zhang-Chi brought out the super weapon. "What is this thing? Why is it so heavy?" It took me forever to finally move it over. Seeing it, Uncle Lee was instantly shocked. "Is this the legendary king of snipers, the Barrett cannon? Not just anyone can own this." "Xiaoyong, where did you get this?" I replied, "Uncle Lee, don't ask so many questions for now. We only have 2 magazines." Holding the Barrett, Uncle Lee caressed it lovingly. I understand. This is the dream of every sniper. Is everyone else in position? Tell everyone that the enemy could appear at any moment. Stay sharp and don't let your guard down." Just then, Shanshan reported from the watchtower, Hello, anomaly detected. An unidentified convoy is rapidly approaching." Roger. "The enemy is here. Everyone get ready." Strange. Where did all those refugees outside the wall go? Were they also slaughtered and eaten? Should we stop and observe? But Sister Rui refused on the spot. "No, we charge straight in. We're already close enough. If they spot us, organizing another attack will be difficult. All units, listen to my command. Charge. Find cover as soon as you reach the wall. Shanshan also gave the command immediately. The enemy has entered firing range. Open fire. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's weapons unleashed a dense barrage of fire. Although Sister Rue's vehicles were all modified, they couldn't withstand the carpet-like, intensive shooting. Soon, the driver of the lead vehicle was hit in the chest several times. The car instantly swerved uncontrollably, and even its wheel hub was blown off. A violent explosion erupted on the scene. Seeing this, Sister Rue thought to herself, damn, we've been discovered. How is this possible? At this time, Sister Rue's subordinates were in chaos. Sister Rue, what do we do now? Keep charging. Get to the wall immediately and find cover. In a short time, the convoy reached the base of the wall, which happened to be a firing blind spot. The second in command was the first to get out of the car, grabbing a giant cutting machine without a word. Roar! Kill! I want to eat human flesh. With that, he began cutting into the 50-centimeter thick steel gate. Sparks immediately flew from the door with a sizzle. Shanshan also discovered the second in command's intention at once. Damn it. Some psycho is breaking through the main gate. Everyone, aim for this freak. All units, fire. With that, everyone started firing at the second in command. Sister Rue below also saw this and continuously returned fire at Shanshan's position. Suppressive fire. Cover the second in command. As the dense bullets came in, Shanshan's side quickly became passive. Four Eyes was careless and got shot. Seeing this, Zhang Qi quickly dragged him aside. It seems they have a lot of submachine guns too. Their firepower is not much worse than ours. Don't be afraid. Hold on. Their ammunition is limited, but we have plenty. That psycho is still frantically cutting the steel gate. This is bad. If the gate is opened, we'll be in a very passive position. Receiving the news, I just responded calmly. Don't worry, everyone. I have it under control. Then I quietly opened the back door and quickly ran to Uncle Lee's position. Meanwhile, Sister Rue's side had already used up over half of their ammunition, but the steel gate on the second in command side was not yet cut open. Almost there, almost there. With that, the second in command once again entered a frantic cutting mode as the last millimeter of the steel gate was severed. Not good. The gate is open. Everyone, quickly go and support the gate. We absolutely cannot let them in. But Sister Rue's expression at this moment was abnormal. A bunch of provincials. Let me show you the terror of an evolver. Everyone, hide behind the second in command. Once inside, find cover immediately. As the second in command was about to force the steel gate open, I had also prepared my response. Oldly, get ready. On my command. Do you see the strongest guy at the front of the enemy? Oldly replied, I see him. Very well. This big guy is all yours. That guy, the second in command, was incredibly violent, roaring at everyone, I want to eat human flesh. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Was this guy still human? Like a bronze wall, he strode forward into the hail of bullets. The bullets were like a tickle to him. Even slightly larger caliber bullets could barely penetrate about 1 centimeter, but the wounds would soon begin to heal slowly. Seeing this, Uncle Shing exclaimed, this guy can self-heal. Hiding behind him, Sister Rue smiled faintly. A bunch of country bumpkins, scared stiff, aren't you? This is probably the first time these guys have seen an evolver. Just then, a voice came through Uncle Lee's earpiece. That big idiot has healing abilities. Our small guns can't kill him. Then, have a taste of this. With that, a Barrett bullet shot out. Instantly, with a thwump, the second in command's head exploded, and his massive body crashed to the ground. Sister Rue hadn't even reacted. What's going on? How could this happen? At this moment, Sister Rue was covered in a cold sweat. These people actually got their hands on a weapon of this intensity? How is this possible? But just as Sister Rue and her group were puzzled, I had already circled behind them with an AK and started firing wildly without a word. Seeing this, Sister Rue and her group knew it was bad. There's an enemy behind us. We're surrounded. Subsequently, Sister Rue began to curse on the spot. Damn it. I miscalculated. I underestimated the strength of this group. She quickly organized the remaining men to retreat in a panic, not forgetting to fire back as they retreated. Everyone, retreat to the cars. But the next second, Sister Rue's eyes widened. It's him. The kid from the car across from us before. At this moment, I was holding a gun, pointing it directly at Sister Rue. To save her own life, Sister Rue grabbed a subordinate's shoulder and used him as a human shield without hesitation. She watched her subordinate die without a trace of emotion on her face. I really didn't expect this. This woman's reaction speed was so fast. Could she be an evolver too? But in the moment of my hesitation, Sister Rue threw the subordinate's body at me. Seeing this, I quickly sidestepped to avoid it. This woman is really ruthless. And Sister Rue also took this opportunity to escape into the distance. Seeing this, I thought to myself, damn it, I can't let her escape. And Uncle Lee's Barrett was also ready to fire. Trying to escape? First, ask my Barrett if it agrees. With that, he pulled the trigger without hesitation, but the bullet was slightly off, only hitting Sister Rue's right leg. Instantly, with a thud, Sister Rue fell to the ground in a sorry state, her right leg severed from the thigh. Seeing this, Uncle Lee cursed in his heart. Damn it, I missed. Sister Rue's subordinate immediately grabbed her. Sister Rue quickly urged, drive, let's go. They then drove away in the car. The dense rain of bullets failed to stop the escaping Sister Rue. Damn it, she escaped. What if she comes back for revenge in the future? In response, I appeared very calm. It's okay, they can't escape. I know where their lair is. Just then, the system prompted, Villain's Bane completed. Mission progress. Member confidence has been greatly enhanced. Community rating +2. Immediately after, the system issued a new level 2, Villain's Bane, mission, requirement, attack the enemy stronghold and eliminate the cannibals. Reward, 50 points. Thus, successfully repelling Sister Rue. Everyone was extremely excited. Woohoo, we won. At this point, I began to take a head count. None of our people died, but a few were injured. So, I immediately had the wounded placed in the infirmary, and the enemy corpses were taken to the cold storage for Chinchong to enjoy. Then, I called back all the refugees who were hiding in the unfinished building, because it should be safe for now. This wave brought in a full 76 points. I should go on a spending spree tonight. About an hour later, Sister Rue's car drove back to the cannibal base. She came down with difficulty, supported by 2 underlings. Yellow Hair, who had come to greet them, asked, "What happened? Why are you in such a state?" Hearing this, Sister Rue explained viciously, "Damn it, I was careless. I didn't expect those guys to have heavy weapons. The second in command is also dead." Saying this, she became furious. "Damn it, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring me some human flesh." Hearing this, Yellow Hair did not answer, nor did he comply, but instead gave her a playful expression. Furious, Sister Rue pointed at Yellow Hair and cursed, "What are you waiting for? You're not even a match for one of the second in command's toes." Who would have thought? Yellow Hair pointed at Sister Rue's severed leg with disdain. "You smelly bitch, you've fallen so low, and you still dare to speak to me with that attitude." Seeing this, Sister Rue was also stunned on the spot. "Damn it, are you trying to rebel?" With that, she immediately ordered the underlings behind her, "Don't just stand there. Take down this good for nothing." But who would have thought? The underlings behind her didn't even move. Instead, they all cast hostile gazes at her. No matter how much Sister Rue raged, it was useless. At this moment, Yellow Hair taunted her triumphantly, "Your leg is crippled now, and the second in command is dead. I am the strongest in the base. Besides, the brothers have had enough of you." With that, he looked up with disdain and asked, "Why don't you ask everyone, right?" At this moment, Sister Rue also knew that she would not have a good end today, but the pride of a strong person did not allow her to back down. "Damn it, you dare to rebel. Don't think I can't deal with you just because I'm like this." But no matter how harshly Sister Rue spoke, those underlings still pressed closer to her. "No!" But Yellow Hair excitedly raised the steel pipe in his hand. "Ha ha ha, you smelly bitch, you have your day too." With that, the third in command hit Sister Rue with a club. Seeing this, the other subordinates did not hesitate, and without a word, they began to beat Sister Rue wildly. No matter how much Sister Rue begged for mercy, these guys had no intention of stopping, until Sister Rue's eyes rolled back and she spewed out a mouthful of 1982 black blood. Thus, the once invincible Sister Rue was completely offline. At this time, a subordinate behind him spoke, "Third boss, next." But before the subordinate could finish, the third in command flew into a rage on the spot. "What did you just call me?" Seeing this, the subordinate immediately cowed out, "I forgot to call you boss. Boss, I'm sorry, my mouth slipped." So, the third in command waved his hand impatiently. "All right, if you have something to say, spit it out." "Boss, this bitch is dead now. Second brother is also dead, and so many brothers have died. Our overall combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. What if we encounter that guy?" Hearing this, the third in command pondered for a moment. "You mean the tentacle man? That guy is indeed not easy to deal with, but you don't have to worry too much. We can go and seek refuge with the guys from the West Steel plant." Afterward, we arrived at the third in command's base. "Brother Xiaoyong, you were right. This place is indeed the base of those guys." Hearing this, I motioned for them to be quiet. Sneak in quietly. Try not to make any noise. But after searching for a long time, we found nothing. Did those guys all leave? Maybe they were afraid we would pursue them and fled in advance. Looking at Sister Rue's body, Uncle Lee couldn't help but sigh. "This is the woman I shot. These scumbags even kill their own people." In response, I just replied calmly, "I'm not surprised by this at all." At this time, Zhang Qi asked, "Brother Xiaoyong, the big guy we faced before was obviously a bit different from Bro Chong." Uncle Lee next to him also couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Yeah, Xiaoyong, I think I heard them shouting something about evolvers." "What are evolvers? How can one quickly become an evolver?" Hearing this, I just coldly spat out 2 words, "Eat people." Hearing this, the 2 were stunned on the spot. Eat people? They became evolvers and evolved like this? That's right, the most direct way to become an evolver and gain powerful abilities like a zombie is to eat people. At this time, Zhang Qi voiced his doubts. Then Brother Xiaoyong, are you also? Uncle Lee also asked in disbelief, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean we all have to eat people to survive in the apocalypse?" To their questions, I just smiled faintly. "Don't worry, although eating people is the most direct way, it is not the only way." With that, I took out a variant core and handed it over. Eat it. In the end, both evolvers and zombies can be considered variants. Variants need to absorb the energy of variants to evolve. The variants' energy of ordinary people is scattered in their flesh and blood. Although it is pitifully small, it is better than nothing. And for evolvers and rare variants, their variants' energy is more abundant and will condense into a core. As the disaster deepens, even zombies have a certain chance of condensing a variant core. Hearing this, Uncle Lee quickly asked, "That is to say, zombies also have this variant energy in their bodies? Can we just eat zombie meat directly?" Zhang Qi next to him instantly cried out, "Damn, Uncle Lee, you eat it if you want. I'm not eating that stuff." So, I quickly explained explained, ordinary people can't eat zombie meat. They will get infected. Only variants like Bro Chong can become stronger by devouring other zombies. At this time, the system also sent a new prompt. Mission, Villain's Bane level 2 completed. I didn't expect the system to settle the score directly. It seems that even if there are still people left, they no longer pose a threat. But just then, a sense of crisis suddenly came over me. Watch out! I saw a zombie with its mouth wide open rushing towards me. Seeing this, I quickly plunged my dagger into its body and dealt with it cleanly. I didn't expect it to be able to sneak up on me so quietly. Then I cut a slit in the zombie's body and took out another variant core. It seems it's time for a hunt. Then I motioned for Uncle Lee and Zhang-Chi to eat it. Seeing this, Zhang-Chi immediately waved his hands. I won't eat it. Give it all to Uncle Lee. Holding the variant core, Uncle Lee pondered for a moment. After much deliberation, Uncle Lee finally made a decision. Damn it, I'll risk it. With that, he swallowed the core without hesitation. Instantly, the aura on Uncle Lee's body became stronger. After Uncle Lee had absorbed the energy for a while. Xiaoyong, this feeling is so damn good. Seeing this, I reminded him, although the feeling is good, you've just entered the ranks of evolvers. Your strength is far from enough to let you walk sideways in the apocalypse, so you must not be reckless. Uncle Lee motioned. Don't worry, I understand this. Since the crisis has been lifted, let's go back. Meanwhile, at the West Wind Steel plant. Stop, who are you? Seeing this, the third in command quickly spread his hands and motioned. It's me. I'm the third in command of the coal plant. Hearing this, the man motioned. You guys wait here. I'll go and inform the leader. In a short time, he brought the third in command into the steel plant. A bald man spoke up. Third master, why is it you this time? Why didn't Jingrui and second brother come? Seeing this, the third in command scratched his head awkwardly. It's like this. We were attacked. To cover our escape, the big sister and second brother both died. Hearing this, the bald man was surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions. Someone, take third master and the brothers from the coal plant to the safe house. The glasses girl next to him also chimed in. I actually think so too. Afterward, the third in command and the others were arranged into a safe house. At this time, a subordinate raised his doubts. Third brother, I'm sorry, it's boss. I have a bad feeling. Seeing this, the third in command gritted his teeth and asked doubtfully, you're being paranoid. What bad feeling? Spit it out. Boss, look at this safe house. Iron windows and iron doors. It's practically a prison cell. But just then, the door was pushed open and a cold voice said to the few of them, you all, come with me. Afterward, he brought the third in command and the others to the bald man and the glasses girl. At this time, the third in command squinted his eyes and asked, what's wrong, leader? Did something happen? The glasses girl responded coldly. He even laid a hand on his own leader. What kind of end do you think a scumbag like that deserves? Hearing this, the third in command was completely stunned. What do you mean? Brother Dapeng, Sister Ling, there must be some misunderstanding. Hearing this, the glasses girl snapped her fingers. Misunderstanding? Li Cheng, let him die knowing the truth today. It's like this, Sister Ling. I went to the coal plant and saw Li Jingrui dead in the courtyard. Their second in command was nowhere to be found, dead or alive, and there were no signs of a fight in the entire coal plant. So the most reasonable explanation is that they took advantage of Li Jingrui's unfavorable situation, staged a coup, and killed her. Hearing this, the third in command was stunned on the spot. No, it's not like that, and you have no evidence. This is all just your speculation. But the bald man just smiled faintly. What kind of world is this now? Still trying to talk to me about evidence? I'll tell you the truth. If it weren't for Li Jingrui and your second in command's abilities, I would have already wiped you out. Someone, kill them all. Seeing this, the third in command's underling quickly begged for mercy. Spare our lives. We have intelligence to report. Hearing this, the glasses girl hesitated for a moment. Oh, what intelligence? So, the third in command's underling quickly responded. There's a settlement in the east of the city with a lot of people and supplies. Sister Rui and second brother were defeated by them. Don't kill me. I'll take you there. But the glasses girl just continued to ask coldly. So how do they compare to us in terms of strength? About the same. The glasses girl immediately realized that this was indeed a future problem. At this time, the third in command's underling continued to explain. They still don't know the way to become an evolver. In the entire settlement, we didn't see a single evolver. Hearing this, everyone hesitated for a moment. The way to become an evolver? But just then, the bald man spoke up. Since there isn't even a single evolver, then how did you guys lose? The underling explained. They have heavy weapons. Ordinary bullets can't kill the second in command at all, but they took him down with one shot. Very good. Very useful information. As for you guys, someone, kill them all, leave no one alive. Hearing this, the third in command and his underlings were stunned on the spot. No, we've provided intelligence. Sister Ling, you can't do this. Spare us. Big brother, spare us. But only death awaited the third in command and the others. The bald man spoke up. What should we do? This level of threat must be eliminated as soon as possible. But the glasses girl said, the other side has heavy weapons. It's still a bit too risky to go now. Let's raise our evolution level first. Then it will be safer to wipe them out. Let's send someone to investigate first to make sure they really don't know the way to become an evolver. Meanwhile, I was preparing to exchange for some more supplies. 126 points. What should I get? Sugar, oil, and protein supply crate, 5 points. Black tech supply crate, 50 points. Manual refresh once for 4 points. It was another level 2 black tech supply crate. This luck was really too good. So, I chose to exchange for the sugar, oil, and protein supply crate without hesitation. Congratulations on your successful exchange. 50 points deducted. Current remaining points, 71. Congratulations, you have obtained 500 kilograms of 00 Shops lotus root starch, 200 kilograms of cocoa butter substitute Good Daddy pie, 150 liters of mixed edible oil. Level 2 black tech supply crate opened. Reward obtained. Physical enhancement potion plus 20. So, I drank the potion without a word. Suddenly, a golden light filled the entire room. But just then, the door knocked. Shanshan came in and immediately reported to me, "Brother Xiaoyong, we've captured a suspicious person." Seeing this, I decided to go and see. It was probably related to the guys from the coal plant. "I'm not your enemy. Go and get your boss." I quickly came over. "Looking for me?" Hearing this, the man smiled and said, "You're the boss here? May I ask your name?" "Jiang Xiaoyong. If you have something to say, just say it." "Oh, it's Brother Yong. Let me introduce myself. My name is Suaxing. I'm a survivor from the West Wind Steel plant." Hearing West Steel, Uncle Song's brow furrowed. "People from West Steel?" Seeing this, I quickly asked, "What's wrong, Uncle Song? Do you know that place?" Hearing this, Uncle Song explained to me, "West Steel is in the southwest of the south suburb. It's the largest steel plant in this area. It seems to have become a settlement like the south suburb coal plant. West Steel is 3 kilometers further than the coal plant." So, I looked at Suaxing with suspicion. "It's so far away. What are you doing here?" Seeing this, Suaxing explained hastily, "The world is in chaos now. We survivors have to stick together. Right, Brother Yong? It's like this, Brother Yong. Our boss sent me out to find as many survivors in settlements as possible and to bring them back if possible." But just then, 4 eyes next to him suddenly spoke up. "Brother Xiaoyong, don't listen to his nonsense. He's been sneaking around for several laps. This is a map of our base that they drew." So, I took the map and looked at it. It was quite detailed, but it could fool others. But it couldn't fool my mind's eye. It was just as I had guessed. Suaxing had a hostile expression on his head. So, I directly pulled out my handgun. "Since we're all in the apocalypse, are you trying to treat me like a fool? If you don't tell the truth, I'll blow your brains out right now." Seeing this, Suaxing immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Brother Yong, it's true. We're just doing this to have a backup plan. You can't be too careful." "Right, Brother Yong." So, I looked at Zhang Qi next to me and asked, "Does he know about Bro Chong?" Zhang Qi replied in a low voice, "No, Bro Chong didn't appear in front of him." So, I immediately waved my hand and made a decision. "Let him go." Uncle Song was suspicious. "Are we just letting him go like this?" Even Suaxing was in disbelief. "Really?" Seeing this, I even handed him the map. "Take this map with you. I said I'd let you go, so I'll let you go." Hearing this, Suaxing immediately kowtowed to me. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyong." Then, he ran away from the base. Watching him leave, I just smiled. West Wind Steel plant. I wonder how many system points you're worth. 5 months passed quickly. The workers at the West Steel plant were talking. "People have been disappearing in the factory again recently. The culprit is that monster, the tentacle man. He's become active again. We have to be careful." But as soon as he finished speaking, the two of them noticed some movement ahead. One of them didn't think much of it and walked towards the pile of things. Seeing this, a coworker quickly advised, "Don't go over there. Let the guards check." The moment he spoke, a throwing knife flew out with a swoosh and cut the throat of the worker in front. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth with a pft, and the guards in the factory were leisurely smoking. Just then, a voice came from a distance. "Help, help!" The guard quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Monster. There's a monster over there. That monster killed Xiaochen, the tentacle man. It must be the tentacle man. It's over at the big garbage pit." Hearing this, the guard thought for a moment. Damn, an unprovoked attack. So, he ordered everyone, "All of you, hide. Evolvers with escape abilities, follow me." Afterward, a group of 4 assembled and cautiously approached the garbage pile. Just then, the guard reminded them, "Be quiet. That's the tentacle man. If we encounter it later, we must not fight. We have to escape immediately." But no matter how long they searched the garbage pit, there was not even a ghost of a shadow. The guard was very confused. "How is that possible? Let's go and see if there are any other clues." Soon, they found footprints on the ground. The tentacle man is gone? Could it be that he only came to capture prey this time? Since the Jade Mountain and South Suburb coal plant were destroyed, the disappearance rate of personnel at the West Steel plant has increased significantly. That's right, there were originally 3 settlements, but now there's only 1. This analysis is reasonable, but the guard had his own judgment, because from the footprints, it was definitely not the tentacle man. Meanwhile, at my apocalypse fortress, it's been longer than my previous life. If this continues, it's not impossible to rebuild civilization. But speaking of which, it's been over 5 months. Why hasn't the West Steel plant system mission been released yet? Suddenly, a voice came from behind me. "Brother Xiaoyong, we're back." When I turned around, I saw it was Shanshan who had returned from hunting zombies. Seeing this, I left with a swoosh. Before Shanshan could react, I had already appeared in front of them, and it took less than a second. This speed, it's not an exaggeration to call it teleportation. "Was your hunting trip discovered?" Hearing this, Zhang Qi replied confidently, "Don't worry, Brother Xiaoyong. With our current strength, even if someone was following us, we wouldn't have noticed." Just then, I looked at Xiao Shui on the side. "Little guy, how have you been doing lately? Can you still adapt?" Seeing this, Xiao Shui gestured a few moves in front of me. Don't worry, Uncle Xiaoyong, I've been doing great. Xiao Shui's mom also couldn't help but praise. Yes, Xiao Shui even killed a zombie by himself today. I was very satisfied with their performance. Put all the variant cores you've obtained into the warehouse first. Meanwhile, the system also issued a new mission, Villain's Bane Level 3. Requirement: eliminate threats and provide assistance to potential companions. Reward: 80 points. But the potential companions mentioned in the mission, could it be the people in the West Steel plant? So, an idea came to my mind, but Uncle Lee firmly disagreed. What? You're going to sneak into the West Steel plant alone? That's too dangerous. Uncle Song next to him also chimed in. Exactly. They send people over to investigate from time to time. Who knows if they have bad intentions? What if you, Xiaoyong, get into trouble? We don't even have the ability to protect ourselves. The base will be without a leader. But I motioned for them to rest assured. Because of my current strength, even Bro Chong can't hurt me, let alone those people. And I'm going this time to confirm whether the other party is friend or foe. So, for the next few days, I'll have to trouble you with the matters of the fortress. As he was leaving, Uncle Xing repeatedly reminded him, don't worry about the fortress. It's you who needs to be careful. Our settlement can't be without you, Xiaoyong. Meanwhile, at the West Steel plant, let me in. I have something important to report. But the guard at the gate held out his hand and said, the leader said that no one is allowed in without their permission. Hearing this, the man was completely enraged, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. Without a word, he grabbed the guard's neck and lifted him up. Seeing this, a guard next to him reminded, Li Cheng, are you crazy? Hearing his name, Li Cheng finally came to his senses. What's wrong with me? So, he quickly apologized to the guard. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Even Li Cheng himself didn't understand why he had been losing his temper more and more frequently in recent months. Just then, the guard who had been choked also became angry. Damn it, what are you going crazy for? Don't think that just because the leader values you, we won't dare to touch you. You better watch it next time. Just then, the glasses girl in the room spoke. Is it Li Cheng? Let him in. Hearing this, Li Cheng adjusted his emotions. Yes, leader. He then slowly opened the door. The glasses girl looked at Li Cheng with a smile. What's wrong? Is there something important? So, Li Cheng quickly reported to the glasses girl. It's about the tentacle man coming to our place to hunt. I have some other thoughts. After a very careful investigation of the scene, I found a woman's footprints in the garbage pit, and this time the victim was a man. Hearing this, the glasses girl's expression immediately became serious. If that's the case, then the culprit is someone else? Yes, leader. Suddenly, the glasses girl stared at Li Cheng. Alright, I know everything. This information is very useful, but don't spread this news. One tentacle man is already causing panic. I don't want no one to dare to go out in the future. Understand? Hearing this, Li Cheng wanted to argue, but he was immediately interrupted by the glasses girl. You don't have to say anything. I promise the situation won't be worse than before. Seeing Li Cheng's defiance, the glasses girl immediately leaned over. What's wrong, Li Cheng? Do you want to do something else with me? Hearing this, Li Cheng quickly ran towards the door. Ah, I'm sorry, Sister Ling. It's nothing. I'll be leaving now. With a bang, he shut the door. After coming out, Li Cheng's face was flushed. Damn it, my memory. I forgot to ask about that thing again. But as soon as Li Cheng left, a voice came from the next room. A woman's footprints? You're too careless. Hearing this, the glasses girl was disdainful. You're saying you're meticulous, right? Then you can do this job in the future. And the one who spoke was none other than the leader of the West Wind Steel plant, the bald man, Brother Pun. Alright, I'll kill, and you clean up. With that, he threw something into the trash can with a thud. Looking carefully, it was actually a human head, and this person was none other than the missing Xiaochen from the garbage pit. And at this moment, I was on my way to the West Steel plant, killing as many zombies as I could along the way. Soon, I arrived at the entrance of the West Steel plant. I didn't expect there to be so many zombies outside. We're almost at our destination. It seems I have to be more low-key. I have to find a way to hide my strength. Otherwise, if they find out I came prepared, although I'm not afraid of them with my current strength, it's better to be careful to avoid unnecessary trouble. After some disguise, I looked like a weak college student. This appearance would make them let their guard down. As soon as I reached the gate, I was stopped by a guard. Kid, stop right there. Who are you? What are you doing here? Hearing this, I immediately smiled and explained. I saw signs of living people around here, so I came to take a look, and sure enough, I'm a lone survivor, here to seek refuge in your precious land. Seeing this, the guard thought for a moment. A wandering survivor. Kid, let me ask you, how did you survive until now in an environment full of zombies? I had already thought of an excuse for this. Our settlement originally had more than 10 people, but we were attacked by a zombie horde. Everyone else died, and only I was lucky enough to survive. Hearing this, the guard was disdainful. So, you don't have much strength? I understood what he meant and quickly raised my hands. I still have some strength. I've experienced many zombie attacks and have honed some experience in fighting them. I will do my best to make myself useful. Hearing this, the guard smiled sinisterly. Who the hell asked you that? You still don't get what I mean. But it's okay. If you want to join us, then follow me. As he spoke, he put his hand in his pocket. I still need to run some tests on you. Seeing this, I immediately thought, it's just as I expected. The West Steel plant is not a friendly place either. I want to see what tricks he can play. But just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. What's going on? It was the guard leader, Li Cheng. Who is this stranger, and where are you taking taking him. Seeing this, the guard explained awkwardly, "Oh, it's brotherly. This person is a wandering survivor. I'm taking him to a quiet place to search him." Li Cheng questioned the guard's words. Search him? Do you need to go to a deserted place to search him? You can just search him here. Actually, I knew very well in my heart that this guy was clearly trying to lure me to a deserted place to kill me. It seems that the West Steel plant also relies on eating human flesh to evolve. Just then, Li Cheng looked at me and said, "Hand over all your weapons, and then you can go in." Hearing this, I was immediately confused. Hand over my weapons? How do I know you're not tricking me into killing me? Li Cheng waved his hand in motion. Don't worry, human hearts are ugly in the apocalypse. It's normal for you to be worried. If you don't hand over your weapons, we won't force you to stay. You can leave now. Seeing this, I pretended to hesitate for a moment. Alright then, I'll hand over my weapons. Then, Li Cheng searched me again. I didn't expect this guy to have some bottom line. It seems that the people at the West Steel plant are a little different from the people at Jade Mountain and the South Suburb coal plant. Afterward, Li Cheng only found a dagger on me. You're not bad, kid. You can walk around in the apocalypse with just a dagger. You must be an evolver too, right? Hearing this, I pretended I didn't know what an evolver was. Evolver? Maybe. I do feel stronger than before. So, Li Cheng waved his hand at me. Come with me. The West Steel plant has a rule that new evolvers have to report to the leader. Soon, I was taken to a dim room. You can wait in the reception room first. It was more like a reinforced prison than a reception room. In a short time, the bald man walked in. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I ask your name? Hearing this, I lied and said my name was Jiang Yi, a wandering survivor. Hearing my name, the bald man said, "Oh, I heard from my men that you're an evolver too, right?" And I said, "That's what he said." I'm not sure myself, but the next second, a throwing axe was thrown at me, and it reached me in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, my reaction speed was extremely fast now, so I easily dodged the attack, and the bald man watched as the throwing axe missed its target. Kid, you're pretty fast. And I thought to myself, he's making a move so soon. No, this should be a test. So, I pretended to be scared and pointed at the throwing axe. What are you doing? That's dangerous, don't you know? But the bald man grinned. It seems I'm not wrong. You are indeed an evolver. Hearing this, I pretended to be angry and questioned. So if I weren't an evolver, would I have been killed by you? But the bald man just waved his hand with disdain. In that case, it's no great loss if you die. Since we're all evolvers, you must be well aware of the way to become an evolver. Then I'll warn you in advance. Only a few people in the West Steel plant know the secret. I will not allow it to spread. If I find out someone has spread it, then I'm sorry. I'll have to kill you. The moment he spoke, he rushed at me and grabbed my throat. Kid, do you understand? It was a good thing the bald man used his claws to threaten me. If it were a knife or an axe, I would definitely have fought back. But if I killed him now, who knows if I would still get the 80 points from the system mission. Just then, the bald man continued to smile. Yo, you're pretty fast. You even took out your weapon. I admit you have some skills, kid, but my strength is not something you can imagine. So don't try to challenge my bottom line. I won't pursue the matter of you bringing in a weapon. Afterward, he waved his hand at his subordinate. Take Mr. Jiang Yi to wash his face, change his clothes, and then bring him to the meeting room to see me. Then the bald man introduced to everyone, this is a new evolver member, Jiang Yi. From now on, he will be one of us. He then pointed to the glasses girl behind him, Huang Ling, one of the leaders here, just like me. The other two are the cadres of the settlement, Li Cheng and Huang Bin. Just then, the glasses girl arranged for Huang Bin. This Jiang Yi will be under your command from now on. Make sure nothing goes wrong. She then instructed me, kid, you're lucky. You've found the strongest settlement in this area. From now on, you don't have to worry about survival. However, if you want to eat well here, you have to prove that you're useful. Hearing this, I immediately said I will follow the leader's arrangements. Just then, Huang Bin patted my shoulder. It's our turn to patrol today. Jiang Yi, come with me. A Chang, a Xing, let's go. Let's patrol together. Seeing me, the previous guard was confused. How did this kid get assigned to your command? Hearing this, Huang Bin said, how would I know? He knows everything, so he can only work in our group. But a Xing next to him was very confused. This person looks a little familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Just then, Huang Bin reminded coldly, kid, Brother Depeng didn't tell you the details of this settlement, did he? Hearing this, I said, no, he just warned me to keep the secret of becoming an evolver. That's right, in the settlement, the only ones who know the secret of eating human flesh are Brother Depeng and my sister. We four are the only ones. A Xing is Brother Depeng's cousin, and Fa Chang is mine and Huang Ling's nephew. We're all our own people, so the secret can only be leaked from your mouth. Do you understand your situation? This Su Axing, wasn't he the guy that Zhang Qi caught before? But what puzzled me the most was, what about the other cadre? Hearing this, Huang Bin said, his name is Li Cheng. Although he has good aptitude and is very strong, he is an outsider after all. The secret of eating human flesh must not be known to him, understand? Otherwise, you two will not survive the day. Hearing this, I said, it seems that this Li Cheng is indeed very talented and has to be suppressed by resources, otherwise the two leaders are probably no match for him. After walking for a while, Huang Bin said, we're here. The settlement ahead has about 7 members. We've been observing them for 3 or 4 days. There shouldn't be any evolvers among them. Hearing this, I immediately asked, are we going to hunt them? Hearing this, Huang Bin waved his hand. We're not as barbaric as you think. We're going to raise them like livestock. Kid, you're also one of the evolvers. You should change change your mentality as soon as possible. Don't be like that stubbornly Cheng. Strictly speaking, we evolvers and ordinary people are no longer the same species. We are now at the top of the food chain, so that's how I understood it. So you're going to take them back to the settlement to raise them, so that you can slaughter and eat them later, right? Wang Bin said, that's not necessary. We'll just take 5 or 6 of them back and deal with the rest on the spot. With that, he waved his hand at me. Kid, just watch and learn. And those people were painting the walls. Phew, it's almost done. This is really tiring. Just then, the leader pointed into the distance. Look, not good. It's a zombie horde. Everyone, get ready to fight. But how could a zombie horde attack without any warning? And there are so many of them. We're done for. Soon, the zombies rushed into the crowd and started biting them. Seeing this, several people quickly took out their weapons. Don't come any closer. I'm going to shoot. But soon, some team members died at the hands of the zombies. No, there are too many of them. Just then, I asked with confusion, is luring zombies to attack what you call a good method? Wang Bin said, of course, the settlement supplies are limited, so we can't accommodate more mouths indefinitely. Besides, if more than a dozen people come in at once and form a small faction, it's not conducive to management. Alright, it's our turn to appear now, just as a young lady was about to be killed by a zombie. Ah, no, help! But at that critical moment, a sword light directly cut the zombie's throat, and its head fell in front of the young lady with a thud. Then, Wang Bin reached out to the young lady. It's okay, get up. Just then, several people asked, who are you? Why did you save us? They didn't answer. After killing the last zombie, Yang Bin replied, we are the evolvers from the West Wind Steel Plant. We are here to rescue the nearby survivors. Alright, you're all saved. Hearing evolvers, several people were confused. Evolvers? What are those? But no matter what, thank you. And I was watching their every move. They're in their early 20s, and their physical fitness is on par with Zhang Qi and the others. But just then, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. So, I quickly turned around. What is it? There's definitely something unclean on this floor. But after looking for a long time, I found nothing. Was it my imagination? Just then, Wang Bin shouted at me, Jiang Yi, are you just going to stand there and watch? Get over here and help with the aftermath. But as soon as I turned around, there was another movement on the floor. It was just as I had guessed. It was the tentacle man on the floor. All the zombies were dealt with. The survivors said there were still some supplies in the warehouse. Hearing this, Wang Bin immediately instructed me, Jiang Yi, you stay here and move the supplies to the entrance. I'll arrange for a small train to transport them later. Also, pile up the dead bodies. They'll be transported with the supplies later. He then shouted at the survivors, the rest of you, follow me. In a short time, Wang Bin and the others left. This gave me a chance to be alone with the zombie corpses. Then their crystal cores would be mine. These survivors were still thanking them. Thanks to the help of you big brothers, we were able to survive. Just then, a beautiful young lady with a delicate face spoke up. Brother, is there water where we're going? Can we take a bath? Hearing this, F.A. Chang put his arm around the woman. Not only is there water, but it's also hot. There's also shower gel to make you smell good. But you have to give something in return, right? The woman said, anything. But just then, with a swoosh. Seeing this, a Xing was immediately confused. Wang Bin next to him immediately asked, what's wrong? A Xing said, there's something dirty. So, Wang Bin immediately shouted a reminder, everyone, be on alert. F.A. Chang was still smiling at the young lady. Stand behind me. Brother will protect you. Where's that thing you were talking about? A Xing. But a Xing said, I don't know. I can't sense it either. Seeing this, F.A. Chang behind him sneered, a Xing, are you too nervous? But a Xing was very serious. I'm sure of it. There was definitely something just now. But before a Xing could finish speaking, a black spike pierced his neck. Wang Bin behind him immediately shouted, not good. It's the tentacle man. But after killing a Xing, it suddenly disappeared. But just as Wang Bin was looking around, the tentacle man suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Wang Bin was at a loss. He thought, it's over, and I was still looking for crystal cores on the zombies. I didn't expect to be so lucky. I actually found 2 variant cores in these few zombies. But just then, I heard a voice calling for help from a distance. So, I decided to go and see what was going on. At this moment, Wang Bin was already tied up by the tentacle man. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. He could only wait for death in despair. The young lady next to him was so scared her jaw dropped. We're all going to die now. Even F.A. Chang was so scared he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, because the tentacle man was not something he could handle. Who would have thought that the next second, the tentacle man would look at F.A. Chang? He was so scared that he stumbled a few steps. No way, why me? To save his own life, F.A. Chang couldn't care less. He grabbed the young lady's arm and threw her at the tentacle man. Better you than me. Soon, the young lady was tied up by the tentacle man, constantly shouting, you bastard, how could you do this to me? But as the tentacles on her body tightened, all that awaited the young lady was death. Then, with a thwack, the young lady did not die, but sat on the ground. The young lady sat on the ground in disbelief. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. Thank you. I didn't answer, but looked at everyone calmly. Is this the tentacle man you were talking about? He doesn't seem as powerful as you said. But F.A. Chang pointed at the tentacle man and said, it's not this one. It's the tentacle man's son. Son is what we call him, because the tentacle man often mumbles son, and he can transform ordinary zombies into monsters with similar characteristics to himself. We call these transformed monsters tentacle man's sons. But at this moment, F.A. Chang was also very confused. confused. The tentacle man's son was a powerful monster that even the leader couldn't face. This kid, Jiang Yi, would definitely not be his opponent. No, I have to escape. So, he turned and fled into the distance. Jiang Yi, you hold him off first. I'll go back and get reinforcements now. Seeing this, the others also did not hesitate and ran away with their legs bent. At this moment, only I and the tentacle man's son were left on the field. This guy wants to sell me out to buy himself some time to escape. It's just that this seemingly powerful tentacle man is just an ordinary zombie to me now. Soon, the tentacles had me tightly bound. Seeing this, I just glanced at him calmly. The tentacle man's son? This setting is quite interesting. It's just a pity that you met me today, and your characteristics have aroused my interest. I had to drag the tentacle son over here. No matter how much it struggled, it was useless. I never had a chance to use the ability I got from opening the box before, so today, I'll use this tentacle son to get some practice. With that said, I stomped hard, cracking the ground beneath me, but the next second, the system warned me that my body was overloaded, and the veins on my face instantly bulged. I casually gave a hard pull and sent it sprawling face first, successfully pinning it under my foot. You little thing, still trying to struggle? Don't you see who you're up against? Since you're asking for death, you can't blame me. With that, I started tearing at its tentacles, while the tentacle son under my foot had no strength to resist. I don't know how long I tore at it, but the ground was littered with parts that had fallen off the tentacle son's body. The young lady who witnessed this was scared stiff. It was only then that I gradually regained my sanity and hurried to comfort her. It's all right now. But the young lady's nerves seemed to have snapped, and she couldn't help but scream on the spot. This made me a bit embarrassed. Miss, don't panic. I'm a person, not a monster. Meanwhile, F.A. Chang and the others had entered the West Steel plant. Leader, it's bad. Something has happened. Soon, the bald man and the glasses girl walked out, holding their weapons. What's going on? Where are Bin and A Xing? Hearing this, F.A. Chang explained in a panic. My uncle and brother A Xing. They were both killed by the tentacle son. Li Cheng then asked anxiously, what about the newcomer, Jiang Yi? F.A. Chang replied, he's probably dead too. The three of us were no match for that tentacle son. At these words, the bald man instantly lost control of his emotions and stared at the two of them with rage. You two are truly a pair of wastes. We went out to find some food for you, and as a result, A Xing and A Bin are both dead, and you two have the nerve to come back? Go down and keep A Bin and A Xing company. Seeing this, the glasses girl beside him immediately shouted, Da Peng, calm down. But the next second, they were all stunned. A bundle of severed tentacles appeared before them. Before they could react, I walked over. Leader, we're back. I took care of the tentacle man's son. Seeing me return, Li Cheng was ecstatic. Jiang Yi, you're not dead? But the glasses girl was now very confused. What is this? I spread my hands and explained, aren't these the tentacles of the tentacle man's son? I've avenged A Bin and A Xing for you. At these words, the bald man and the glasses girl were stunned on the spot. How could this be possible? How could this kid be so strong? I quickly reminded them, the two leaders shouldn't be sad. We need to hurry and arrange for a car and people to go back with me to collect the spoils of war. Afterwards, the bald man called F.A. Chang over. Didn't you say that the tentacle son was stronger than Li Cheng? So how did Jiang Yi do it? Hearing this, F.A. Chang explained through gritted teeth, I'm sure that creature killed my uncle and A Xing almost instantly. Li Cheng probably couldn't do that, right? I'm afraid even the two leaders would have a hard time. At these words, the bald man instantly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. I had threatened him before. Although he had reacted then, he had only managed to draw his weapon and hadn't even had time to get into a fighting stance. How could I possess such strength? Just then, the glasses girl suddenly offered a guess. Perhaps the tentacle son succeeded with a sneak attack. It might not be as exaggerated as we think. The bald man also added, you have a point, but regardless, we can't keep this Jiang Yi. What if one day he joins forces with Li Cheng? Suddenly, a thump sound came from the door. Seeing this, the glasses girl immediately made a shush gesture. Looking back, they saw the visitor was none other than Li Cheng. Brother Da Peng, Sister Ling, please accept my condolences. But the bald man just responded coolly, it's been so long in the apocalypse, there's no need for such formalities. Let's get to the point. Hearing this, Li Cheng immediately stated, this Jiang Yi's strength is likely on par with mine. I think we should give him the title of an officer. But this suggestion was immediately rejected by the bald man. No, his background. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the glasses girl. This Jiang Yi indeed has the strength to be an officer, but he still needs to achieve some merits to convince everyone. At these words, Li Cheng was instantly furious. Killing a tentacle son with his own strength, isn't that merit enough? But who would have thought that the glasses girl wouldn't be intimidated by Li Cheng's presence? Instead, a wicked scheme immediately formed in her mind. If he can kill the tentacle man to prove himself, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Li Cheng, however, raised an objection. Is it fair to ask him to do something that even the two of you can't? But the glasses girl was nonchalant. Don't worry, we're not sending him to his death. We will help as well. We will gather the entire settlement's strength and completely eliminate the threat of the tentacle man this time. I guessed their intentions in an instant. So, you're saying the operation will be centered on me? I've only been here for such a short time and I'm getting such a big credit. Do you think that's appropriate? Unbeknownst to me, the glasses girl had already made up her mind. There's nothing inappropriate about it. After all, the strength you've shown now is not inferior inferior to me or your brother Dapeng. Just then, the bald man added, alright, the operation is settled. If this operation is successful, the third command seat of the settlement is yours. Brother Li Cheng, Jiang Yi has climbed over your head with his own strength. I assume you have no objections. Li Cheng understood the bald man's thinking. This was clearly to provoke a rift between him and Jiang Yi, but he still responded calmly, I have no objections. Hearing this, the bald man appeared very satisfied. Alright, good, it's settled. We will set out in 2 days. I didn't care about any of this. If I didn't have the mind's eye, I might have actually been a little moved by the bald man's sincere proposal. I began to deploy the operation over the walkie-talkie. Uncle Lee, everyone listen up. The day after tomorrow in the morning, at that country park in the southern suburbs, you'll call Bro Chong and a few of our strongest people to hide in the shadows and await my orders. It's time to completely clean up the threat in the south of the city once and for all. Remember to stay well hidden. After receiving the order, Uncle Lee immediately assigned the personnel. Uncle Sheng, you're getting older. You shouldn't participate in this kind of thing. Besides, we need you here to hold down the fort. Hearing this, Uncle Sheng could only say, then you guys, Old Lee, be careful as well. This operation is very dangerous. Zhang Qi, Xiao Kai, Shanshan, Zixuan, Lu Chao, Chen Jia, Yu Fu, plus Bro Chong. These people will go with me. The rest will stay and guard the base. Just then, Xiao Shuai, who was on the side, couldn't sit still any longer. And me, I want to participate in this operation too. Hearing this, Xiao Shuai's mom quickly intervened to stop him. War is for adults. You're a child. Don't get mixed up in it. Xiao Shuai, however, disagreed. I'm not a child anymore. I'm a man. Hearing these words, Uncle Song immediately started laughing. Don't worry, Xiao Shuai's mom. Xiao Shuai's strength right now isn't weak, even among the core of the team, let alone against zombies. It's not a bad thing for him to experience these things early. I'll pay more attention and protect him. Soon, it was time to hunt the tentacle man, and the bald man arrived on time with his team. This is the place. I asked, how do we lure him out? The bald man signaled, no rush. We have our ways. I immediately became alert and observed my surroundings. Soon, I noticed some unusual movement, so I looked up towards the top of the building. That must be where Uncle Lee and the others were hiding. It was just as I expected. Uncle Lee was using binoculars to monitor every move on the field. I had also specifically instructed them not to get too close to the country park before we moved on the bald man's group, and to set up their ropes in advance. Once the fight started, Uncle Lee and his team could cut in from the side. What I hadn't expected was that the bald man's method was actually a young boy. They used the boy as bait to lure out the tentacle man. Go into the park. Hearing this, the little boy was full of confusion. Didn't you say you wanted us to carry the spoils? Seeing this, Li Cheng was also very confused. Sister Ling, what's going on? But the glasses girl just responded with a look of disdain. The tentacle man keeps calling for his son, right? So this time, we'll give him a son. Don't worry, as soon as the tentacle man makes a move, we'll take him down immediately. This kid won't get hurt. But the little boy waved his hand in refusal. I'm not going. I don't want to be bait. The next second, the bald man walked over and lifted the boy up. Less nonsense. If you dawdle any longer, I'll kill you right now. With that, he threw the little boy out. Up on the building, Uncle Lee saw this happen and immediately gave the order. We have a situation. Prepare for action. As soon as the words were spoken, the team started climbing down the pre-laid ropes. The little boy who had been thrown out could only shout for help in despair. But the next second, a strange cry came from within the park. Son, son. Before the little boy could react, the tentacle man suddenly appeared behind him. But what greatly surprised me was that this tentacle man bore a striking resemblance to someone from before. Just then, Li Cheng also shouted a reminder. Alright, the tentacle man has taken the bait. Everyone get ready to move. But who would have thought that the glasses girl would grab his arm? Didn't we agree on this beforehand? You can't steal Jiang Ye's credit. Are you going back on your word, Li Cheng? Seeing this, I just smiled faintly. I see. The moment the tentacle man smashed through the ground, I immediately shot towards the little boy. Just as the tentacle man grabbed the boy, I got there a step ahead, grabbed the boy's collar, and threw him in Li Cheng's direction. Li Cheng caught the little boy in time, but because I was careless, my glasses were knocked off by the tentacle man, and I was grabbed by his tentacles. He kept roaring at me, son, son, give me back my son. But I remained calm. After looking closely for a few moments, however, I was very surprised. How can it be you? Just then, Li Cheng shouted a reminder from behind me. Jiang Yi, hold on, he said, preparing to come and rescue me. But the next second, he was subdued on the spot by the bald man and the glasses girl. Seeing this, Li Cheng immediately demanded, what are you doing? If you don't make a move now, Jiang Yi will certainly die. Who would have thought the glasses girl would still be full of disdain? It's for the best if he dies. I thought this Jiang Yi had some strength, that he would at least fight the tentacle man to a stalemate. Turns out he's just another idiot to be slaughtered. It was only then that Li Cheng realized, so you never had good intentions from the very beginning. But why would you do this? But before the bald man and the glasses girl could answer, I answered for them. Li Cheng, I'll tell you why. It's because I know their secret of cannibalism. Hearing the word cannibalism, Li Cheng was shocked. What? Cannibalism? But just as Li Cheng was bewildered, a dense spray of bullets shot towards the bald man's feet. Not good. A sneak attack. There are enemies. The ones who opened fire were Uncle Lee and his team, who had arrived just in time. At the same time, they also spotted me trapped by the tentacle man and rushed towards him without a moment's moment's hesitation, Xiao Shui directly grabbed a Molotov cocktail. "Uncle Xiaoyong, we're here to help you." With that, he threw it at the tentacle man without hesitation, but the tentacle man just waved his tentacles lightly, splitting the Molotov cocktail in two on the spot. But at that moment, the tentacle man's eyes suddenly became very dull. He stared intently at Xiao Shui before him, endlessly mumbling, "Son, son, my son." I immediately understood. Wasn't this a classic father-son showdown? Well, things were about to get interesting. Seeing me trapped, Xiao Shui exclaimed, "Holy crap, this beast is so damn strong." At these words, the tentacle man roared, "You little brat." No swearing. The others who heard this were also baffled, but they still managed to call out a warning. "Be careful. This thing is no ordinary zombie." Just as they spoke, Bro Chong charged forward in a burst of speed. The tentacle man didn't stay idle either, as the tentacles on his body shot out with a whoosh. Fortunately, Bro Chong managed to dodge them all with his speed. Meanwhile, the glasses girl and the bald man in the distance were also bewildered. How did another variant appear? But when the glasses girl looked back, she exclaimed, "A variant is actually fighting alongside a living person? This is clearly not scientific." At that moment, Bro Chong had been firmly ensnared by the tentacles, but with a mere gurgle from his throat, he instantly tore the tentacles on his body to shreds. The next second, however, another sharp spike shot towards him. Bro Chong quickly blocked the attack with both hands, but it was clear he was struggling. The tentacle man didn't press the attack, instead just standing there, watching quietly. Seeing this, I smiled. "Bro Chong, you've met your match this time." The bald man in the distance was a bit baffled. "That kid, Jiang Yi, he's still in the mood to joke? Who would have guessed that in the next second I would easily tear away the tentacles binding me?" Just then, Fa Chang seemed to recall something. "That kid just now called him Uncle Yong. I remember a Xing once said that the leader of the settlement in the T-City is named Jiang Xiaoyong." "Yes, that's it, Jiang Xiaoyong. Damn it, this kid has been playing us for fools." The glasses girl was now seething with anger. So these people must be the main fighting force of that settlement. And those guys over there, the strongest among them is on par with Li Cheng at best, but their equipment is formidable. The most troublesome ones are Jiang Yi, no, Jiang Xiaoyong, and that variant who is as strong as the tentacle man. We have almost no chance of winning against them. Even if we barely win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Depeng, you go hold off those people. The rest of you, cover me. Hearing the order, Depeng charged forward with his axe, instantly hurling it through the air. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky, creating a violent storm of energy that shattered the surrounding giant trees, snapping them in half. Seeing this, Uncle Lee thought grimly, "Damn it, they're obviously trying to stir things up. What are they planning?" It turned out the glasses girl's target was Xiao Shui. The boy hadn't realized the danger yet, but Four Eyes immediately rushed forward, shielding Xiao Shui with his own body. The glasses girl kicked him squarely in the head, sending Four Eyes flying. Now, Xiao Shui was like a lamb to the slaughter, easily snatched up by the glasses girl. Shan Chan, who was behind them, didn't dare to make a move. Xiao Shui struggled, shouting, "You won't get away with taking me as a hostage." But the glasses girl just smiled faintly. Well, the little brat has some fight in him. Too bad it's nothing in my eyes." With that, she punched Xiao Shui in the face. Seeing this, the tentacle man roared, about to rush forward to save his son, but Bro Chong held him back, pinning his neck. Just as Bro Chong was about to snap it, I quickly signaled for him to let go. "Let him go. Let him do as he pleases." Bro Chong looked at me, puzzled. "Let him go?" I pointed at the tentacle man and explained, "He's about to go all out. Interfering with him right now would not be a wise choice." Clearly, the glasses girl hadn't grasped the situation. "If you don't want this little brat's head separated from his body, drop your weapons for me. Now," Uncle Lee shouted. "Let Xiao Shui go. I'll be your hostage in exchange." But the glasses girl only smiled wickedly. "Seeing how anxious you all are, I know I've grabbed the right person. In exchange? Impossible." Old Lee was like an ant on a hot pan. If anything happened to Xiao Shui, how could he face his mother? Seeing their panic, the glasses girl grew even more arrogant. "Everyone, put your weapons on the ground, then back up 100 meters. Old Lee could only signal for everyone to comply, and then have that monster that came with you deal with the tentacle man. But before she could finish, the tentacle man's appendage shot out with a whoosh, pressing against her forehead in an instant. The glasses girl hesitated for only a moment before decisively letting go of Xiao Shui, dodging the attack with a burst of speed. Unfortunately for Fa Chang and his men, they were caught in the crossfire and sliced in half at the chest by the tentacle man's attack. "Ah Chang!" the bald man screamed. By now, the glasses girl had retreated to a safe distance. Damn it, what's happening? Weren't they holding back the tentacle man? But when she looked closer, she saw Jiang Xiaoyong was just watching the show with interest, and Bro Chong even gave her a playful wave. Damn it, they played me. The tentacle man seized the opportunity, his tentacle wrapping around Xiao Shui's right leg. Seeing this, Old Lee was about to rush to the rescue, but I quickly motioned for him to stop. Shui isn't in danger. We can just watch from the sidelines. Old Lee could hardly believe his ears. Really not in danger? He's been captured by the tentacle man. But what the tentacle man did next left Old Lee completely stunned. The tentacle man actually smiled. "Son, Shui, I'm your dad. How about that? Jiang Xiaoyong is a man of his word. Your wife and son are both alive and well." At this, Xiao Shui finally reacted. "Dad? Are you really my dad?" I shrugged. "He's your dad. My initial guess was correct. Your dad has a constitution similar similar to Bro Chang's. Shui Shui could no longer hold back. He threw himself into Zhang Xingjia's arms, tears streaming down his face. The bald man, however, was dumbfounded. What the hell is this plot? We're done for. Everyone, retreat. But how could Zhang Xingjia let them escape? His tentacles shot out without hesitation, reaching the bald man's back in an instant and binding him tightly before he could struggle. The bald man screamed, Wang Ling, quick, cut the tentacles. What are you waiting for? But the glasses girl had already abandoned him and fled, leaving the bald man bewildered. Damn it, you sold me out. He didn't realize she was only using him to buy time. Even if they fought together, they were no match for the tentacle man, not to mention Jiang Xiaoyong and the other variant. Her only hope of survival was to let the bald man delay them, but she underestimated the speed of the tentacle man's tentacles and his determination to kill her. Because she was the only one who had used Xiao Shui as a bargaining chip, the glasses girl had to die. She was in a sorry state, blood pouring from her mouth, her glasses shattered. It's over. This time I'm really done for. Zhang Xingjia showed no hesitation, dragging her back with his tentacles. You damn bitch. You still tried to sell me out? Now, her only hope of survival lay with Li Cheng. Li Cheng seemed to have made up his mind. Damn it, I'll risk it all. But just then, I patted his shoulder. Li Cheng looked at me, puzzled. When did you get behind me? I didn't answer, simply signaling him not to act. With me here, I guarantee your safety. Seeing this, the bald man cursed. Li Cheng, you bastard. Are you betraying us too? But before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Xingjia viciously slammed him to the ground. The bald man coughed up a mouthful of blood, but Zhang Xingjia's assault wasn't over. A tentacle rose high and then smashed down, breaking all four of the bald man's limbs and sending his eyeballs rolling away. The glasses girl was filled with despair, still trying to struggle free, but as the tentacles tightened, her chest swelled rapidly, like two vacuum-sealed balloons. Then, with a sickening crack of bone, her eyes turned red from the pressure. Who knows what she was thinking in that final moment? Her body was crushed on the spot by Zhang Xingjia with a loud boom. The system promptly followed up with a notification. Villain's Bane has been completed. Mission requirement: eliminate threats to provide assistance to potential allies. Reward 80 points. Could it be that the potential ally in this mission was referring to this guy, Zhang Xingjia? Then I turned to Li Cheng. Do you have any other questions? You're from the settlement in the Tea Leaf City district. What did you mean before about eating people? Hearing that, my expression changed instantly. You thought becoming an evolver was all a matter of luck, right? Li Cheng finally understood. You mean, the reason we could become evolvers was because we had to. His mind flashed back to the past. Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat meat too. The girl's mother quickly hushed her. Don't make a fuss. Uncle has to eat meat to have the strength to protect us. Brotherly, I'm so sorry. The child doesn't know any better. It's fine. Let the kid have a bite. The woman waved her hands frantically. No, brotherly, really. It turned out the meat he had been eating all along was human flesh. Everyone run. The tentacle man is back. Several people are missing. Did any of you actually see the tentacle man? No. If we had, would we still be alive to talk about it? My daughter. Has anyone seen my daughter? Thinking of this, Li Cheng couldn't take it anymore. He doubled over and vomited on the ground. A bunch of damn cannibals. Li Cheng completely lost his senses, flailing his arms at the air. Bastards. Animals. All of you. Go to hell. Human flesh. So I've been eating human flesh all along. Damn it. I deserve to die too. How could I have done that? He then looked at us. So you also gained your powers by eating human flesh, right? Old Li quickly waved his hands. How can you think that of us? We're not that kind of people. At that, I tossed Li Cheng a variant core. We know a lot more than you do, and we have other ways to gain power. You don't have to eat human flesh to get stronger. This is a variant core. You can get them from zombies and other evolvers. It's not as common as human flesh, but it works much better and has no side effects. I'm sure you've felt it too. Since you became an evolver, has it become harder to control your emotions? Do violence and slaughter make you feel excited? If you want to change, you have to stop eating human flesh starting now. At the very least, it will keep your violent and perverse tendencies from getting worse. With that, I looked at Zhang Xingjia. As for you, Zhang Xingjia, can you still speak clearly? He waved his hand at me. Jiang, bro, thank you, son, save. Hearing this, I flared up. Hey, don't you try any of that family ranking crap with me. Zhang Xingjia quickly tried to explain. Not what I meant. Jiang. I sighed and waved my hand in frustration. Enough. I get what you mean. This guy was just like Bro Chong. The mutation had damaged his speech center, but his mind was still clear. But you look really terrifying right now. Taking you back to the settlement seems a little. Hearing this, Zhang Xingjia actually smiled. Though he stuttered terribly, he managed to convey that it wasn't necessary. He was fine staying outside. As long as he knew his son was safe, his heart was at ease. At this, Zhang Xingjia gave me a thumbs up. Jiang, smart, big smart. I was completely baffled. What big smart? It's just called being smart. Then, I smiled and turned to Li Cheng. Now that the threat here has been completely eliminated, you'll probably have to lead the remaining people from the West Steel plant. Li Cheng firmly refused. I'm an evolver who has eaten human flesh. It wouldn't be safe for anyone if I were the leader. What Li Cheng said made sense. I thought for a moment. How about this, Uncle Li? You go be the temporary leader at the West Steel plant. Li Cheng, you can come back with me to Tea Leaf City. And brotherly, from now on, I'll be the one to watch over the demon in your heart. Meanwhile, on the border of the neighboring S city, a group of people were fleeing from zombies. Let's go, Leave him, he's a lost cause, they shouted, only able to watch from a distance. These zombies were different from the others, having evolved into a completely new state. The abandoned man could only await his death in despair. After a series of screams, he was reduced to a pile of dry bones. But strangely, the bones on the ground suddenly stirred, and in their place rose a brand new zombie. Among the few survivors, a woman with yellow hair couldn't run anymore. Her boyfriend urged her on. You have to run, even if you can't. If they catch up, we'll be torn to shreds. Just then, a companion gestured for them to be quiet. Listen carefully. A faint rustling sound reached them. It sounds like wind. It really is the wind. That means we're about to reach the edge of the jungle. But as they celebrated, a crunching sound came from behind. Those things have caught up. No time to waste. Run, he shouted, encouraging his girlfriend as they ran. Victory is in sight. We can't die here. After running for half an hour, they finally saw a light in the distance. They were about to leave the jungle. The girl shouted in excitement. We made it. We made it. We're finally safe. Little did she know that her shout would be her undoing. A green vine suddenly appeared overhead. The next second, with a whoosh, the vine wrapped tightly around her neck. It was a mutated plant. It hoisted her high into the air, and with a sickening crack, a spray of red mist erupted from her body. She was dead. Only the lower half of her body fell to the ground. Her short-haired boyfriend stared in shock, tears streaming down his face. Xiaotong, my Xiaotong, get a grip, a companion warned him as the plant-based zombies closed in. Gurgling, he slapped the grieving boyfriend. Xiaotong is dead. If you don't want to join her, then calm the hell down. Soon, the four of them managed to escape the jungle. The plant-based zombies behind them stopped at the edge, gurgling as if in conversation, before one stepped across the line separating the jungle from the city. Dozens of them followed. Meanwhile, the four survivors arrived at a park. I've been here before with my friends. This is M City's suburban park. It looks like we've made it to M City, but it's strange. There's no one here. It feels completely abandoned. You're right. With what happened in our S City, it makes sense that the neighboring M City would be evacuated. Just then, the short-haired man pointed ahead. Look, what's that? They followed his gaze. Must be a survivor. Looks like some of the others who fled made it out too. They waved towards the figure. Hey, friend, do you know where the evacuation point is? The figure was none other than Zhang Xingzhe, the tentacle man, out for a stroll. When the survivors saw his appearance, they froze in terror. Not good. It's one of the plant-based ones. They turned and fled without a second thought. But Zhang Xingzhe didn't even move, his gaze fixed on the direction of the jungle. The survivors soon ran out of breath. Looking back, they saw Zhang Xingzhe hadn't followed. This is so damn weird. There are plant-based things in the jungle and in the city too. A terrible premonition crept into their minds. Could it be the world outside the jungle has fallen too? But why haven't they spread out from the jungle? Just then, the crunching sound returned. The plant-based zombies from the jungle had caught up, and soon the four were surrounded. Their numbers were growing. The short-haired man collapsed in despair. It's over. It's over. We never should have run. If we had just hidden in the jungle, we could have survived for a few more months, and Xiaotong would still be with me. As a plant-based zombie charged at him, he pressed a dagger to his own throat. I don't want to be torn apart by these monsters. I don't want to die like that. But the next second, with a whoosh, Zhang Xingzhe's tentacle shot out, cleanly decapitating the plant-based zombie. He walked right up to the four survivors, his face in a motionless mask. Meanwhile, at the Apocalypse Fortress, the wind was quite strong today. Utopia mission is still in progress. Establish branch mission completed. Reward 80 points. Current points 231. How am I supposed to spend so many points? Right, let's see if there's any new stock. Armed Deterrence Supply Crate 20 points. Ability Awakening Supply Crate 100 points. Black Tech Supply Crate 50 points. I didn't expect a level 3 crate. The last level 2 crate gave me physical overload. Let's see what this level 3 one has. Level 2 Armed Deterrence Supply Crate Exchange successful. Obtained 1 Armored Jeep. Level 3 Ability Awakening Supply Crate Exchange successful. Obtained 1 Level 1 Enslavement Mark. Mark an enemy with the enslavement mark, making them the user's servant. Maximum number of slaves 1. Level 2 Black Tech Supply Crate Exchange successful. Obtained plus 30 Physical Enhancement Potion. It's a pity I can only enslave one. Bro Chong, Zhang Xingzhe, and Li Cheng are all stable right now. I'll watch them for a while longer. Just then, the system issued a new mission. Weed removal. Have any settlement independently resist an invasion once and eliminate the threat posed by the weeds. Reward 100 points. Seeing this, I was completely baffled. Weed removal and eliminate the threat from weeds? Does it want me to go help weed a field? But as I stood there puzzled, the walkie-talkie behind me crackled. Brother Xiaoyong, can you hear me? There's a situation with Shuai Shuai's dad. Zhang Xingzhe had dragged the plant-based zombie back, and a crowd had already gathered. Isn't that the tentacle man? I heard he's with our leader Jiang. What's that thing he's dragging? Just then, a voice called out from behind Zhang Xingzhe. Soon, Uncle Li, Xiao Shuai's mom, and others emerged. Husband, you're back. We all missed you so much. But Zhang Xingzhe's language system hadn't recovered. He stuttered, son, and my wife. Shuai Shuai's mom was crying in Zhang Xingzhe's arms like a child. Our family is finally reunited. I bent down to examine the plant-based zombie on the ground. I had never seen one in my previous life. Zhang Xingzhe tried to explain. Big, jungle, side, jungle, meat and veggie stew. I was completely lost. The surviving short-haired man stepped stepped in. Big brother, let me explain. We all escaped from S City. It's completely covered by a jungle now, and many people have mutated into these plant-based beings. Hearing this, my mind started racing. Plant-based beings. The man continued, but big brother, from the looks of it, your M City isn't very safe either. You're right, I replied. You must have seen on your way here that most people have turned into zombies. Uncle Shen, there's an armored jeep behind the collapsed wall on the street east of the base. Please arrange for someone to bring it back immediately. The rest of you, come with me to the border between the two cities. We soon arrived at the edge of M City. As expected, the ground was covered in vines, and they had grown much taller since the survivors' arrival. One of them suggested we turn back, but I made a decision on the spot. We're going into the jungle. The survivor was stunned. Big brother, what are you saying? The jungle is incredibly dangerous. Why else would we have fought so hard to escape? You might as well just kill us. But I had my own plans. If we just let it be, the West Steel plant would likely be swallowed by the vines before long, disrupting both our lives and production. But before that, there was something more important to do. I glanced at Shanshan and Zhangqi. Your current strength is still a bit lacking. To handle the more difficult situations ahead, you need to be able to face crises on your own. Go get Old Lee and the people from the West Steel plant. We're going to do some intensive hunting for the next few days. The reason I made this decision before entering the jungle was to prepare them for a time when I might not be around, so that Uncle Lee, Zhangqi, and the others could handle sudden crises by themselves. The fastest way to boost their strength was to use the rare cores found inside zombies to quickly power up the entire team. With the addition of long-range heavy fire support, they would be able to handle any unexpected situations with ease. This would free me up to do more. Soon, we had collected a good number of zombie cores. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, zombies. Zombies. Why are there only zombies? Not a single living person left. A man grumbled, dispatching a zombie with a single punch. Damn these zombies again. He suddenly felt an intense craving. I can't stand it. It feels like a million ants are crawling on me. I don't want to eat roasted zombie meat anymore. I want fresh human flesh. The next second, the man's eyes widened as he sniffed the air. That fresh smell of human flesh. There are living people. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The leader specifically said not to open the door and come out during this time. Get back here. What's the big deal? Leader Jiang and his people have already cleared out most of the zombies around here. See? I'm back. Seeing this, a muscular man grinned. Living people, sure enough, and a type I've never eaten before. Too bad they're armed. It's too risky for me to go alone. Looks like I'll have to wait a few more days. 3 days passed quickly. I exchanged all my remaining points for supplies and then gathered everyone. I can't believe we got so many cores in just 3 days. Uncle Lee, Zhangqi, you two split these. You've earned them. Uncle Lee quickly refused. That's not right, Xiaoyong. You did most of the work. Zhangqi agreed. Yeah, brother Xiaoyong. And it was a team effort. Uncle Lee and I cut them off. Stop being modest. We're not short on weapons or ammo. Right now, it's more important to have a few strong members than a group of half-baked evolvers. Uncle Sun chimed in. Just take them if Xiaoyong says so. When has his judgment ever been wrong? We all trust his decisions completely. I then glanced at Shanshan. You, come with me. I led her into a room. Shanshan was nervous. Brother Xiaoyong, what are you doing? Xiao Shuai and the others, curious, tiptoed to the door to listen in. Shanshan, just bear with it for a moment. This next part might hurt a little. The door opened from the inside. Zhangqi looked awkward because I was staring at him coldly. Brother Xiaoyong, that was fast. Without a word, I grabbed his ear. Brother Yong, easy, he pleaded, but I wasn't in a merciful mood. I kicked him toward Shanshan. You wanted to know what we were doing, right? Then open your eyes and take a good look. Only then did Zhangqi notice the syringe next to Shanshan. He scratched his head awkwardly. Shanshan, did you just get a shot? I cut in. Zhangqi, you just ate all those variant cores, didn't you? You're one of the strongest of the strong now. Go and have a few rounds with Shanshan. Right now. Zhangqi hesitated. Isn't that because you favor me, brother Xiaoyong? Besides, I'm a grown man. How can I bully a girl? I just gave a wicked smile. Heh, you bully a girl? Shanshan, go on. Give our boy Qi a big slap. Don't worry. Use your full strength. Our Qi can take it. Zhangqi looked unfazed. Go ahead, Shanshan. Hit me. I'm crazy strong now. Remember, full strength. The next second, with a loud smack, Zhangqi's face was instantly contorted. He only managed to stay on his feet with 4 eyes and Bro Chong holding him up. Shanshan was stunned. Brother Yong, what's going on? It turned out I had injected Shanshan with a physical enhancement potion. Now, besides me and Bro Chong, no one else was a match for her. Zhangqi muttered dejectedly. I thought Old Lee and I were your closest confidants. Brother Xiaoyong, guess not. 4 eyes chuckled beside him. Isn't that obvious? Brother Xiaoyong isn't gay. Why would he be that close to you? Alright, that's enough. Bro Chong, Zhang Xingxia, Li Cheng, and, I said, pointing to a survivor named Alu, you're coming with us into S City. Alu was instantly terrified. Me? He quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, I'm not going. I barely made it out of there alive. I don't want to go back. Li Cheng couldn't watch any longer. We're helping you rescue your companions and family, and you're chickening out? Alu clasped his hands, begging. What companions and family? I don't have any left. Please, just don't make me go back. I'll do hard labor here. I'm willing. Just then, another voice spoke up. It was the short-haired man who had escaped with him. I'll go with you. Meanwhile, a muscular man appeared in the western suburbs of M City. I remember it was around here. My mind is getting so sluggish. If I don't get some fresh human flesh soon, I don't know what terrible things will happen. Just then, he heard moans from behind. I knew it. They're still around here. He ran towards the sound and creaked open an iron gate. Inside, sure enough, were several figures. The muscular man coughed lightly, and the 4 people inside noticed him. One of the men spoke. You brat, you dare to come back? The muscular man held up his hands. Don't get excited. I'm not here to steal anything this time. I came to share some information. A woman inside questioned him. Share information? You'd be that nice? Half of us are monsters now. Stop trying to fool people. It's true. There are a lot of pure, living humans, but they're armed, and I can't handle them alone. That's why I've come to you for help. Please, you have to believe me this time. After he spoke, the 4 of them surrounded him. The next second, the bald man grinned. We'll trust you this once, but if you dare to deceive us, you'll be our next meal. The muscular man replied. Don't worry. This time, all you have to do is wait for the feast. A long-haired woman walked over. If that's the case, then we're partners. Join us and enjoy the pleasures of the flesh. The muscular man didn't hesitate, reaching out to grab the woman's ample chest. At the same time, we had arrived deep in the jungle. The short-haired man reminded us, be careful. Every leaf, every tree here could be hiding danger. It was only then that I realized I still didn't know his name. My name is Zhou Xingkai. Heh, you're a real man. Your companion was scared half to death, but you still dared to come back. It turned out that Xingkai had to come back because not only was his girlfriend killed by the plant creatures, but his parents were also still in the jungle. He had to find a chance to save them. I see. I then gave out the formation. I'll take the lead. Li Cheng brings up the rear. Bro Chong and Zhang Xingzha on the left and right, with Xingkai in the middle. He's our only guide. If he dies, this trip is a waste. And Xingkai, don't get me wrong. Our motive isn't to help you. It's to find a way to stop this jungle from spreading. But as soon as I finished speaking, a tentacle slammed down from above. What is this sticky stuff? Xingkai shouted. That's, oh no, Brother Yong, get out of the way. Quick, that's the tentacle of the jungle's man-eating tree. At that moment, I was on the verge of being swallowed by the tree. Xingkai cried out in despair. It's over. No one has ever made it out of its mouth alive. But in the next second, I grabbed the man-eating tree's tentacle. I gave a powerful tug downwards, gripping the tentacle tightly. Then, with a steady landing, I ripped out the man-eating tree's core. Xingkai was dumbfounded by the sight. That's incredible. You just took care of the man-eating tree like that? But the next second, the core began to squirm and then shot off into the distance. I didn't expect this thing to have motor skills. I instructed Zhang Xingzha behind me. Zhang Xingzha, don't let it get away. Can you stand someone playing with tentacles right in front of you? Hearing this, Zhang Xingzha didn't hesitate. His own tentacles shot out, firmly grasping the fleeing core. With a powerful tug, he easily pulled the man-eating tree back, and it fell to the ground with a thud. But the next second, a green, poisonous mist erupted from it. The smell was quite fragrant, but I quickly realized the danger. I immediately warned the others. This thing is releasing a dust with a strange fragrance. Whatever you do, don't breathe it in. But I failed to notice that Xingkai had accidentally inhaled some of the dust. In his vision, everyone disappeared, and his surroundings turned pitch black. Where did everyone go? Then, his mind jolted. What's happening? This is a very strange feeling. He then witnessed an astonishing sight. Me and Zhang Xingzha were frozen in place. Why are you all just standing still? As soon as he spoke, a rustling sound came from the jungle. He turned to see a woman's figure. It was his girlfriend, Xiao Tong, who was supposed to be dead. How is this possible? Xingkai broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Tong, you're not dead? This is great. You're still alive. But Xiao Tong just waved at him. It's dangerous over there. Come over here quickly. Everyone's here. At that moment, Xingkai seemed possessed, and he started walking towards Xiao Tong. Meanwhile, back at the Apocalypse Fortress, the muscular brute had led the bald man and the others over. Pointing ahead, he said, it's right there. The long-haired brute immediately caught the scent of human flesh. Very pure human flesh, he said, drool running down his chin, his heart filled with a craving for fresh meat. Without a second thought, he charged forward. The muscular man tried to stop him, but he was no match for the long-haired brute's momentum. I can't take it anymore. I have to enjoy this delicious human flesh right now. The guards inside the fortress noticed the commotion and shouted at the long-haired brute to stop. Who are you? But the brute was beyond reason now. He went straight for a guard's neck, biting down hard on his shoulder. The guard screamed in agony. Oldly, in his office, also noticed something was wrong. That sound isn't right. I have to go check. The long-haired brute was in a frenzy, showing no fear even when facing a gun. He took several bullets without flinching and then lunged forward, his eyes filled with the desire for fresh human flesh. But just in the nick of time, Oldly arrived and delivered a powerful kick to the brute's stomach, sending him flying. After the long-haired brute staggered to his feet, Oldly raised an AK-47 and opened fire. Seeing this, the brute cursed, damn it, and fled under the hail of bullets. Oldly immediately gave orders. Quick, get him to the infirmary and stop the bleeding. The injured long-haired man barely managed to escape, but his stamina was at its limit. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. His red-haired female companion walked over. Why were you in such a hurry? You paid the price for it, didn't you? The long-haired brute was furious. Stop with the damn wisecracks and get me some meat. I need to recover. The bald man grinned. You're in that state and you're still giving orders? This only enraged the long-haired brute further. What time is it to be wasting on nonsense? But before he could finish, with a thud, The gray-haired girl stepped on him. "What are you doing?" the brute demanded. "You damn bitch, get off me." But the gray-haired girl just sneered. "Look at the time. One less mouth to feed is always better." With that, she stomped on the long-haired brute's spine, crushing it. "So, what's the plan now? The food is all hidden in that factory, and they're all armed." The gray-haired girl replied, "That's easy. You're all so dense. We're humans, not zombies." She turned around seductively. "Of course, we'll just swagger right in." Xiao Tong was waving. "Shinkai, don't hesitate. Come on, come over here." When Shinkai hesitated, Xiao Tong's expression changed. "Stop dawdling and get over here." Coming, I'm on my way." But in the next second, a throwing knife flew through the air, cleanly severing Xiao Tong's head. It rolled and came to a stop at Shinkai's feet with a thud. Seeing this, Shinkai burst into tears. "Xiao Tong, the one who had dealt with the illusion of Xiao Tong was me. I didn't expect the smoke to be so potent. It even got to me." Shinkai shouted at me. Why did you kill my Xiao Tong?" I just responded coldly. "Your Xiao Tong? Open your eyes and take a good look at what that is." When Shinkai looked, he saw streams of colorful light flowing out from Xiao Tong's body on the ground. In a blink, it had reverted to its plant-based form. Only then did Shinkai understand. It wasn't just him. Even a variant like Bro Chong had been entranced. Soon, everyone regained their senses. What happened? It felt like years had passed. Zhang Xingzhe was also speaking gibberish. "Film reel. History. High-speed machine. Son. Transported back to Earth. I had a dream. I dreamt I was driving to pick up my son from school. It must have been that flower we just dealt with. It released some kind of hallucinogenic gas that confused us. I then prodded the plant creature on the ground with my dagger. Let's see what the internal structure of this monster is like. Maybe there's a variant core inside." But after cutting it open, I realized I was overthinking it. This thing seemed to be just a semi-puppet, not the main body, and its vines were rooted deep in the earth. The main body didn't seem to be nearby. But then, to my surprise, I found that the man-eating tree had another section hidden underground. It looked like a potato or a taro tuber, seemingly an organ for storing nutrients. "I'll take this for now. This thing might even be edible." Later, I learned from Zhou Shinkai that these plant creatures were extremely dangerous and preyed on all living things. But Old he would definitely know something. It turned out Old he was an expert from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. They had all taken refuge in a high-rise building, but whether he was still alive was unknown. "Good. Then take me to find this Old he." Soon, night fell. The red-haired woman, disguised as a survivor, walked towards the base, looking weak and frail. She deliberately tripped to make a sound and attract the attention of the guards. Sure enough, the guards took the bait. Hearing the noise, they fired a signal flare. "A survivor! It's a survivor!" they shouted as they ran over. A companion behind them advised, "To be safe, you should report it first." The guard was impatient. "Report what? Can't you see this woman is on the verge of collapse? Let's help her back first. Any longer and she'll be zombie food." "Miss, are you alright?" "Don't worry, you're safe now." The gray-haired woman and the two brutes watched everything intently. I didn't expect this bitch to be such a good actress. Looks like she's really got the skills. But as soon as she said that, the gray-haired woman hooked her leg over the other, then lifted her right leg high. I'm even better than her. With that, she ignored the red-haired woman's situation and started doing exercises behind the car. Meanwhile, I had entered the depths of the jungle. The dense branches completely blocked the sunlight, so as soon as dusk fell, it became pitch black. Shinkai pointed ahead. "We're almost there." But when he turned his head, his jaw dropped. A woman had suddenly appeared at the corner of a wall up ahead. Auntie Yang. He then wondered if he was hallucinating again and rubbed his eyes hard. I smiled and reassured him. "Don't worry, what you're seeing this time isn't a hallucination. It's a living person." Little did they know, several large men were hiding with Auntie Yang. "I told you not to risk it. You won't be happy until you get me killed." Watching Shinkai being assimilated by those plant creatures, he's a lost cause. He's been gone for so many days. To show up now, he must have mutated. Auntie Yang whispered, "Enough talk. 1, 2, 3, get ready to fight." As soon as she finished, her group charged forward, reaching me in an instant. Zhang Xingzhe let out a roar. I immediately signaled him to calm down. "Nobody move." As I spoke, 3 arrows flew towards us. I simply swatted them away and shouted, "Everyone, stop. Calm down." Auntie Yang and her group were clearly taken aback by my shout. Shinkai also quickly waved his hands at her. "It's me, Shinkai. Calm down. They're not enemies." Seeing this, Auntie Yang immediately signaled for everyone to cease fire. Shinkai continued to explain anxiously, "They're people from outside the jungle. They are our saviors." But Auntie Yang shot back, "Then what about the others who went scouting with you? And your girlfriend, Xiao Tong?" Shinkai waved his hand helplessly. "We suffered heavy casualties. Xiao Tong is dead, but the rest of us managed to escape. This isn't the place to talk. We'll explain everything when we get back." But upon seeing Bro Chong and Zhang Xingzhe, Auntie Yang and her group hesitated again. The two of them had an extremely arrogant attitude, as if to say, "I am the heavens, and you can do as you please." I smiled and explained, "Don't worry, they're on our side. You too, could you please say something to ease their fears?" Hearing this, Bro Chong immediately took off his mask. "I may be ugly, but I'm very gentle." Zhang Xingzhe also began to dance and sing incoherently, "Smooth naked marble, look how sexy my body is." I immediately berated them. "What the hell are you two doing?" Shinkai also kept explaining to Auntie Yang, "Don't worry, they're our saviors too. I'm only alive now because of them." He finally managed to persuade Auntie Yang and her group. "In that case, follow me. Meanwhile, back at the Doomsday base, Shan-Chan had finished her patrol and was riding her motorcycle back. Uncle Lee, open the gate. It's me, Shan-Chan. But the next second, Shan-Chan felt something was off and looked over at the trio exercising. The three of them immediately held their breath. Then, Uncle Lee came out. Shan-Chan, you're back. Seeing Shan-Chan go inside, the trio finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. We were almost discovered. Did you see that? That girl is an evolver, and a pure one at that. How can there be a pure evolver? How did she do it? I don't know, but what I do know is that she must be delicious. Eating her would greatly increase our power. Shan-Chan immediately went to the infirmary. The injured guard was tied securely to the bed. She took out 2 vials of medicine from her pocket. This is the infection blocker brother Xiaoyong left before he left. If anyone gets bitten by a zombie, use this. But Uncle Lee said, it's been several hours since they were bitten, and there's still no sign of mutation. That means it probably wasn't a zombie that bit them. Shan-Chan was confused. If not a zombie, then why would it bite someone? Just then, the red-haired woman stepped forward. I know, there are a lot of mutated people in the western suburbs. They're not zombies, and they're not infectious, but they're very violent and they bite people. I escaped from there. Uncle Lee immediately became suspicious. What else do you know about these mutated people? They're more terrifying than zombies. They eat human flesh, and they're intelligent. A few of them chased me for a long time. It's a good thing I can ride a bike, or I wouldn't have made it back alive. Uncle Lee's gaze sharpened. So you're saying you led these mutated people here? The red-haired woman quickly waved her hands. It wasn't on purpose. I was just trying to survive. I'm sorry. Uncle Lee signaled that he didn't mean it that way. Knowing the details about these mutated people makes it easier to handle, doesn't it? The red-haired woman continued. I also know they won't give up. They'll be back to attack soon. We need to prepare. I know, Uncle Lee said. You all go back and rest, and bring some food for the injured. We'll observe them for one more night, just to be safe. But as Shan-Chan watched the red-haired woman leave, she felt that something was off about the newcomer. Uncle Lee noticed Shan-Chan's unease. What's wrong, Shan-Chan? I have a strange feeling about this new woman, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Uncle Lee smiled. You're probably just exhausted. Xiaoyong really shouldn't have put such a heavy burden on a young girl like you. Meanwhile, we arrived at the building where Auntie Yang was staying, but something puzzled me. Why did you choose this as your settlement? We passed several factories and warehouses that were much sturdier and more suitable. Shinkai and Auntie Yang explained, the disaster in S-City is different from where you're from. If we chose one of those places, we'd all be dead in a week. See this mist? The lower you go, the thicker it gets. If you breathe it in for a few days, you'll be infected and turn into a plant creature. Only above the 10th floor, where the mist is thinner, can we barely survive. Let's go up and talk more. After we settled in, I introduced everyone and explained the situation in M-City. So that's how it is, Oldie. Unfortunately, the situation outside the jungle isn't much better. I then called to the 2 outside. Bro Chong, Zhang Xingzhe, you can come in. I've explained your situation to them. Oldie then asked about the situation in other countries. As of today, we haven't encountered any organized rescue efforts. Everyone is still fending for themselves. By the way, Oldie, I heard you've done some research on these plant creatures. Could you take a look at this? From Oldie, I learned that the tubers of the plant creatures were edible. Auntie Yang and the others go out looking for these. We only found out a few days ago. If food wasn't so scarce, we wouldn't have dared to eat this stuff. It tastes like taro and is high in calories. In the apocalypse, it's pretty good food. But just then, someone rushed in anxiously. Oldie, we have a situation. Plant creatures. The plant creatures are surrounding us. Be more specific, Oldie said. There are tons of them. They're gathering around this building, and their numbers are growing. A flower float. It's a flower float. I was confused. A flower float? What's that? Is it scary? Scary is an understatement. If we don't handle this right today, we're all going to die here. Even so, Oldie remained calm. Everyone, listen up. Women and young people, get to the top floor. Find a restroom or a storage room, any enclosed space, and hide. The rest of the older folks, stay here with me. Everyone was stunned. Oldie, you can't. Oldie became furious. Get moving. It's better for some of us to live than for all of us to die together. With that, the younger people rushed out. Oldie then looked at me. You don't look very old. Go with them to the roof. Don't stay here as a sacrifice. I just smiled faintly. It's alright, Oldie. I'm just a little curious. What is this thing that has you all so terrified? Oldie was peering out the window. We'll probably be killed by these plant creatures before we even see the flower float itself. I voiced my suspicion. Does this flower float have the ability to control the plant creatures? That's right, Oldie confirmed. They probably use something like pheromones. An attack this large and organized means the flower float is definitely nearby. It's clearly coming for us. At that, I pushed open the window. To Oldie's astonishment, I raised my trusty old AK and started firing. My shots tore through the bodies of the plant creatures in front, but these things were incredibly resilient. I wanted to see the limits of their regeneration, so I kept firing, the dense spray of bullets turning them into sieves. After a symbolic struggle, a plant creature finally collapsed. It takes 2 magazines to kill one of these? No wonder you're so scared of them, but it's no problem. As I spoke, I opened my spatial backpack. The sight of it shocked everyone. What is that thing? I didn't have time to explain. I just opened the crate. Everyone gasped. He doesn't even need a crowbar. He's prying open a nailed shut wooden crate with his bare hands. hands. Inside were rows of neatly arranged Molotov cocktails. Great, Molotov cocktails. Now we're not afraid of those plant creatures. I instructed Oldie, if any of them get in, you use these Molotov cocktails to defend yourselves. Oldie was confused. Any of them get in? What do you mean, any of them get in? But the next second, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped in shock. This is the 18th floor. They just jumped down, without any protective gear. As soon as we landed, a few screeching plant creatures charged at us. I grabbed one by its head and crushed it with a sickening pop, holding the head firmly in my hand. Bro Chong was equally fierce, tackling a creature to the ground, grabbing it by the neck, and slamming it repeatedly against the floor. Zhang Xingzhe was completely unfazed, waiting until a creature was right on top of him before slowly extending his tentacles and tearing it to pieces. Upstairs, Old He and the others were dumbfounded. They're so ferocious. What are those things? Li Cheng, who was behind them, suddenly reminded everyone, stop watching the show. Get ready to deal with the ones that get through. If any of you are confident in your skills, grab a Molotov cocktail and guard the stairwell. The rest of you, move all flammable materials away from the stairwell. Just as Li Cheng finished speaking, everyone gasped in shock. They're here. Down below, we had dealt with most of the plant creatures. Now it was time to find that big one. I had Bro Chong and Zhang Xingzhe search the bodies for any variant course. I was going to face that flower float myself. Meanwhile, the battle had started upstairs. With the Molotov cocktails, dealing with the plant creatures was much easier. This is all thanks to Brother Li Cheng and Brother Jiang and his team. Let everyone else come down. The crisis upstairs is temporarily resolved. I wonder how Brother Jiang is doing downstairs. I had already located the flower float. What is this twisted thing? This must be the flower float. It looks like a giant ball of flesh. This must be its main body. Just then, the flower float's petals suddenly unfurled, releasing a dark green mist. I immediately knew this was bad. The float's tentacles whipped towards me, but I dodged the attack with a flying leap. Such power, it could probably rival Zhang Xingzhe. But for me, at my current level, this is nothing. I've gotten plenty of experience fighting you tentacled freaks lately, but this was a boss-level flower float. It wouldn't be defeated so easily. It twisted its tentacles off, and with a sickening gurgle, a cloud of green poisonous mist spewed from its mouth. I just smiled faintly. That trick won't work on me anymore. I've already seen it from one of your kind. As I spoke, I took a deep breath, and as the mist reached me, I puffed out my cheeks with all my might, blowing the entire cloud of poison back at it. The petals on the flower float's head began to shriek. It clearly realized it was no match for me. Its numerous legs all turned to flee. I knew it was trying to escape. I immediately gave chase. You think you can run? Not a chance. I gently pointed a finger in the air, and a circular enslavement mark slowly appeared. I shot up to the top of the flower float's head and pointed my finger at its pistol. With a hum, a strange energy surged into its body. As the energy gradually subsided, it meant that I had successfully subdued the flower float. Back with Oldie's group. Not good. It's the main body of the flower float. It didn't leave. It's coming towards us. Oldie rushed to the window to look. That twisted form. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Could little Jiang have been by the flower float? Just then, my voice came from below. Bro Chong, Zhang Xingzhe, how's it going? Did you find any variant cores in those plant creatures downstairs? Zhang Xingzhe gestured wildly. Snail leg no, spider leg double. Not everyone has one, but there are quite a few. And Bro Chong just gave a thumbs up. Not all, but a lot. I shook my head at the sight. Neither of you can speak a proper sentence. One talks nonsense, the other, sigh. This is exhausting. Oldie asked anxiously, Brother Xiaoyong, what about the flower float down there? I just replied casually, the flower float? Oh, he's one of us now. Everyone looked at me in disbelief. One of us? I pointed at the flower float, reassuring everyone. It won't hurt any of you now. I even had Oldie go and touch it. Oldie first gulped nervously, then gently touched the flower float's body. You really tamed it. How did you do it? I didn't answer, but asked instead. Oldie, you're a plant expert. What are your thoughts on this thing? Although it's become a plant creature, it should still have its plant characteristics and instincts, Oldie said. Just like the law of the jungle among animals, the competition among plant creatures is also incredibly fierce. The struggle for sunlight is a constant theme for plant creatures, and a big tree doesn't start out that way. It grows taller and taller to compete for more sunlight. Those shorter plants become very weak due to lack of sunlight. That's why the denser the trees in a jungle, the sparser the grass. I suspect the reason these flower floats are so ferocious is because they lost the initial advantage in the mutation and couldn't compete for sunlight, so they had to evolve the ability to prey on animals. Just then, the flower float's tentacles suddenly began to squirm. Li Cheng immediately noticed something was wrong and took out his small knife, signaling me to be careful, but I remained very calm. Wait, don't move. It can't go against me now. Let's see what it wants to do first. The flower float's tentacle slowly extended behind me and then, with a pop, inserted itself into the back of my neck. In the next second, my vision began to blur, and a flood of images related to the flower float poured into my mind. Li Cheng asked anxiously, are you alright? What happened? I soon recovered. Oldie, your analysis was spot on. The entire S-City has become a battleground for plants. Those mutated plant creatures that failed to gain an advantage in the competition can only fight for animal bodies to obtain nutrients. Since you've become my servant, I'll take care of your survival. The flower float seemed to understand. The flower bud on its head slowly opened, and a green core with tentacles slowly emerged. The tentacles then flew towards my hand, and the core, like a large mulberry, shrank and took root in my palm. Li Cheng asked with confusion, "Where did that thing go?" I smiled and explained, "It's in symbiosis with me now." As I spoke, I waved my hand forward, and several green tentacles shot out from my palm, wrapping around a large tree with a crack. With a pull, the tree snapped in half. Zhang Xingzhe was stunned. 1 light year of noodles, even stronger than my tentacles. Just then, the system prompted, "Gardener achievement unlocked. Reward 150 points. Current points 153. Hey, not bad. This is the first time I've unlocked an achievement." After things here came to a temporary close, the situation back at the Doomsday Fortress was not so smooth. The red-haired woman smiled faintly. "Looks like another fish has taken the bait." It was the male guard who had brought her back earlier. "Miss, I brought you some late-night snacks." The red-haired woman asked, "Who sent you to bring snacks?" "No one sent me. I came on my own." Hearing this, a murderous intent flashed in the red-haired woman's eyes, but she still greeted him with a smile, rubbing her knee against the guard's thigh. The guard was instantly aroused and lunged at her. "What are you doing?" the red-haired woman asked, feigning surprise. The guard realized his mistake. "I'm sorry, I thought," but the red-haired woman just said shyly, "There are too many people here, and the walls are thin. Why don't we go outside and play somewhere more exciting?" This was exactly what the guard wanted. Good, let's go now." Soon, the two were exercising wildly in a car outside the fortress. After a passionate session, the guard was completely mesmerized. "You're so beautiful. By the way, I still don't know your name." But as he spoke, he inadvertently noticed some clothes by the trash can. "This sleeve, it looks like the one Zhao Chen was wearing. Why would it be thrown here?" But when he opened the trash can, the guard was horrified. Inside was Zhao Chen's head, and at that moment, the red-haired woman's sharp claws were already coming for him, clamping down on his neck. "Silly boy, it's been a long time since I've had such delicious human flesh." Outside the Doomsday Fortress, the muscular man who was sleeping was suddenly slapped awake. "You're sleeping soundly, aren't you? I told you to keep watch. And you're sleeping? I walked right up to you and you didn't even notice. If she gives a signal, will you be able to see it? You're useless. What's the point of keeping you?" Seeing this, the gray-haired woman quickly intervened. "Alright, that's enough. We've been taking turns watching for so long, and she hasn't given a single signal." She then snorted coldly. "I think she's scared and wants to keep all the food for herself." The two muscular men also thought this was possible. "There's no sign of that bitch around." "It's just as they thought. I told you there was the smell of human flesh here. That bitch is really eating alone." Hearing this, the gray-haired woman touched her chest. If she can get in by flaunting her looks, why can't I? But who would have thought? The bald man suddenly grabbed her. "You want to sneak in and eat alone too? Don't think I can't see through you. You and her are cut from the same cloth." Seeing this, the muscular man quickly stopped him. "Boss, don't get excited. If you kill her, we'll have even less of a chance." Hearing this, the bald man threw the gray-haired woman to the ground. "I'll spare you for today, but if you dare to try what she did, even if I have to force my way in and die, I'll take both of you with me." So, the gray-haired woman also imitated the red-haired woman and came knocking. "Help!" Soon, the gate of the Doomsday Fortress opened. The night watchman inside asked, "Who are you?" The gray-haired woman quickly replied, "I was chased by zombies and barely managed to escape." "Wow, we're really lucky, brothers. We just saved one girl, and now here's another, and she's even hotter than the last one." But just then, a voice suddenly came from above. "Don't believe her. She's one of those variants disguised as a human. Don't hesitate. Shoot." Hearing this, the night watchman did not hesitate and pulled the trigger. Dozens of bullets flew towards the gray-haired woman, turning her into a honeycomb on the spot. In less than a minute, the gray-haired woman fell to the ground. Seeing this, the men shouted, "Hurry up, get the gasoline and burn her." But when they came over to look, the gray-haired woman was long gone. To be able to escape after being shot so many times. Damn it, we should have kept someone watching her. "Quick, report to Shanshan and Brotherly." Soon, the gray-haired woman limped back, but before she could take a few steps, she collapsed in front of the bald man. "Boss, please don't kill me," she said, her face filled with terror. "Please, save me. I promise I'll do whatever you want from now on." But the bald man just replied coldly, "We're all the same kind. You know what we're like." With that, he ripped a large piece of concrete from the ground. "As for the food in that settlement, I'll have to find another way." At this moment, the gray-haired woman's face was filled with despair. But the next second, with a thud, it was the muscular man who had acted. The bald man collapsed to the ground, clearly dead. The muscular man then licked the blood from his hand. "Alright, you don't have to die now. An arm and a leg should be enough for you to recover. The rest is mine." Hearing this, the gray-haired woman smiled faintly. The bald man was right. We all know what our own kind is like. If he had to share my body with the bald man, he would have gotten almost nothing. But by ambushing and killing the bald man in front of me, he's in a much more advantageous position. He gets to decide how much I get. At this time, someone was also found to be missing inside the fortress. Qinshua is missing, Yang Hai is still missing, and now another one is gone. But Shanshan had already pieced together what had happened. She went outside alone. As a variant, her sense of smell was very keen. Sure enough, she found the trash can outside. At this point, the others also followed her out. That's Qinshua's shirt, and those are Yang Hai's shoes. He's the only one in our settlement who wears that brand. The red-haired woman also realized she had miscalculated. The bald man man and that bitch, the gray-haired woman, actually dug up the body I hid in the trash can and ate it. Shan immediately became suspicious of the red-haired woman. No one inside or around the settlement heard any commotion, and there are no signs of a struggle. What does that mean? She then turned her gaze to the red-haired woman. Seeing this, the red-haired woman quickly explained, "Why are you looking at me? This has nothing to do with me." But Shan had no time for her nonsense. She transformed her arm into a sharp blade and thrust it towards the red-haired woman's chest without a word. The red-haired woman had no choice but to sidestep to barely dodge Shan attack, but in doing so, she revealed her true identity. She stared fiercely at Shan, but Shan just looked at her with disdain. The red-haired woman became extremely nervous. "Damn it, I'm completely exposed now. Looks like I have to find a way to get out of here first." With that, she lunged at a man nearby, putting her hand on his neck. "Don't move, or I'll kill him." Seeing this, Shan immediately warned, "If you kill him, I will not let you leave here alive." Who would have thought? The red-haired woman just sneered. "A little girl who hasn't even grown all her hair yet. Talking tough? If you don't let me leave here alive today, I'll at least take 3 men down with me to keep me company." Helpless, Shan could only agree to her demand. After creating some distance, the red-haired woman took the man's handgun and, taking him by surprise, kicked him away, then shot him several times in the butt before turning and fleeing into the distance. Shan also aimed at her immediately, and 2 shots pierced the red-haired woman's body. But even so, the red-haired woman gritted her teeth and continued to flee in pain. Seeing this, Shan was about to chase her on her motorcycle, but was stopped by Uncle Lee. "We don't know if she has any accomplices nearby. To be safe, let's close the gate and defend first." Shan also thought Uncle Lee's words made sense. From now on, all new survivors must be quarantined in a safe house. "Uncle Lee, I'll leave this to you. My grandfather and Jiangqi still don't know about this situation. I need to hurry to the Tea Leaf City to make arrangements." Hearing this, Uncle Lee looked very pleased. "I didn't expect a young girl like Shan to have grown to be so decisive and capable." Meanwhile, back on my side, I had to clear out the remaining plant creatures, and it was also a good opportunity to test the strength of my tentacles after the fusion. They were much more powerful than Zhang Xing's tentacles, easily slicing off the heads of the plant creatures, and it was an area of effect instant kill. Bro Chong and Li Cheng had also prepared the gasoline. After clearing out all the surrounding plant creatures, we gathered them together and burned them all with gasoline. Seeing this, Old Su was also shocked. Is this a sense of security, or is it a sense of oppression? Just then, the system suddenly prompted, "Custom Utopia in progress. Any settlement independently resists an invasion once completed." Seeing this, I was overjoyed. Zhang Qi and Shan really didn't disappoint me. Afterward, I led everyone back to the Doomsday Fortress. Seeing me return, Uncle Shin quickly spoke up. "There's a situation at the steel plant. Shan has already taken the inhibitor over as support. By the way, Xiaoyong, who are these people?" I explained. "They are survivors from S City. This is Old He, a plant expert from the Academy of Forestry. This is Uncle Shen. A pleasure to meet you." Afterward, I said, "Old He will only be staying here temporarily. In a few days, I will escort you to the edge of the S City jungle and establish a 3rd base there." Just then, Shan also rushed back. "Brother Xiaoyong, when did you get back?" She then recounted the events of the past 2 days. "Now, all new members are not to be trusted." Seeing this, before Old He could speak, I immediately said, "I already know your background, so you are not considered new members. This is really good news." Hearing this, Shan was confused. "What's so good about this?" "Because I've received another system mission to eliminate the threats in the west of the city and the western suburbs. The reward is 120 points. Meanwhile, back with the red-haired woman, she had fled for a long time before finally reaching a safe place. Just as she was catching her breath, the scraping sound of a long sword dragging on the ground suddenly rang out. Seeing this, the red-haired woman turned her head and found that it was the gray-haired woman and the muscular man. "Oh, so you were abandoned by your new companions? To survive?" The red-haired woman immediately explained, No, this is just a misunderstanding. I actually had a plan." Hearing this, the gray-haired woman flew into a rage. "A plan? Your plan almost got me killed." She immediately told the muscular man to kill her. Although our operation this time was not successful, it wasn't a total loss since we ate the bald man and this bitch. But the next second, the gray-haired woman suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. A long sword had pierced through her chest. Shocked, confused, how could this be? Seeing this, the red-haired woman immediately questioned, "You bastard, you're playing this trick again." But the muscular man just made a yeah gesture. "You bitch, what are you unhappy about? You shouldn't have survived until now anyway." Hearing this, the gray-haired woman looked at the red-haired woman and reminded her, "Don't believe him. Last time, he took advantage of my injury to ambush the bald man. He's only doing this for his own benefit. In the future, he will definitely betray you without hesitation." But the red-haired woman did not respond, instead preparing to act according to the situation. Then, the gray-haired woman pleaded with the muscular man, "You're the most advantageous one again. Don't kill me. Kill the red-haired woman, this bitch. We're in this situation today all because of her." At this time, the red-haired woman retorted, "You bitch, you're still talking about me? Aren't you the same?" Hearing this, the muscular man smiled and lifted the gray-haired woman's chin. "Alright, we're all the same. Let's not blame each other, but your suggestion is not impossible." Seeing this, the gray-haired woman also immediately immediately responded, "That's right, we've been together for so long, we have feelings for each other. How am I any worse than that bitch? I can do whatever she can do, and I can do some things she can't." But who would have thought? A cold light suddenly flashed from the dagger in the muscular man's hand. "Sorry, I still prefer the red-haired woman." "Alright, you don't have to die. An arm and a leg is enough for you to recover. The rest is mine. After you recover, you will serve me well." Meanwhile, at the Doomsday Fortress, that red-haired woman had previously said that she had pretended to be an ordinary person and infiltrated, and had also killed several of our people. Hearing this, I looked at Li Cheng and asked, "You should know something about the cannibals, right?" Li Cheng replied, "Not just know. Strictly speaking, I am also one of them. Although I am definitely not as mutated as those guys. I can roughly guess their nature. Cannibalism makes them gradually lose their restraint on primitive human desires, and they will become extremely selfish, short-sighted, angry, lustful, gluttonous, and murderous. It seems they are indeed a group of dangerous guys. I will definitely go to the western suburbs when I have a chance. But for now, there are more important things to do. Oldly, you keep a close watch on the steel plant. Report to me immediately if anything happens." Soon, 2 months passed. On top of a tall building in S City, several survivors were discussing, "What should we do? Should we move? That strange noise appears every night. God knows what kind of monster it is. If we delay any longer, we'll all die here." Soon, the few of them made a decision. "Pack up the food and necessities immediately and move. And we have to go at night. The plant creatures are very active during the day." But what they feared came true. Just as they finished speaking, a group of plant creatures rushed over and pinned one of them to the ground. Seeing this, the others continued to flee forward, but soon found themselves surrounded by the plant creatures. "Damn it, are we really going to die here today?" But just then, one of them suddenly reminded, "This is the only way out now. That is, the direction where the loud noise was coming from. Either way, we're dead. Maybe the sound is the army coming to save us." But as they ran, they suddenly stopped. "Look, what's that up ahead?" But as soon as they finished speaking, a thick, towering tree fell down with a loud boom, landing right in front of them. Seeing this, the few of them were confused. What kind of monster could push down a tree like this? But when they looked closer, it wasn't a monster at all. It was Zhou Xingkai leading the workers in logging. Seeing this, a survivor quickly shouted, "Zhou Xingkai." At this time, Zhou Xingkai also noticed a few of them. "Ah Lian, you're still alive." Hearing this, Ah Lian replied, "Yes, but what's going on with you guys?" Zhou Xingkai explained, "We were saved. Now we all live in M City." But as soon as he finished speaking, Ah Lian warned in a panic, "Xingkai, run. Those plant creatures are catching up." Seeing this, Zhou Xingkai smiled and waved his hand. "Don't panic, don't panic. It's just a group of plant creatures. Nothing to be afraid of." With that, he picked up his walkie-talkie. "Team 2, we've encountered plant creatures." "Repeat, Team 2 has encountered plant creatures." Hearing this, Ah Lian was instantly baffled. "It's just a group of plant creatures. Nothing to be afraid of." "Xingkai, do you know what you're saying?" Zhou Xingkai just told them all to come over. Soon, several people in protective suits and holding flamethrowers appeared. Seeing this, Ah Lian was stunned. "What the?" Team 2 just raised their flamethrowers and started spraying. Several plant creatures were instantly turned into fireballs and soon burned to ashes. At this time, Li Cheng and Bro Chong also rushed over. "Now, we don't even need to deal with these plant creatures ourselves." At this moment, Ah Lian was even more shocked. To be able to organize such a powerful force, how did you guys do it? Zhou Xingkai smiled and explained, "This is all thanks to leader Xiaoyong and his team." At this time, Ah Lian also noticed Bro Chong and Zhang Xingzhe and still thought of them as monsters. Zhou Xingkai quickly patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid. They're not monsters. They're here specifically to protect us. We're short on manpower right now. I'll take you to meet our leader. By the way, these are the crops we've planted." Ah Lian said, "You guys are too ridiculous. You're actually farming in a jungle of plant creatures." Zhou Xingkai replied, "That's nothing." With that, he threw Ah Lian a fruit from a plant creature. Looking at the squirming fruit in his hand, Ah Lian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and immediately threw it away. Zhou Xingkai reminded him, "Don't be afraid. This thing is essentially a plant creature, just like the monsters we just burned. But not only is this thing high yield and easy to harvest, it's also a very excellent crop. Did you guys pay off the heavens or something? This is all thanks to leader Xiaoyong, and these crops can change their shape at will according to human wishes. This is something old he never dared to imagine before." Seeing this, I smiled and asked, "Oldie, do you have any other requests? Just tell them all to the flower float at once." Oldie said, No, that's enough. It's already very convenient to harvest now." "That's good. The reclamation is going smoothly. If other plant creatures invade, Li Cheng and the others are enough to handle them. It's time to go and meet those cannibalistic beasts in the western suburbs." Afterward, I took Bro Chong and immediately came to the western suburbs. Bro Chong reminded, "Someone is following us." I've noticed. Their strength is on par with Zhang Qi and the others." Bro Chong asked, "What should we do?" I smiled faintly. "What else can we do? They're all extra meals for you." At this time, the clueless red-haired woman was about to make a move, but was suddenly stopped by the muscular man. "What are you waiting for? Be careful someone else doesn't get to them first." The muscular man replied faintly, "Someone else already has." I saw more than a dozen cannibals appear in front of me, looking at me with excitement. The short-haired woman in the lead licked her lips. Well, 2 top-grade ingredients we've never encountered encountered before. It's actually a pure evolver. I've never seen one before. I wonder how much stronger I'll get after eating him. Wait, what's that guy next to him with the mask? Does he have the ability to control zombies? Maybe if I eat him, I can take that ability for myself. That way, I'll be sure to win against that guy in the northern suburbs. At this time, the red-haired woman was still blaming the muscular man. See, now someone else has gotten to them first, but the muscular man just sneered. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that someone else got to them first? As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired woman's jaw dropped in shock. How is that possible? Because in just a few seconds, the cannibals who had been so arrogant just a moment ago were now being beaten to a pulp by Bro Chong, screaming and crying. And on my side, it was 1 kill. Seeing this, the surviving cannibals fled in terror. How can such a perverted existence be possible? Run, run, but where would I give these guys a chance to live? At this time, a cannibal had already crawled over to the muscular man's side. Seeing this, the red-haired woman cursed, "You bastard, don't run this way. Are you trying to get me killed?" And I grabbed a piece of rebar from the ground, hoisted it up, aimed it at the cannibal, and threw it with a loud whoosh. In an instant, the rebar was like a cannonball, flying in front of the cannibal in the blink of an eye. It didn't even have time to react before the rebar pierced through its back, then shot straight through the wall in front of the muscular man, scaring the two of them so much that their bodies trembled involuntarily. Fortunately, I didn't discover their existence. These guys are not bad in terms of strength. They must have variant cores on them. So, I rewarded them all to Bro Chong. Soon, the muscular man cautiously peeked his head out. Seeing this, the red-haired woman asked, "Are they gone?" The muscular man replied, "They're gone. And they only ate 3 bodies. So this big pile of leftovers is all for us to enjoy." It seems Bro Chong's appetite is not that big. He ate for a long time and only had 3. Bro Chong said that his body was only so big, and eating this much was already his limit. But just then, a strange noise came from the surroundings, and I immediately discovered the direction of the sound. I took out my weapon and walked towards the sound. At this time, a man with glasses and a crossbow walked out. "You all, stay back. One more step and I'll shoot you dead." It seems the man with glasses is just an ordinary person. He didn't know where I came from, and his throat couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Seeing this, I immediately spread my hands and explained, "Brother, don't get excited. I'm an ordinary person, not a cannibal." But at this moment, the man with glasses was very nervous. "Don't move. I told you to stay back." With that, the crossbow in his hand shot out, and I just gently stretched out my left hand and caught his crossbow bolt with just 3 fingers. Seeing this, the man with glasses was also shocked. How is that possible? He actually reacted fast enough to catch the crossbow bolt with his bare hands, and I didn't give him any time to react. I flashed in front of him and slapped the crossbow out of his hand with a loud smack. "All of you hiding behind, come out. We are not cannibals." Seeing this, a woman tentatively asked, "Then you, who are you?" After some explanation, this group of survivors roughly understood. "It seems you found a way to fight zombies without eating people. This is great." And I also asked with confusion, "Where are you guys planning to go next?" The man with glasses replied, "There's a West Wind steel plant in the southern suburbs. They were collecting information about survivors with a radio before. We were going to go there, but then we thought, they're just a group of ordinary people. It's impossible for them to stop the invasion of these cannibals." At this time, I raised my doubts again. "Is there a safer place than the West steel plant?" The man with glasses said, "There's a human community in the northern suburbs. They hunt cannibals. We were going to go there. We only heard about it from those cannibals. Otherwise we wouldn't have dared to go rashly. I heard that the leader of that community is a real powerhouse. He can take on 5 or 6 cannibals by himself. The safety there depends entirely on him." "Entirely on him? There are at least 1,000 cannibals in these western suburbs. Can he protect them all by himself?" The man with glasses said, "Most cannibals act alone. They rarely form groups." At this time, a young man behind him refuted his statement. "That's not right. The day before yesterday, I saw the cannibals gathering together, as if they were plotting something." But the next second, the man with glasses became angry. "I told you, your mental state has been bad lately. You must have mistaken a dream for reality. Cannibals will fight among themselves as soon as they gather. Otherwise I wouldn't have survived until now. Little brother, don't listen to him. He just wants to go to the West steel plant because his brother might be there. And I've told you so many times, the chances of your brother being alive are almost 0. Even if we go, we'll probably die there. Can the West steel plant stop the cannibals? They might even be cannibals themselves." Hearing this, I smiled and replied, "You're actually right about that. The original leaders of the West steel plant were indeed 2 cannibals, but I've already killed them. By the way, what's your brother's name? Maybe I know him." Hearing this, the young man replied loudly, "My brother's name is Li Cheng. He was originally an auxiliary police officer in the southern suburbs." "Big brother, have you heard of him? Is he still alive?" Hearing this, I smiled and replied, "What a coincidence. I'm quite familiar with Li Cheng. He's at the West Wind plant right now, helping me manage the farmland." At these words, the young man asked excitedly, "Are you serious? Even agricultural production has been restored? That's great. I told you we should go to the West Wind plant." But just then, the man with glasses interrupted the young man and asked me who I really was. "I don't believe such a coincidence would happen. Are you trying to trick us into going there and then killing us to eat our flesh?" Hearing this, I was speechless. If I really wanted to eat you, would I need to trick you? But just then, with a loud bang, a bullet whizzed past my face. Seeing this, the man with glasses shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" The boy replied, "I'm sorry, I accidentally fired." But the next second, the roars of cannibals came from a distance. The man with glasses cursed. The gunshot has attracted the cannibals. He quickly told everyone to hide in the building. Seeing me not moving, the man with glasses quickly reminded, "Come on, don't you want to live? Even if you have some skills, you can't be a match for a group of cannibals." Hearing this, I just smiled faintly. "Didn't you say that cannibals will fight among themselves when they gather?" The man with glasses replied, "That's only when they're dividing the spoils after killing you. Forget it, I'm leaving first. You can stay here if you're not afraid of death." As soon as he entered, he told everyone to lock the door. "Hurry up, hide as deep as you can. The cannibals are coming." Soon, everyone hid in a very secret room. I hope that kid doesn't give us up later. Soon, a group of ferocious cannibals surrounded us, but when they saw me, they were confused. Why is there only one person? And they questioned another group of cannibals. "Did you guys eat the rest?" The male cannibal in the lead said, "What the hell are you talking about? I just got here too." The female cannibal said excitedly, "By the way, have you guys noticed? This guy is not ordinary food. Eating him is like eating dozens of ordinary survivors." The man with glasses was observing everything from the window. More than 10 cannibals have gathered, and more are still coming. That kid is done for. There probably won't even be any bones left. At this time, the male cannibal made a move. "This first one must be mine." Seeing this, I just sidestepped and dodged his attack. The cannibal lost his balance and fell flat on his face. Seeing this, the other cannibals exclaimed, "Damn, so fast." And I just said faintly to the cannibals, "To save time, you can all come at me together." This provocative statement completely angered the cannibals. "You dare to look down on us? Brothers, let's get him together and kill him first." And I just gave Bro Chong a look, signaling that they were all his. "You should burn some more energy so you can eat more later." As soon as I finished speaking, a big bearded cannibal rushed over. Seeing this, I squatted down to dodge his attack, then shot up to the top of the big beard's head, causing him to miss. Seeing this, the man with glasses exclaimed, "Damn, he can jump so high. What kind of monster is this kid? This is ridiculously perverted." A cannibal on the side was also shocked. "This guy's physique is obviously far superior to ours." With that, he turned and fled without looking back. "This monster is not something we can handle. Run, or we'll die." But before he could run a few steps, he was shot in the back of the head. Trying to escape? That's impossible. I will not let a single cannibal leave here alive. Then I looked down at Bro Chong and said to the cannibals, "If you can beat him, I'll spare your lives today." Hearing this, Bro Chong was baffled. "This is a bit much." Hearing this, the cannibals rushed over without a word. "Everyone, let's get him together and kill him." But Bro Chong's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a murderous aura erupted from his eyes. Then, he threw a punch without hesitation, piercing through a cannibal's abdomen on the spot. In an instant, a group of cannibals was beaten to a pulp by Bro Chong. Unable to take care of themselves, the flustered female cannibal exclaimed, "How is this possible? Let's not even talk about that guy with the gun up there. We can't even beat this guy in front of us." And I didn't want to waste any more time, so I picked up my weapon and started an indiscriminate attack. The man with glasses upstairs was also dumbfounded by this scene. Just the two of them. They actually wiped out this group of cannibals. After clearing out the cannibals, I immediately signaled for the man with glasses and the others to come out. "It's safe now." The man with glasses and the others looked at the bodies below in disbelief. Then they immediately made a decision. "We've all thought it over. We've decided to join the West Wind Steel Plant. I wonder if you can accept us." Hearing this, I replied, "No problem, but you have to take me to the North Suburb settlement you mentioned." The man with glasses was confused. "What are you going there for?" I explained, "Because I want to confirm if it's necessary to kill all the people you mentioned." At the same time I was heading to the North Suburb base, 7 cannibals launched an attack on it. But with the sound of boots clicking, the leader of the North Suburb base, Bro Fong, walked out. The one who spoke was his daughter. "Dad, facing so many cannibals is too much for you." But Bro Fong knew very well in his heart that if he didn't go, no one in the North Suburb base would survive. So, he quickly ordered his men to close the gate. "Don't let a single cannibal in, and don't let a single person out." With that, he stomped hard on the ground and leaped into the group of cannibals. At this time, the cannibals also noticed Bro Fang's arrival. They unanimously decided, "Let's team up and kill him. Then all the human flesh in the settlement will be ours." Then they were about to attack Bro Fong, but the next second, Bro Fang's expression changed, and the blood vessels on his body became visible through his skin. With a sudden roar from Bro Fong, he turned into a monster covered in spikes, constantly making a wallow sound. The 7 cannibals were instantly scared. Is this the power of that guy? But from the ugly appearance of this thing, it's even more twisted than us. But when they thought of the fresh human flesh they could eat after killing him, the cannibals rushed forward without any hesitation. Instantly, fists and stones rained down on Bro Fong. But what surprised the cannibals was that after just one round, several of them had broken arms or lost legs, as if they had been put into a giant meat grinder. Under Bro Fang's fierce attack, the cannibals were as fragile as glass. Soon, the 7 cannibals were either dead or disabled. But Bro Fang's situation was not much better. He was paralyzed on the ground, constantly gasping for breath. The few remaining cannibals wanted to fight again, but with another roar from Bro Fong, the remaining cannibals all turned into bodies. bodies. But after this battle, Bro Fong was already on the verge of death. All of this was seen by the survivors, but they did not dare to go and help because Bro Fong could not control himself in his mutated state and might even kill his own people. But just then, several survivors pleaded, he can't move anymore. If we don't help him, he won't be able to eat those cannibal bodies. He will definitely die. Open the gate. We are willing to risk our lives for him. At this time, Bro Feng's daughter was already crying. My dad just said that no one is allowed to go out. I'm sorry, everyone. But the survivors couldn't care less at this moment. Stop dawdling. Open the gate. We are all willing to take the risk, so don't worry. As the base gate slowly opened, several survivors rushed towards Bro Feng's position. Seeing this, Bro Feng shouted to stop them. Go back. What are you doing? Don't you want to live? But at this moment, the survivors only had one thought. We can't just watch you die. Once you die, the whole settlement will be finished. With that, they threw the cannibal bodies over. Everyone, stay away from that mouth. As a cannibal body was swallowed, but this group of people had never seen such a bloody scene before. They were all scared and stunned. One of the survivors couldn't help but vomit. As more and more bodies were sent over, Bro Feng's body also improved. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared. Another group of cannibals had arrived. How did this monster become so weak? It seems he just had a fierce battle with our own kind. Thinking of this, the long-haired man couldn't help but drool. Good. Our own kind has paved the way for us. We're so lucky. At this time, the people also discovered the existence of the cannibals. What should we do now? Bro Feng hasn't fully recovered yet. He's probably no match for them. This time, it's our turn to protect Bro Feng. At this moment, I was on my way to Bro Feng's side. Just as the man with glasses said, the number of cannibals here was obviously getting smaller and smaller. At this time, the man with glasses reminded, we're not far from our destination. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from a distance. There's a gunshot ahead. The sound was coming from the direction of the north suburb base, and I also judged from the gunshot that the distance was less than a kilometer. It seems we're really about to arrive. And the situation of the survivors on Bro Feng's side was not very good. Some were directly decapitated. Others were cut in half at the waist. Bro Feng's daughter's gun was also just a useless resistance. Bastard, I'll fight you. At this time, a lecherous cannibal rushed over. Little girl, your flesh looks so tender and smooth. With that, he directly knocked the gun out of her hand. Just be a good girl and let us brothers have some fun first. Your body is too tender and tempting. Brother will be gentle. But just in the nick of time, Bro Feng, who had just recovered a little bit of strength, suddenly threw a punch, directly tearing the cannibal in half at the waist. Bro Feng's daughter also lost her balance and fell to the ground. Looking closely, she had 3 scratches on her arm. Seeing this, the other cannibals were also shocked. Damn, this monster is in that state, and he still has the strength to fight back. Let's work together and kill him first. With that, several people launched a fierce attack on Bro Feng from different directions. Seeing that the time was not right, the people pulled Bro Feng's daughter and were about to leave. We can't stay here any longer. Come with me. At this time, Bro Feng was already on the verge of death, but he was still worried about his daughter's safety in his heart. Run, quick. But just then, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Looking up, it was actually a rock weighing several tons. With a loud boom, it came crashing down, instantly crushing a cannibal's body and separating Bro Feng and the cannibals. Seeing this, the cannibals immediately looked back. A group of survivors also looked over here, and the ones who had come were me and Bro Chong, who had arrived just in time. The cannibals did not dare to act rashly. Is it another group of cannibals? But a teammate behind him said, that's not right. That monster is obviously not a cannibal. But who can guarantee that cannibals won't all end up looking like this in the end? Hearing this, I just coughed a few times to keep from laughing. Bro Chong was so embarrassed that he broke out in a cold sweat. But the cannibals quickly understood. It seems they're not our kind. That monster doesn't have the aura of our kind. The one next to him is a pure evolver. In response, I just smiled faintly. Go on, Bro Chong. Hearing this, Bro Chong stretched his shoulders. The dirty work is always mine. With that, he shot over in a burst of speed. The cannibals, who did not know Bro Chong's strength, were also not afraid. A mere zombie. I don't even know how many I've killed. But before he could finish, he was knocked to the ground by Bro Chong with one kick. Everyone on the field was stunned. What kind of monster is that? How can he be so strong? He's probably much stronger than Bro Feng. Seeing this, the man with glasses explained, don't worry, they are powerhouses from the southern suburbs. At these words, the man with the hat was shocked. Powerhouses from the southern suburbs? I thought Bro Feng was already the strongest in this chaotic world. I really didn't expect. At this time, the cannibals were also baffled. What's with this zombie? Why is he so ridiculously strong? It's okay, don't be afraid. Let's all go together. We can definitely take him down. But they all agreed, but not a single cannibal dared to go forward and make a move. Damn it, you guys go on. You go first, I'll follow right behind. If you don't go, how can I go? This scene made Bro Chong very confused, but a few clueless cannibals behind him turned their target to me. Since you're all so scheming, then I'm not holding back either. This pure evolver is mine. Seeing this, my eyes just suddenly narrowed. Then I slowly stretched out my right hand, and in the blink of an eye, I had pierced through a cannibal's chest. Instantly, a mouthful of black blood spewed from his mouth. The other cannibals also immediately stopped in their tracks when they saw this. Damn, this guy is even stronger than that monster. Damn it, you guys go on. I'm getting out of here. But how would I give them a chance to live? I waved my palm, and 5 vines shot out, directly piercing through the cannibals' chests. With that, all the cannibals were completely wiped out. The man with the hat had never seen such a scene before. Devil, this is simply a devil. The man with glasses motioned for him not to be afraid. They are on our side. At this time, Bro Fong on the ground was also on the verge of death, but he still launched an attack on me in his subconscious. I didn't expect this guy's attack speed to be so fast. I was careless and my arm was scratched. What kind of monster is this? With that, the vine in my hand shot out, flying in front of Bro Fong in the blink of an eye. Then, with a few swoosh sounds, Bro Fong was tied up tightly on the spot, but I didn't expect its defense to be so high. After pulling for a long time, it didn't even break. This thing is so damn disgusting, but I don't know if you can withstand a fall. With that, I threw it directly into the air, but Bro Feng's daughter on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Dad, don't. Hearing this, I immediately stopped my attack. Bro Feng's daughter knelt down in front of me with a thud. Please, spare my dad. Hearing this, I asked with confusion, spare who? You mean this pile of monster meat? Bro Feng's daughter quickly replied, yes, he's my father. He's only attacking you because he's in an out-of-control state. Please don't kill him. So, I first said, oh, he's twisted into this state. Can he still recover his human form? It seems he also needs to eat bodies like Bro Chong. So, I threw 2 cannibals over. Soon, the monster on Bro Feng's body began to chew. Instantly, I was so disgusted that I couldn't even look, but I didn't expect this guy, Bro Chong, to be nauseous too. Seeing this, I motioned to him, what's there to be nauseous about? You're not much better when you're eating. At this time, the man with the hat, who had recovered, shouted, big brother, come with us into the settlement first. As for Bro Fong, we can just leave him here. As soon as we entered the settlement, everyone knelt down with a thud. Thank you for your help today, benefactor. Otherwise, we and Bro Fong would have surely died. I said, it was nothing. How long has this settlement been established? And what's the situation with that Bro Fong outside? Seeing this, Bro Feng's daughter, Xiao Ping, explained in a low voice, my father, he is an infectee of the mimic flesh. This was the first time I had heard the term mimic flesh. What is that? Bro Feng's daughter, Xiao Ping, explained, it's a miraculous but extremely dangerous organism. We first discovered it in wild animals. At first, we thought it was just some kind of protozoan disease, but after cultivating it, we were surprised to find that this life form could mimic any cell it devoured, and it also had more excellent functions and properties than the cells it devoured. Although it didn't conform to ethical rules, my mentor still decided to bypass supervision and secretly conduct human experiments, and in less than a week, the cancer cells in the patient's body were completely eliminated. We called it the God Cell, but by then, the disaster had already struck. M City and S City were already in chaos, and refugees were pouring in from the surrounding cities. We were naive enough to think that the God Cell was the key to solving this disaster, but we didn't expect that this so-called key was the disaster itself. After the apocalypse, the originally stable mimic tissues suddenly went out of control. The mimic flesh will not stop devouring until all the cells and tissues of the infected person are replaced. The humanity of the infected person will gradually be lost and replaced by the nature of the mimic flesh itself. They begin to uncontrollably want to infect more people. As time goes on, the mimic flesh tissue will gradually forget the structural information of the host and eventually turn back into a pile of meat that can no longer be reshaped. Losing overall coordination means there will be no mobility, and the final result is withering due to nutrient depletion. So, while they still retain their humanity, they will gather together as much as possible. This behavioral characteristic has created their final destination. Over time, it has formed the Sea of Flesh. At this time, Bro Feng's voice suddenly came from behind. Now you have also become one of them. You have a wound from my attack, right? Then you probably don't have much time left. I was originally counting on you. At this, Bro Feng sighed, but I motioned for Bro Feng not to worry about me. I've already cleared out all that so-called mimic flesh you mentioned. I have a physique dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person, and my immune system is naturally much stronger than an ordinary person's. With that, I slowly stretched out my palm, and bundles of branches and leaves grew wildly from within my palm. In an instant, a sea of plants formed around us. I have an even more miraculous and deadly life form coexisting in my body. Seeing this, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. This is too amazing. Since you said that the mimic flesh has such strong mimicry ability, doesn't that mean it can be directionally shaped? With that, I motioned for Bro Feng to infect me again. I want to try to tame this thing. Hearing this, Bro Feng did not hesitate to squeeze out a lump of meat. Alright, with that, he threw the lump of meat at me. This lump of meat seemed to have a life of its own, squirming in my hand, trying to fuse, but it ended in failure. This thing was completely out of control. Once fused, it immediately began to invade me. I could only kill them all. Then how did you control it? Hearing this, Bro Feng could only smile helplessly. I didn't control it. In fact, I am them. Now all the tissues and flesh in my body are composed of mimic flesh. Biologically speaking, I am no longer human at all, and my human form has long been lost. What supports me now is a sense of responsibility based on rationality. The topological structure information of my brain's neurons has not been completely lost, so I can still think as Zhou Xiaofeng and barely resist the instinct of the mimic flesh. But I can feel that this remaining rationality is also gradually disappearing. I estimate that it won't be long before I can't even maintain my humanity. I beg you to protect my daughter Xiaoping and these survivors for me. I am willing to do anything you command in the days when my rationality still exists." At these words, Xiaoping's tears instantly burst out. But just then, the system suddenly prompted, "Acquired knowledge of more than 2 disaster types. Unlock the series mission Disaster Collector. Learn about as many disaster types as possible. Superphage virus and adaptive spore completed. Next, mimic aggregating protozoa. Reward 300 points." It seems that the superphage virus refers to the zombie disaster in M City, the adaptive spore refers to the plant creatures in S City, and the mimic aggregating protozoa must be the mimic flesh. It seems there's a solution to Bro Feng's problem. So, I asked Bro Feng, "Your final destination is the Sea of Flesh, right? Then I'll go with you. Don't worry, I'm just curious. As for the survivors here, that's easy." With that, I took out my walkie-talkie and asked who was free on Zhang Qi's side. Soon, Zhang Qi sent someone over, but when Bro Feng saw who it was, he was stunned. The survivors were also so shocked that their jaws dropped, because the ones who came were Xiao Shuai and Zhang Xingzhe, the father and son duo. In everyone's eyes, Zhang Xingzhe was like a monster. Seeing me, Xiao Shuai shouted excitedly, "Uncle Xiaoyong." Seeing Xiao Shuai, I was also baffled. "Zhang Xingzhe, why did you bring Xiao Shuai out? Will your wife be okay with that?" But before Zhang Xingzhe could answer, Xiao Shuai immediately said, "Uncle Xiaoyong, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not ordinary anymore. I'll just show you a little bit of my current strength." With that, Xiao Shuai shouted at a distance, "Alright, you've been following us all this way. If you don't come out, we're going in." At these words, the scene suddenly became quiet, but the few cannibals in the distance were very shocked. "We've been discovered?" So this group of cannibals walked out without any scruples. "This place should be the settlement of that lump of meat, right? I'd like to see what kind of powerhouse needs us to cooperate to win." With that, he pointed at Zhang Xingzhe next to him. "You monster with all the tentacles. Did you hear me? The rumor says that one person can deal with several of us new humans. That guy should be you, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Xingzhe began to gesture wildly again. "I'm a foreigner. I just got off the plane. I don't understand English. I'm not from here. I just arrived. I don't understand the Martian language you're speaking. My head is slow. You have to explain it a few more times." Bro Feng behind him was also very confused. "What's going on? They've mistaken that guy for me." At this time, the cannibals were already impatient. "Sooner or later, we have to fight. Why don't we just take them all down now while we have more people?" Seeing this, Xiao Shuai immediately said to his father, "You stand by and watch. Let me handle this." But Zhang Xingzhe still couldn't even organize his speech clearly. "Picking fish bones, eating soft cartilage. Be careful. Don't force it." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of cannibals rushed over. In response, Xiao Shuai was not flustered at all. "Come on, let me show you what I'm made of." With that, he pulled the trigger without hesitation, but the cannibals' reactions were also very perverted. "You kid, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Don't you know that my speed is not something you ordinary people can react to?" But who would have thought? This guy had miscalculated. The bullet directly hit his left side. Then, with a few click sounds, Xiao Shuai reloaded with a new magazine. "Who told you I'm an ordinary person?" With that, he moved his feet like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he had fired 3 shots. But who would have thought? The cannibal didn't play by the rules and actually launched a sneak attack on Xiao Shuai from behind. But Xiao Shuai's reaction was very fast, and he caused the cannibal to miss on the spot. The next second, Xiao Shuai appeared behind the cannibal with his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation, directly piercing through the cannibal's head. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Who is this kid? How can he have such powerful means? But just as everyone finished praising Xiao Shuai, another strong cannibal rushed over. Seeing this, Xiao Shuai immediately knew it was bad. There's no time to dodge at this distance. But just then, Zhang Xingzhe made a move. He directly pierced through the cannibal's abdomen with a tentacle and lifted him up on the spot. "Son, are you alright?" Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. These people are all monsters. At this time, the other cannibals also reacted. "What's going on? This guy is much stronger than the rumors." "That's right. Let's all go together. Let's see how many tentacles this guy has. As long as we take him down, the rest of them will be snacks." But Zhang Xingzhe just waved his hand forward, and the tentacles behind him shot out with a swoosh. Then, with a series of thud sounds of bodies being pierced, a group of cannibals were all killed on the spot. Everyone was shocked. "This is too ridiculous. Uncle Xiaoyong, what do you think of my performance?" Hearing this, I replied, "Not bad. You should be able to handle 2 cannibals without any problem. It seems you haven't been slacking off in your training lately. This is all thanks to the farmland you set up." Uncle Xiaoyong, after everyone ate the food, their strength has improved. You have to know that the crops in the flower floats field are essentially the so-called plant creatures. Although they can't compare to the wild plant creatures roaming and hunting in S City, they should indeed contain evolutionary energy. This was an unexpected gain. At this time, Xiao Shuai pointed at Bro Feng. "Uncle Xiaoyong, what's the situation here?" Hearing this, I thought for a moment. Now I have a picture of the disaster situation in my mind. Zombies, plant creatures, and this, the life form they named mimic flesh. It seems that each area here has its own specific type of disaster. I wonder what kind of enemies I will encounter next. Meanwhile, in another city, swarms of mutated ants and flying insects were attacking humans. But because there were too many of them, they couldn't hold killed them off. Open the side door and run. Every man for himself. With that, they drove out of the city in an armored vehicle. But because of the mutated ants and flying insects, not many people could escape smoothly, and some people were trapped in the city, and all that awaited them was death. And I have already made arrangements for Brofeng's settlement. With the addition of Zhang Xingzhe and Xiao Shui, 20 or 30 cannibals would not be able to cause any trouble. But just then, I suddenly discovered something surprising. This guy in here should be a cannibal, right? Hearing this, Brofeng replied, yes, I use him to distinguish the mimic flesh infectees. I also discovered by chance that cannibals have no appetite for people infected with mimic flesh. Not everyone can resist the instinct of the mimic flesh like me. We are even more dangerous than cannibals. We don't expose ourselves, but silently infect healthy people, so I need him to help distinguish. But just then, the cannibal suddenly said strangely, today, you don't need to use any means. I will tell you who the infectee is. Hearing this, Brofeng was shocked, but the cannibal became more and more excited. I'm very curious if you, who have lost your humanity, will still grieve the loss of a daughter.